All right, guys, welcome to the Water Task Force. Very happy to see everybody in person here. We only have one microphone on the floor here. You can see it's picking us up pretty well, but if you're a presenter or you're at the ends of the table, just project a little bit and speak up so we make sure it gets online for everybody. We appreciate everybody coming out today. Just a couple orientation items. Men's restrooms are out and to the right. Women's restrooms are out and to the left. It's crowded, but come and go as you need. If you're in the audience, there's a lot of pastries. We're not taking those home, so please do help yourself to those. I want to give a special thanks to all of our staff. There were a lot of logistics. There was an extra trip out here to make sure the IT stuff would work. And I just want to publicly thank them for all of their hard work in getting us lined up. Before we get into official business, I know we've all met online, but I thought it would be just good to do a quick introduction amongst ourselves since we're all together for the first time. But since we've done our resumes, if you would share with everybody what your first real job was, it wasn't the first job that you didn't work for your parents or family, as you introduce yourself. I'm Kenny Titus, State Senator for District 18. I'm from Wamego. My first job outside the House was dishwashing at the Golden Ground Creek Bed. Yeah.
I'm Shannon Kenyon. I'm the manager for the groundwater management or Northwest Kansas Groundwater Management District number 4 in Colby. We farm and ranch in Bug. My first job in high school was working at Sarah's Ice Cream and Bakery at the Wichita Airport. So,
Jim Mannix, I'm a farmer from Northwest Kansas or West Central. Here about 80 miles northwest of here. My first job, other than family and neighbors, I guess, was working in a glass company in community college and worked my way up to a minor glazer.
Senator Mike Back from El Dorado. My first job, worked for the Kansas Turnpike for 2 summers, painting and stake and guard around.
Representative Lindsey Vaughn, Overland Park. My first job was a seasonal employee at Back County Works.
I'm director of the Kansas Water Office, and my first outside family was scooping ice cream and basking lemons.
Good morning, Earl Lewis. I'm the chief engineer, director of Kansas Water Resources. My first non-family job, I think, was summer job welding for a company called America. We make commercial grain dryers. We could use you. I could use that well now.
Leo Minnie, the Deputy Secretary and Director of Environment at Kansas Department of Health and Environment. First job was a drill press operator in the machine shop.
Gary Jansen, I'm the Director of Public Works Utilities for the City of Wichita. My first job was mowing grass at the cemetery.
Morning, everyone. Heidi Mell. I'm the Great Plains Division Freshwater Strategy Director for the Nature Conservancy. But my first job was an assistant teacher in a preschool.
Joshua Swati here on behalf of Municipal Utilities. The only job I ever had between on our farm and the state legislature was running the dock at the Black Wolf elevator during the harvest shift. And had it been year round, I don't think I ever would have done anything else. I love that job.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Carmen Mason. I'm a business owner out of Wichita, and I chair the Kansas Chamber of Commerce. My first job was a summer job at a Duke Ranch in Winter Park, Colorado. Judas.
Michael Murphy, Senator 34th District, living in western Reno County and about 90 miles east of here, right down US 50. And I guess my first job was pulling weeds out of strawberries. I was 14 years old. I hated it. And I never went back.
Good morning. I'm Ken Rogers, representative of the 110th District. Obviously, somebody gets paid by the hour, but start on time. Obviously, I was never a train conductor because we never were left on time. But oddly enough, off the family farm, I started at 15 working at KKAN radio, where you have to make sure the time is important, so it hasn't stuck in almost 50 years, so. Good morning.
I'm Cindy Howerton, state rep for District 98 down in Wichita and Hayesville and Derby. My first job wasn't my choice. So I grew up on a farm. I complained a lot to my dad, so he got me a job in housekeeping at a hotel. And made me finish the summer.
All right, thank you, guys. Just to orientate us before we get into business today. So the last two WebEx meetings, you know, we got a good high-level overview and an assessment of kind of where our state agencies think we are and have identified problems. So as we were putting this agenda together today, our focus was, okay, let's take those high-level things and let's see what does that look like on the ground, right? So we'll hear from the municipalities. We know there's water supply problems, there's infrastructure problems, but what does it actually entail to plan and deal with that? The same for the different segments. And so we've been able to work in some local folks that have some good stories, but the goal here is to really see what does it look like to deal with these challenges on the ground. I know we gave you all some homework. We'll talk about those at the end of the day. And really the goal of those is we'll share all those and have some discussion. And then after we see some of the more on the ground challenges, I'll be curious to see at the end of tomorrow if you feel like those have changed. We all kind of feel like we're headed in the same direction. So real briefly, we have minutes we need to approve. Is there anything to pass out? Heather, are they in our packet? So, okay, if everyone's had, they've been electronically shared. Does anybody have any amendments to minutes for July 21st, July 28th? Seeing none, I would move by Representative Rajas as second. Senator Murphy, all in favor of approving the minutes? Aye. All opposed? Minutes are approved, and I'll hand it off to Co-Chair Minix for today.
Thank you, Kenny. Kenny's done an amazing job of logistics along with Heather and the rest of the staff. I want to commend you folks. Hopefully we have enough chairs for the public here, or we'll bring in more. To begin with, we have an honor of having Dr. Harold Nolte, the president of BC3. Welcome.
Thank you very much. I'll be short and sweet to the point, but I knew this probably was a very important meeting because when Senator Reitman texted me at 7 o'clock in the morning, I figured so thank you for waking me up this morning. I appreciate it.
5:30 like it was that one day.
He called me at 5:30, said, where I need to be. I don't know, it's 5:30. So there you go. I do want to thank Heather. Thank you for all that you've done here. It's very good. And I want to thank my assistant, Renee Allen. Y'all please give her a hand. We started getting emails from our Heather, which Heather Morgan, so I think she may try to show up either today or tomorrow. So, but thank y'all for being here. I know this is a very important task. I know water is like gold. It's very valuable. You know, you read, I just read something from the Western Plains about how important water is in this region, in this area. Luckily, you came in when it was raining. Thank you, thank God. So anyway, but I want you to know we appreciate you being here. It's a great school. I thought I was going to be here. My first job, I want to tell you my first jobs. I did good. My first job was I made donuts at the donut shop. My dad knew everybody in town. I thought I was going to get a really good job. And so my dad said, I've got a job for you. I thought, okay, that's great. So on Friday nights after football, I made donuts. And then Sunday afternoon after church, I made donuts. So there you go. And then I was a DJ on weekends also. So a DJ and then a water ski instructor and a lifeguard. So, I mean, y'all had one job. It kept me busy. I mean, my dad knew I had a lot of energy. So he said, yeah, you're going to stay busy. So that's what I did. But anyway, thank y'all for being at Dodge City Community College. It's a pleasure for y'all to be here and a pleasure for y'all to have this great meeting. And I look forward to it. A little bit about our college. We have 17 sports. Our sports are phenomenal here. We do a really good job. We're in the paper a lot. We have also, by the way, we have over 13 workforce programs, and that keeps us busy. And we have over 500 students in this local area doing dual credit, and we do distance learning. We're one of the only schools in the state that have a operation outside our district. And so we have a helicopter program in Phoenix. And this year we just started our fixed wing. You know how bad it is to find a pilot these days. So we have also started a fixed wing program there also in Phoenix. And so we have those programs along with everything else in the world that everybody else has. But we keep doing our thing and keep growing. And so our thing is thank y'all for being here. Good luck with your meeting and good luck with water. Okay. Thank y'all. Have a great day.
Thank you, Dr. Nolde. Next, we'll get into the groundwater management district areas of concern with Paul Lewis.
Well, good morning again. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members of the task force. So I know some people have not been here before. Tracy Streeter reminded me this is a room where things important in water happen, actually, because this is the room where the Governor Brownback's vision was initiated. We were meeting with the Brownback's Economic Advisory Council here at Community College in, I think, 2014 or 13. And one of them said, sounds like you got a good plan, but what's your vision for the next 50 years? And so that was really, right in this room was where that started. So I thought that was kind of fortuitous that we're back here in this very same room talking about water again and kind of what's the next step in our evolution or progress on water. I'm going to do a little bit of a setup. I want to, first of all, recognize each of the GMD managers who are here. Katie Durham with GMD 1, Tim Bays with GMD 2, Jason Norquist, who is now at the interim tag fully off on GMD 3, so appreciate that. Of course, Shannon Kenyon, task force number 4, and Lauren Farrell with GMD 5. So I'm going to do a little bit of a setup. Certainly can answer questions about kind of the overall, but if we have questions about any of the individual districts or what they've got going on, certainly prefer to defer to them as the local experts on what they've got going. So I just want to give kind of a high level overview. We might, yes, that's a little bit. Maybe. Trying to kill it somehow. That's it.
Try the clicker.
Oh, we go. Okay. So again, just to set the stage, I think in 2023, the legislature passed House Bill 2279, which then got codified in statute as KSA 82A 1044. The groundwater management districts have been around. The GMD Act was passed in 1972. And so the district's been around since, I think, 73 or 74 was when GMD 1 was put into place through about 77, I think it's been put 25, 76, thank you. 76 is when GMD 5 was put in place. And, you know, talking to some of the folks that were around and involved at that time, it was a recognition that we had water issues, groundwater issues, and certainly a lot of areas of decline were already starting to manifest themselves in the early 70s, and a recognition that we needed to take action. And so in my mind, this was in a lot of ways, GMD Act passage was kind of the first step or the first legislative recognition that we were mining the aquifer and that we needed to have a plan in order to make sure that we didn't just run out of water. And so we've had a long progression since that time. But I think the legislative action here a few years ago was significant in that, to me, it kind of helped clarify what the legislature wanted from the GMDs, what they wanted them working on over the next few years. And you can see kind of two key milestones for the groundwater management districts was by July 1 of 2024, each board of each district had to identify high priority areas of concern and then submit those to the chief engineer. And so they've done that. Now they're in the process of each district by July 1 of next year, 2026, has to develop an action plan for each of those priority areas of concern. And so they had the opportunity of identifying what those areas were. Again, primarily, think about the western third. There's groundwater declines, there's certainly water quality issues, there's surface groundwater interaction issues, we'll talk about here in a little bit. They had opportunity to define what those areas were. And then again, now are working with the public, with their users, to say, what do we want to do about each of those different areas? There was a recognition during that discussion of the legislative process that there are areas that have already been worked on by the groundwater management district. And so any area that it has in groundwater use control area or a GUCA was already considered a high priority area of concern. Any area that had a local enhanced management area or a lien was already considered to be a high priority area of concern, that had an action plan. So they were all ones that had said, we've got through that process. We don't need to re-identify those and go through another action plan. They'll come up as those LEMAs or IGUCAs are reviewed and renewed. There's an opportunity then to have that, then bring that into that same process. So the only other thing I might throw in here is that in addition to that, the legislature said any area that has less than 50 years of usable life is a high priority area of concern, needs to be identified as such by the groundwater management district. And then finally, once these are identified and action plans are developed, the boards need to incorporate them into the groundwater management district management program, which then they adopt, go through a public hearing process and then submit to the chief engineer. And our job in that process is to make sure that it's consistent with state law, that there's not any conflict with other statutes. We do have, again, the next piece for us is a year from now, we at DWR, in my role as chief engineer, have an action step to review and determine whether or not those action plans reasonably address the concerns that have been identified. We'll have 90 days to do that. And obviously we're actively working with the GMDs now to make sure that they don't submit something that we don't think is reasonable. And likewise, that we can review those and respond quickly. So let's kind of walk through those real quickly, what the high priority areas are. And then again, I know we've got a couple that are going to go into more depth here on what they're working on their action plan. GMD1, again, GMD1 has essentially their entire area covered, actually their entire area is covered by two different LEMAs. You can see in the middle is Wichita County. That was the first LEMA that GMD1 got approved in 2021. So the 5-year period runs from 2021 through the end of this year. And GMD1 is actively working on submitting a revision and update to that LEMA, which we expect any time. The goal of renewing that for another 5-year period starting January 1 of next year. The green areas on this map are what they call the 4-county LEMA. So it covers obviously the rest of the district, went into place a couple of years ago. And again, these are a 5-year allocation that is below their authorized quantity for their water rights. So trying to bring the water usage back more in balance with what Mother Nature provides. So they've got those in place. And again, as we work through that, then these become their action plans with renewal. GMD2, Equus Beds, you can see where that is. That's our furthest east groundwater management district. GMD2, as we think about from a water quantity standpoint and balance, is for the most part fairly well in balance. We've got a little bit of groundwater decline up around the McPherson area, and that's the area you can see in the northern part there in that kind of orange crosshatch. That's had a consistent groundwater use control area since 1980. Again, recognizing there were some decline issues that were happening there. And it had some essentially at that point closed down new development, put some restrictions on, didn't really put on a reduction in allocation, kind of froze things where they were to make sure we didn't develop more. As the district board looked at this, recognizing that maybe that area is kind of grown or it's not as big as maybe it should be, they're recommending to extend that area. You can kind of see a little bit south of McPherson, IGUCA, a little bit of an expansion there. The blue area is, we talk about the mercury chloride plume from time to time. And again, since we're groundwater use control area since I think 1983 or 4. And again, the board seeing that is in motion right? The water is kind of flowing from northwest to southeast in that area. Looking to expand or move that area a little bit to the southeast. The green area is the hollow nickel, and it's a special water quality use area. In this case, the provisions of the Paducah and the special water quality use area are essentially very similar, limiting additional development, making sure that we got meters and those kind of things, again, from the 83 or 84 timeframe. Both Burton and the hollow nickel are legacy oil and gas development water quality issues from the early 1900s, where we had a lot of chlorides due to that development at the time. You can see the red cross-hatched area. That's kind of a limited saturated thickness area, and the board has been working with us to make sure that as any new water rights or wells that get moved, make sure we have adequate spacing because there's not a lot of thickness in the aquifer there. They are also looking overall, haven't identified as high priority area, but overall at general water quality issues in the area. So that's what GMD2 is identified as our high priority areas. Southwest Kansas GMD3, and of course that's where we're at here today in Dodge City. They've identified kind of two levels. First, I want to recognize the red area here, which is along the Ark River, and is the Ark River Intensive Groundwater Use Control Area, and again, it's been in place since the early 80s. And again, at that point was trying to make sure that we didn't have additional development, had some restrictions on movement of water rights and those kind of things. That's been in place since the 80s, and by virtue of the statute is in itself a high priority area. GMD3 has also broken up their entire district into 17 different regions, and the board took action when they submitted their plan a year ago to say our entire district, for a district for a reason, everybody's in. We want to maintain the fact that we are a consistent district. We recognize there's differences within the boundaries, but the entire district is a high priority area. They worked with Kansas Geological Survey, and again, Jason Workwitz is going to talk about this a bit more in depth here in a little bit. But they have worked with Kansas Geological Survey to identify consistent areas where we see consistent soils, consistent water use, consistent aquifer conditions, and then they've broken them up into these 17 different regions. And they have been communicating with their users over the last few years through what they call their iCare program, where they look at what individual use is for any given water right, they compare that to their neighbors, and they communicate that with the individual users, and so folks can see kind of where they're at with their neighbors. But they are looking at these different regions as being somewhat similar, and then looking at what they need to do to take action again to bring things back in balance over time. Again, I'll let Jason talk more in depth here about that. GMD4 in Shannon's district, we talked a lot about the green area was the original LEMA, Sheridan County 6, went into place in 2013. And frankly, it's the reason we have the local enhanced management area law in the first place. Because at that time, in the early 2008, 2012, there was a lot of discussions happening in that area about what needed to happen. We were seeing groundwater declines, had on the order of 25 years left maybe, was a projection. And so that community came together and developed a plan, but there was concern. Their reduction was essentially a 20% reduction versus their historic use. The concern was that the intensive groundwater use control area statute, which was the only statute available to address it at that point, really turned all the control over to the chief engineer of the state. And it's a very prescribed process, hearing process we go through. If that happens, and the board was concerned that if we did that, turned it over to the chief engineer, it requires that the intensive groundwater use control area is based on the record from the hearing, not necessarily what the GMD submits in itself. Obviously, the GMD, what they submit is important, but it's based on the record. And so it was concerned that there would be outside parties that would come in and suggest different ways about doing things or different productions that then the chief engineer could potentially act on. And so the Local Enhanced Management Area Act was passed in 2012, primarily to make sure that the GMD, they came together, brought a plan, and submitted it, that we would have a hearing. But the chief engineer could either approve what the plan was, send it back and say, I think we got to have some revisions the board have to agree to, or the chief engineer could say, no, we're not going to approve your plan. But we couldn't necessarily go back independently of the groundwater management district and give them something other than what they had already brought to us as a plan. So that was pretty key. And again, sharing the stakes in the green area is the origin story for the Lima law. A few years later, 5 years later, the kind of area in the purple is the greater GMD4 Lima. And again, this shows it as kind of the outline of the whole thing. It definitely has some differences within each township, how much decline there's been, how much water use there is, and how much reduction in the allocation there is. So that's been in place since 2018. And so we'll be again up for renewal in 2028, I believe both of those. GMD5, Big Bend, groundwater management district number 5 in South Central. You can kind of see what their map of the upper portion there looks like. So there are 2 areas that are already included again by statute. Pawnee Valley Intensive Groundwater Use Control Area. You can kind of see the little arm that goes off the north side, I think around the Larned area. And that area coming in is where that comes into the Ark River. Again, that went into place in the 80s. It was extended in really outside the district in the early 2000s. And so again, that's been in place for a while. The Walnut Creek Intensive Groundwater Use Control Area, again, think about coming in around Great Bend, going up further up to the Nest City area is kind of the length of that. Went in place in 1992, 93, and was really tied with overdevelopment in that area, and trying to bring that back into balance with recognizing that we have Cheyenne Bottoms and a very significant senior surface water user towards the end of that. So this was one of the first places that we had in 1992 that we had actual reductions in allocations put in place and had a 5-year allocation. So we think about the Limas that we have today in the 5-year allocations. In a lot of ways, the thought about having a 5-year allocation and having reduced corrective controls on how much folks could pump is based on Walnut Creek Icuca in 1992. Each one have different provisions and kind of fashion a little differently. But again, we think about how things have marched through time. This was kind of a pretty significant step in recognizing how we bring things back to balance when we're maybe over appropriate. GMB5 also identified the Rattlesnake Creek region, which is on the left. And obviously, we've talked a lot about that. So there's a lot of similarities with Walnut Creek. There's a lot of differences there too. I think the map we have up there is what we call Zone A. So it's really any water right that the modeling shows at least 10% of what they pump would have gone in the stream had they not pumped. So there's about 1,400 water rights in that area. Again, we talked about this one more than any of us want to. But it is a key priority and one that the GMD has been working on very diligently. And I want to give Horn and the GMD a lot of credit. They've been working really hard with us over the last few years to try to address this issue. On the right, there's a lot of overlap there. Middle intrusion area chloride, that's a naturally occurring upwelling. We've got kind of layered geology in that area. So we've got a freshwater aquifer on top, and then we've got more of a saltwater aquifer below, and there's a lot of interconnection in there. And so making sure that we're managing that in a way that we protect the surface, the cleaner water that doesn't have the chlorides, because we've got a lot of folks that have not a lot of irrigation in that area. There's some, but there's a lot of pasture, a lot of domestic use, a lot of pasture wells, those kind of things that could be severely impacted if we don't manage that area. And again, I think Warren's going to talk about that in more depth here. Happy to answer questions on any of these, but again, I want to give a high level overview of where things stand. And then again, the other managers can talk more depth.
Any quick questions? Lindsay, quickly.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. You mentioned that GMD1 is renewing their Lima. Do you know if that has been included against conservation goals, or is it the same?
Well, I think we'll wait and see, right, until it's submitted. But I think it's primarily a renewal of existing.
Which is about.
I think it's on a sliding scale, in 10 to 25. Yes, it's a sliding scale, yeah. So it's about 15% overall.
I have a quick question, or I'll try to make it quick. When the GMDs submit a plan to you, you can only accept or deny.
We can accept and say, yes, we're gonna approve the plan as is. We can deny the plan in total and say we're not moving forward with it. Or we can send it back and say, we think we can, if you change these provisions, then we can approve it. So but it goes back to the board and we say, it could be any provisions. Could be the quantity, it could be the appeal process, whatever is a provision of their management program. We can send it back and say, if we think these changes need to be made, then it becomes the board can say, I agree with those changes, we want to move forward. And if so, then it becomes effective. And if they say, no, we don't agree with those changes, and then the process stops, or they go back and start over.
I just want to clarify that point. Can you,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That Burton and the Hollow Nickel, that couldn't have been the only places where they were doing evaporative pools. Is it a problem there more than others because of the water table, or are there other problems around the state? Like, are there other areas like that around the state?
I'm like,
There was a problem there because of the silty, sandy soils.
Okay.
It's just real conducive.
they were all over the state, but that area was specifically warm because of shallow ground around the same sites.
Senator Titus?
Before we get into GMD specifically, I just want to share with everybody, we did only ask 3 and 5 to present in detail. It's not because we don't love our other 3 GMBs, but they're farther in the process. They have more Igucas and Limas that have had more recent conversations, and we thought we'll give them an opportunity when we're talking more about what do solutions look like in the sort of second phase of meetings. But GMBs 3 and 5, they're earlier in that process of identifying the problems and working through it. And so we thought rather than try and rush through all 5, we'd start with 3 and 5 here and hear about how now that they're in the throes of that process. So I didn't want anyone to think we were leaving out anybody, but we'll hear from them later, I think is the plan. So.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I am really interested to hear from 3 and 5. I know DWR has been active in the working groups. That's a part of the rattlesnake discussion. And I also want GMB3 to be successful if they create their action plans. I was just wondering if DWR is doing anything currently to be in ongoing discussions with them if they're doing their outreach and plan development, or if that's kind of, we've talked a little bit about how you're working with everyone to define what reasonable or is it reasonable, adequate, what that means in terms of the statute, but are you actively working with GMB3 as well to kind of?
It's a little bit of a different situation, right?
Sure.
The working group in Rattlesnake Creek is obviously based on the impairment, and so we've got a much more direct role there. GMB3, obviously, we're at every one of their meetings and having discussions with staff and some to board in between meetings so that we have that conversation, but we want them to be definitely the one out front leading this effort at this point.
Okay.
Okay, next we'll have Jason Norquist, Managing Director of GMD3.
Good morning. As I said, my name is Jason Norquist. I've had a lot of different titles. Simplest thing is, yes, I'm with GMD3, and to continue the initiation of being introduced here. I worked on the family farm in Nebraska, so I went to college, worked at Selborne, and yes, believe it or not, I worked at a men's clothing store. Hardly anybody believes it, but it's true. I did do that, so. But I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today. I do believe we're making great strides as we move forward with this. The board and even the whole district's taking this very actively with us. And with that, as you can see, one thing, it's been a lot of PR really for us. We've heard House Bill 2279, 82A, 1044. We refer to it as conservation initiative. That puts us in ownership of it. So that's how when we go to meetings, we talk to our water users out there. This is our conservation initiative, plain and simple. That's the way we're presented moving forward. As you can see, you've seen these maps quite a bit. You've got the estimated usable lifetime on the left side. Then it's showing the declines on the right side. This is what really kind of led to us saying there was two factors led to it. Our whole district has seen declines through the years with it. And plus, like Earl said, when we went out to our meetings, people said, if one's in it, we're all in it. We don't want boundaries, we're all in it, because even though the southern part of our district might have a little more water as far as saturated thickness, it doesn't give it up quite as much. So they don't want to be in the same trouble we see in northern part of our districts. So that's part of the reason we went. We're going to say our whole district's part of this, all together with it. So we made our whole district a priority area. And as Earl said, we started this program, this eye care program, I think we're going into our 5th year. With it is a way to get information out to the water users out there. And like I said, this is working hand in hand with KGS to show people. And plus we get able to break down into regions because we have a pretty extensive database within GMD3 of meter testing and meter flows. Because we do meter inspections every year. We try to do a quarter of our district every year on rotation. We hire contractors in the summer to go out and do that for us. So we had information on what those wells have been pumping over this has been going on for about 18 years now. So we had pretty good information. And with that, we were able to develop this little subunits within our districts with everything. Come up with, and then, like I said, you've heard about the Q stable. We started implementing that. What's going to take to get the stability, get people thinking about this. So that's why that's why we're using Q stable, because our people know about it and have for the last several years. Like I said, we started out last year with the meetings. We held 4 of them. Garden City, Lakin, Johnson, 6 of them. Johnson, Sublette, and Hugoton. And as you kind of see, as we go through the pictures there, we started getting more and more people coming to our meetings, getting more input from them as we got going. And as you can imagine, the first few meetings, there was really good debates going on. And after that, as you see the progression of the meetings going through, it wasn't so much debates, it came down to people were focused in on what should our goal be, how are we going to get there. I mean, our district really took hold of that. We followed that up, some March meetings. Again, now we broke down into 4 meetings, which was Dodge City, Garden City, Ulysses, and Sublette. And I will compliment the board. We went through and we got a federal grant. And one thing that has helped us quite a bit is I'm sure a lot of you have been to the meetings out sometimes you start, lack of a better term, chasing squirrels. We worked with K-State on this, and we worked with the moderator team, and they kept everybody on task. They had the things all developed for us. Here's what we're going to ask. Here's the time limit. Here's different, and even sent home a little card with them saying, anytime you need something, fill this card out or hit the QR code, get the information back to us. So I think that is very helpful for us, keeping everything on track with it. So we went and we got the moderators working with us on this. Then we followed that up with our meeting in March, our annual meeting, which was in Cimarron this year. We rotated around the district every 3 years with it. One of our highly attended annual meetings, which I'm happy to say in the past few years, unfortunately, I wish they would have been there more in the last 2 years also. But we broke out into groups there by the regions per county. So we had the county representative on the board sitting with them. We had the moderators, we had them into their groups. We get focused in a little bit more as we keep going through this. Not only that, but we're also trying to pay attention to the economic studies. We're working with the Docking Institute right now to update the value of water and what that effects would be, because that's part of GMD's task is also we got to make sure we help the economic stability of the area as well. Because that's what we're bound, our economic area is developed on basic water use, farming with that. And we have a very important region. You go off the last 2022, 2023 ag census. Our district alone right now is almost 36% of the ag economy of Kansas. It's very important to Kansas, it's very important to the local area. It's an important aspect, we gotta make sure we don't adversely affect that as well. So we're looking into economic studies. And then we went into our conservation initiative goals. Like I said, the entire district will work towards stability within a well-planned time frame. By that I mean, because of that Q stable, the way I just broke out, we were able to take some of those regions at like 2% along the Ark River. We're dealing with two things there. It's only 2%, you can go there right away, and plus, we have a uranium problem. We're working with KGS, KDHE, and DWR, everybody on that. What do we do about that? How do we take care of that uranium that's coming down the river? So that made it kind of a high priority within a high priority area. At the same time, you go down into Meade County and part of Seward County, we have a natural formation of high chlorides. So we've got to maintain, we don't see an upwell into those chlorides. So again, that made another sub-region within the sub-region, high priority within a high priority area. Excuse me. But then as we go through, like I said, some of those regions that are low percentage to Q stable, we can go right away. Other regions, we got 20, 35% to get to Q stable. We can walk them into it over a 20-year plan. We're not looking at this as a 5-year plan. We're looking at 5-year steps into a 20-year plan and beyond with it. This is kind of graph that came up with our Q stable and how it's been over the last few years, where we need to be. And with that, working with KGS and Browning, specifically, we were able to take that Q stable and take our plan that we had in place, saying, okay, we're going to take this region, we're going to go to Q stable right away. We're going to take this region, it might be a 10-year plan, 2 5-year steps. Some of the others, we're looking at going 20-year plans with it. With that, Browning was able to come up with maps and project it out. As we go through, like I said, here's 23 to 2033. The change status quo is we don't do anything. Scenario 1 was more aggressive. We're going to hit it really hard. Scenario 2, let's start looking at that 15, 20-year plan. And the one thing came out of it is when you're going through it, really between scenario 1 and scenario 2, there's not a lot of difference with it, but by the time we get to 2063, I didn't go too fast. Look on the map, we're looking at possible savings of 50 acre foot. Doesn't mean we're bringing it back, just means that 50 acre foot is still there for people in our district to use. So we think we've got a pretty good plan we can start implementing here, and people are getting on board with it. All right, moving forward, we do have more meetings planned. Right now, we still have funding for at least 8 more meetings. We're going to start breaking those down into more regionalized areas, start getting some numbers out. Once we finalize the percentages we're going to go off of with it. Our goal probably moving forward is, as Earl said, we've been working with them quite a bit. Probably been bugging him more than he likes to admit sometimes, he's being nice. But working with them, of course, our local water commissioners on it. Our goal right now with the board is we're going to have a plan in place to present by March. Reason is, as Earl said, it's quite a process, and plus we're going overloading. He's got 5 other GMDs he's working with here. But let's see what they say. Let's come back. Let's talk. Are those any of those areas that we need to work on, or maybe tweak a little bit to help out with it? Then once that's done, as you know, the LEMA statute requires 2 public hearings. That takes time to set those up through that process. But we want things rolling by 2027 with that. And some other work we've been doing on the side, like I said, we're always looking for opportunities for the area. As I said, we're working on an economic impact study with the Docking Institute. We're working with 4-H production models, statistical analysis, predict future and irrigated acreage. And plus we're GMD3 modeling. We work with KGS. We do have a tool online, GUI tool. people can kind of zoom into their own little acreage with it. But I'm also pleased to say with the funding of the state, you've heard GMB4 had the aerial electromagnetic analysis done. GMB1 just finished it up. I'm happy to say in next year is GMB3's turn. We're really looking forward to that information. So we'll continue getting better information as we go with it. I would kind of finish to say, like I said, a lot of people say, okay, it's a whole district. How you using that Q stable? That Q stable works for us because as that Q, like I said, everybody knows about it already. But as we're going through each 5-year period, we get to see what's the change in that Q stable from start to now. Do we need to make adjustments as we move forward? Make sure we're online to get ourselves as close to Q stable as we can. That gives us a range. It's going to be easier for us to manage going into the future. That's the understanding that we're going. And with that, I believe I take questions.
Any questions? Representative Howardson.
Thank you, co-chairs. I just want to say my last meeting with the water committee was not great for GMB3, and I have asked questions last session. I was on water committee. And then what I'm hearing today, I just want to applaud you and your efforts, and I think this is really, really good. Thank you. Thank you for all your hard work.
I will be sure to tell the board that. Stay
Yeah.
big focus in that. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Just make sure we're on the same page. Can you give us the layman's definition of Q stable?
Well, I keep going back and forth on this, but basically, I always break it down. The simplest thing, it is the difference between what is going into the ground and what's coming out of the ground. We do not have a whole lot of recharge going on in a lot of the areas, but we know what's coming out of the ground. Now, if you break that down further and further, and please jump in, you know better. But you're looking at different weather, they looked at different weather patterns for the last 60 to 80 years. That's taken into effect, and then they project that out. Are we going to run through another drought like we've had in the past? Project that out. It kind of gives us an idea of what can we expect possibly in the future. But
Is it, and it's not, it doesn't stop declines, right? It's lessening declines to the current level roughly. Is that, I'm trying to, maybe even simpler than what you just said.
A lot of things can be simpler than what I said a lot of times. The way I've always looked at it, the way we kind of look at it, it's not going to make us stay just totally flat. But what it does, it starts working us in. We're going to slow the declines to where we get into a range that we can now manage those ranges, because we'll have good years, we'll have bad years, just like we're going through. This is going to allow us to take into account those good and bad years over, say, 5-year periods with it, and make our major decisions based on that. So it'll get us right in there to more sustainability.
And then on the iCare map here, right? These, the percentages by region, that's the percent cut from current use that you think gets you into that Q stable range. Is that?
Yeah.
That's accurate.
That's accurate with it, and that's the one thing we like about the Q stable and having local inputs. In fact, if I don't do it too quick, here we go back to that. As you can see, there's quite a bit of differences. Like I said, along the Ark River there, we got 2%. You go further, the eastern reach of the Ark River, you're looking at 10%. We feel those can pretty much get there right away, and most people within those areas believe that also. With it though, and local inputs, you look at northern Finney and northern Great counties up there, they're 9%. You go down into southern Ford County, they're also 9%. Working with the local water users in that area, they're two different 9% based on the regions, the withdrawals. The regions up north in Finney and Great County, that 9%, we're thinking, okay, let's go to stability right away. Because they'll tell you, we don't have a 20-year plan. We got to go right away. They want to go now. You go to southern Ford County, and going off the data we've seen, we can ease them into it. It's a different 9%, really. So we can ease them in more gradual steps with it.
How much water, how deep been?
They haven't seen quite the declines like they have in northern Finney and Great County. And plus, you look at, like, especially in northern Great County, we have a lot of areas they've been maintaining for 300 gallons a minute for the last 15 years. They're seeing pretty good results. Well, they're starting to see where those wells are dropping off on them now. So they feel the pressure go right away. You're not seeing quite a big of hit to the gallons per minute in Southern Ford County oil and gas.
One last one, just when you had in these regions and you've got the numbers and you're talking, so is the idea where you need reductions, would you, what is it, 18 areas or whatever, would you implement a Lima in each one, or so when you comes, I know you're not quite there yet, but how are you guys conceptualizing actually putting the reductions into place?
Yeah, break it down by the regions, but basically it's going to be the overall general idea of the Lima that we're going to implement is going to be consistent across the district. Now, the cuts they take will be broke down by the regions like that.
So you think one big Lima with individual regions rather than 19 separate Limas?
Mm-hmm. As of right now.
Yeah, no, I just think there's different ways to cut that up, so. Raj.
Representative Rogers.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to make sure before Representative Vaughn got in, so. Thanks for what you do, and I know you're gonna hear this a lot, but I want to make sure those in the audience, those online, and those, I'm glad we're here. I think to be in person, to be in GMD3 should speak volumes. Should speak volumes where we're gonna head with this. You know, we're gonna hear over the next couple of days, and we're gonna retread a lot of the hits that GMD3 took. Well, GMD3 didn't stick their head in the sand or dig their boots in. They got to work. They got to work. And so I just want to make sure that we're gonna talk about tomorrow. Well, that's kind of where I am on this deal. And you know where I feel about GMD3 and the work that you all have done. A couple years ago, I wasn't sure we're gonna get there, but we're getting there slowly. So my point is I have a question. I have just one other, or kind of two things. Why, I think the economic study thing is one that should not be lost either. That, you know, as we talk about reductions and we talk about all these other things about what we're gonna do to save the aquifer. One thing we never talk about is the economic impact. Farmers should not be paying full irrigated property tax if they're not irrigating at what they are. So I think to do that, was that an idea that came from somebody or from your members to say, hey, we need to have the economics of it, or the region? Is that why that decided to be done?
Great question. Really, it came from a combination of our board of directors and those local meetings. Because people would come in there and they'd say, do you realize what is that going to do to my land value? Do you realize what is that going to do to the county assessments? It's all tied together with it. So that's where it brought together was our water users and the boards that we have to make sure we keep economics in the forefront of how this is going to go forward.
Mr. Chairman, so you as a board, your board thinks that Lima, that a Lima will work and we don't have to do, in a sense, a couple of Igucas in some areas. You think that a Lima under maybe tighter management, not that Limas aren't, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. But to really maybe have this a different way of looking at a Lima, maybe something than say Sheridan 6, which we kind of hold up as kind of the standard of how this thing got going. So it may look completely different then, because I guess my bottom line is local control, local folks making decisions so the state doesn't have to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. That's the main focus of everything. It's just like how we're growing up the plan with it. We do have the Iguca, the upper Iguca in it. We've had that for years. And really, you go back, even the other high priority I was kind of pointing out there in Meade and Seward County, we've had that in our rules for years, GMD3 rules, because we knew that was high chloride areas. So we pay a little more attention when they do real redrills and everything there. And with that, and yeah, like I said, Sheridan County was kind of gold standard. They got out there first. They took a lot of the arrows with it. That's what's been so great for helpful with us is we can take what they did. We can take what Katie's done, even Tim and Warren. We can take pieces of that. It may not fit our district perfectly, but we think this is what our district is. And that's coming, like I said, from our local water users.
Thank you.
Representative Vaughn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also wanted to start by complimenting you guys. I'm there's a lot of information here and I'm really impressed by all the work you have done. I think you've really taken 2279 and run with it and the amount of conservation initiative and really run with it. The amount of public meetings you've had, the goals you're already setting. I mean, the fact that, based on public input, you guys are already saying that you want to move towards stability over the course of the next 5 to 25 years. Like that is something I did not think that I would hear coming out of GMD3 in this timeframe. And it's really impressive. I think it's admirable and you guys are taking great steps towards that. So I just wanted to compliment you on that. And I guess I just wanted to get a little bit more into the details, specifically on the scenario 1 and scenario 2. Do you care, or do you mind sharing a little bit more about what those are?
It's a little bit hard to do, because like I said, we looked at the whole district with it. And what we threw at Brownie was basically a couple scenarios for 17, 18 different regions. Like I said, that was taken, those that are like at the 2% there in yellow, going to stability right away. Over 2-step plan. Those that are at 10%, we looked doing stability over a 10-year plan, 2-step, or can we break that out into a 15-year step? Really, it was just minor adjustments like that. And then you go to the other parts of the regions there where you're looking at 18% or so. Okay, let's start saying we're going to go 20% of Q stable each step. Then let's take another one, let's go 25% of Q stable each step. Just kind of lowers the years on it. So he was able to run those scenarios for us, and really it came down to there wasn't a whole lot of difference between scenario 1 and 2. So that felt like we're on the right path right there. The areas we have to go right away, let's do it right away. The other ones, let's work that 20-year step into it. So really, we're probably looking at about majority of the districts probably going to be on a 20-year plan. They'll do 25% increment as we go.
And then quick follow-up. So this is a little bit of a tangent, but I've started to hear more and more about OpenET. And I was just curious if you could share more about your partnership to get that implemented and how you think it will benefit the district.
What we're looking at on that, it is fairly new with stuff. We found a group that wants to study this, working on trying to get a grant to get it out into the field and probably some applications with it. But and of course, I don't know everything about everything with it, but it's going to give them an idea, another tool, a toolbox that says, okay, here's what the weather pattern and everything's setting up. Here's where ET values look like, and it helps them kind of manage irrigation as we go forward.
And like this is like satellite data, right? That's awesome.
Sorry, could you explain more what that actually is? I'm not sure we all.
It's so new with that. I'm not sure I can give you an explanation of it. Like I said, there are certain inputs you can put into, what your crop going to be, where's your area at, soil, everything like that. So it knows what your holding capacity is, what the uptake for the crop's going to be. And with that, kind of say, okay, if we're in a drought period, here's what we're looking at for water needs.
Can you maybe start with explaining ET?
ET, evapotranspiration. Okay, ET is just basically what we're losing through evaporation
From the plants.
From the plants. Without getting myself in trouble, I'm not sure I can go a whole lot deeper.
Director Kenyon.
Thank you, chairs. Jason, I have to say, this is the first time I've really heard it in depth, and I'm tickled pink by this. One thing that really stands out to me is the fact that, we have this tool, or the LEMA tool, or your conservation initiatives, however you want to coin that. And it just goes to show that, through local input, they all look different, GMD1, GMD4, GMD3 now, with these, and GMD 2 and 5 as well, only, different dynamics with that. But I think it's wonderful. One thing, and it goes to show you how local control and local input directly affects, even down to these kind of regions, I think is awesome. So, but one thing I was curious about in your discussions, in all these public meetings that you've had, you have down in your district a lot more larger industry, say, than I do up in mine. And maybe more of the larger absentee landowners and things like that. How are those conversations going with those people? And are they coming to the table and being active parts, or representatives, or I guess kind of give some dynamics with that if you don't mind.
Oh, yeah, as far as the absentee landowners, we do have a pretty good percentage of it. It seems to be growing as the years go on. We are getting more and more input from them as well. Like I said, I have phone calls, emails, quite a bit every week with not only the producer, but, okay, the landlord. What are we going to do? What do I need to do to help this out moving forward? So we're getting more and more input from those absentee landowners, and which is great. Now, as far as like the industrial, like I said, we are pretty heavy. We got industrial, we got stock, we got municipalities. We are working with them because everybody says, like I said, if one's in it, we're all in. It's a little bit harder for municipalities and stock users to say, okay, I'm going to take a cut. I mean, they pretty much have, no matter what the weather is, they've got supply of water. But that doesn't mean we can't leave them out of the conversation. We are talking actively with municipalities. Is there some program we can get them on that might help them say, okay, here's an evaluation, here's your system. A lot like the ITI program, here's your system, here's improvements you can make that's going to save you some water money in the future. Start planning for it. Let's start making those updates. Stocks the same way, because they also realize their local grain are these farmers out here. So that we're working with the stock folks as well, saying, okay, what can you do to help out this situation? What do you want to be? Let's partner with you, let's not leave you out. So we're including all of those people in discussions.
It's awesome. Thanks.
Chief Lewis?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to follow up on the open ET piece. So as Jason said, ET is just a measure of evapotranspiration from the plant. Open ET is something that was developed primarily out of NASA. It uses satellite imagery to measure different bands of the light spectrum, how much water is coming out of the plant. And so it's flown every few days. That data is available free if you pick it up. And so it's a piece of it, right? As you think about now, what's the soil holding capacity? And then it puts the ability for you. It's another piece of information so that you can manage your water more effectively. But it gives you a picture of individual fields and says, here's how much water evaporated, transpired from that field in the last 3 days, for example. And then you can use some other tools along with maybe soil moisture probes and irrigation scheduling to really dial in. And the key thing here is, I think, and then going back to Raj's point here about the economics, I think all of these tools together really help to make sure that the economic impact to an individual farmer or the region is really minimized, right? Because the more tools, more information we put in the farmer's hands, they can adjust to using less water and still maintain their productivity and profitability. So it's just that measure of transpiration.
I would finish by saying, like I said, I appreciate the compliments, and I guarantee the board's working hard on it. We've made adjustments with our board meetings. They're open to the public, they're on Zoom. We love to have you there. We don't make the best coffee, but it's okay. Come on out, have it. Our board meetings this Wednesday, in fact, and we've had more committee meetings, but our board meetings now, we've streamlined a lot of the regular business. So we set aside the last hour, hour and a half or more if we needed, specifically on this project here. The main committee we have working on is our policy and legal committee. We had a 3-hour Zoom call last Thursday, and they said, I don't think we're ready for the board meeting Wednesday. So unfortunately, I've got to beg out here this afternoon, go back to another committee meeting, but I do plan to be here tomorrow here for discussion. I can guarantee you the board, I'm very pleased with them. They are taking this very seriously, and the staff stepped up too.
Josh?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So sorry to get granular here. I'm just trying to figure out how bad is the natural chloride problem there in Seward and Meade County? Because it looks like, to me, it looks like it's one of the more saturated thickness parts of the GMD, and you're asking them for a 35% reduction. Is that all to manage the chloride in there, or what?
Well, if you go off our rules right now that we have in place with it, when they do regionals and so forth like that, the main assumption is that, and we used it when we closed the district down that area, you're looking at about 40% of that bottom part of that saturated thickness isn't usable. It's got high chlorides. So it is, that just speeded up the problem. And like I said, with the rules, we got to make sure they don't get into that and start letting that upland come into the fresh water as well. So it's been a concern for years.
Chair Kenny?
So I'll ask you a tough question, I'll ask more on the same one, so you don't get picked on, but, I know that, sometimes when we put together these requirements, there was not everybody loved the way it came together, and having been in an agency, I know the state and local units don't always see eye to eye on priorities. But, I'm sharing the sentiments of everyone else, this is, the work that's happened over the last year and a half, 2 years, has been impressive from where we were 5 years ago, and do you think when we put this together at the legislature, did we strike a good balance as a relationship working through this, been supportive with DWR and the other agencies? Did we get it right in sort of like focusing things and how are the relationships and just the overall process for you guys?
Honestly, for the most part, yes, I believe you did get it right because you're putting it in the local control, first of all. That's the main thing, because those water users in the districts know the districts better than anybody. That's the best place to start. And as far as the cooperation, like I said, I'm bugging Earl quite a bit. I'm talking to Connie all the time too. And that, I think, just helps us move forward with anything. So I think you struck a pretty good balance.
I want to make a couple of comments. I applaud you for the progress you've made. I hear a lot less comments from your citizens than I did in the last couple of years. You're kind of unique in a lot of ways. You border Oklahoma. I used to get phone calls from people on your southern edge that said, I want to pump it before the guys across the line in the other state get it. That's really kind of calmed down a little bit. And honestly, in the last 6 months, I've got a couple of phone calls from the other side of the line, people in Oklahoma going, you guys are doing something right up there. How do we start something? This Ogallala covers 8 states. And I like local solutions to local conditions. But there's still a portion of this that I think this committee might need to consider a little bit is some of this is beyond our state borders. We have to deal with Colorado on the Ark River and the Republican and several other things.
And Cimarron.
And Cimarron. So I applaud what you're doing. You got a very diverse district.
It is very diverse, and that just kind of adds to the intrigue. I don't want to say that it adds to the difficulty, but adds to the intrigue, because everybody's coming together with these ideas. And they're making it work with one stuff. So I'm very happy with the party.
I think 2279 and your public meetings have had a really good impact on what's going on.
Conservation initiative. It really is. People have been thinking about this for a long time, really. And I'll just kind of, I don't want to take up too much, we have one of the higher WCAs in the regions probably. And yeah, they've been getting credit for it. It's been a good job. But the last renewal, one of the first ones, T&O, was one of the first WCAs in the area. When they renewed it, I think for the third time. Just for fun, I had a few minutes. I went around and randomly picked some of the neighbors around them and said, okay, what have you been doing the same time they're in this WCA? The neighbors were pretty much the same as what they were in the WCA. They're learning from each other on it and saying, okay, this all affects us, we're all part of it. So I was real happy to see that. I've done that on a couple of WCAs, but they're learning from it. They may not be getting notarized, but they're doing it already. So I think even the first steps, like I was saying, well, we can do that. Let's go get ready for the second step. See them into it. Second. They're on board for the most part. There will be those that don't, but we're working with them. So
thank you, Jason.
Thank you for your time.
Next up, we have Warren Farrell, the manager of Big Bend number 5.
Good morning. Members of the committee, Warren Farrell, JV5 district manager. Kind of follow the same theme, I guess. My first job in high school was tilling over 100 acres, anywhere from tomatoes, strawberries, melons, cucumbers, etc. It seemed like year round, but it was just during the summer. But when you're out there with full exposure as a redhead, it was interesting. again, thank you for the opportunity this morning to provide some updates on what we're doing in central Kansas. The comment was made earlier, water was gold. You know, that correlation. In our district, you know, water is gold. You know, in some ways, we consider ourselves Fort Knox, but the issue is that gold gets tarnished because we have quite a bit of water quality concerns in that district. So with that, go ahead and get going. And thank you, Earl, for kind of giving a lead in on some of the things we've been doing and laying out our areas, excuse me. One thing I always lead off with this in most of my meetings. What is different in GMD5 that differentiates us from largely the rest of the state? You know, our water is very shallow. We have a lot of sand sitting on top of us. You know, about 50 foot of water on average. Some areas it's less than 8 feet. Some areas it's less than 2 feet below ground. Some areas it's 100 foot. So the average has to be about 50 feet, but it is different throughout the region. Average saturated thickness about 100 to 150 feet. We have a good amount of water. We don't have the 200 foot like Jason has in some of his area down south of here. But because of our water table, because of our sand sitting on top of it, our water table doesn't change much. Since the 40s, according to KGS, it's changed 5 to 10 feet. So in relation, you know, to kind of put a perspective on that, this ceiling's 8 feet. So since the 40s, our water table has changed this much. That can't be said in a lot of areas of the state. Now, it does not mean, and I don't mean to say that to gloss over the fact that we do have some areas that have larger declines. Our highest decline area in the last 20 years, and I'll get to that in here in a little bit, is in Edwards-Kiowa County. Over the last 20 years, it's lost 10 feet. Again, just add 2 feet on top of this room over that 20-year period. So we're not talking about huge quantity issues in the district when it comes to having water. Timing and quality of that water are key that we're dealing with. Again, I've already mentioned the sandy soils that overlay the region. Over we were established in 1976. Over those years, we requested 2 IGUCAs that Earl mentioned, the Wet Walnut and the Pawnee River. We closed our area to new water rights in '93. Water meters came in about the same time. Implemented the mineral intrusion project. Again, that's one of our areas of concern in the '90s. Due to the chloride infiltration in the east. Irrigation scheduling, looking at what Mother Nature is providing in real time, and then scheduling how you're going to irrigate based on that information. We have 12 weather stations sprinkled throughout our district that we own and maintain. We're very proud of that. It takes quite a bit of time to do that. Water banking doesn't get enough credit, I don't think. A little bit of bias from a previous water bank manager. Water banking is something that's very unique. It does not look at historic use by and large for setting up how water is managed going forward. The first program in the state that did that, to my knowledge. Obviously, modeling, we're unique. Our district uses an independent contractor for our modeling. We share that with KGS, with KDA for making management decisions going forward. Obviously, some work that we have been doing with the federal government through AWEP to remove end guns of center pivot systems. Then with the gracious help of Heidi and Nature Conservancy, the CIG project, which is really successful in showing what technology can do for when you put it in the hands of producers like Pat here to make wise choices with how they're using water and can save water on their own terms through the use of technology. And that's really what has blossomed into now the state's WISE program and also the new initiative that the irrigation technology initiatives that have been going on the last couple of years. So get down to it, the areas of concern, we've discussed these things. What does this look like in GMD5 with our stable water tables? Well, how do we identify areas of concern? Well, we discussed it many, many times. We asked KGS kind of what the water table is doing over the long term. Initially, they said, over the last 5 years, you've done this with your water table. I said, no, we can't look at 5 years. We fluctuate too much in the 5 year. So we said, we got to look at 20 years. So all of our tables, all of our track history, we look at a 20-year time frame. That gets us on either side of multiple droughts, either side of multiple rain events, so that we can kind of make good choices with a longer track history. So in those areas were approved by the board in June of 2025. Here's updated map with those areas identified laying on top of each other. And there's a few different colors. The first is red or pink, red. Those are our areas of concern that we identified. We have the wet walnut, Iguca up near the north, Pawnee River to the west, mineral intrusion area, it's kind of the square area to the east, then the big blob, the seahorse that flows through the center of my district, about a third of my district is covered by that priority area for the Rattlesnake Creek region. That covers, like Earl said, the 10% impact area plus some area that's being considered through our EIS. But I'll get into further detail of that. And then we did say there are some areas that we need to look further into for water quantity. That's that blob in the west that's yellow. It's not an area of concern, but it is something we're taking a very close look at and monitoring at a higher level than we've ever done before in the past. Say, okay, what is actually going on here? They were not ready yet to make the jump to elevate it to a priority area. It's something we're taking a look at. That is the area that has that 10-foot drop over the 20-year time period. So they did want to single that out and kind of focus on that going forward to see if there's something we need to elevate. And then, you know, we get a little bit backlash on this as well. The entire district we identified as a supplemental area for nitrates. So the yellow kind of is behind everything. We weren't quite sure where those areas of concern were within our district for nitrates. So we said we're going to look at everything and focus more sampling. I'll get into more detail of each of these areas here in just a second. So as Earl said, the Pawnee River, or Pawnee Valley, Iguca was established in 1981. It really ratcheted down the safe yield. So that's the amount of water that can be authorized within a 1-mile radius. And then in 85, it was ratcheted down again, cut in half to 750 feet. A little bit of perspective. Normally in my district is about 2,500 acre feet for the rest of the district. So really went aggressive in 1985 to ratchet down how much water was being approved in that time frame, very early on in our history. And as Earl said, in 2007, it was proposed to be expanded to the west to cover Hodgson County. That first phase, they kind of outlined the parties, kind of outlined those borders. That phase 1 order was issued to include the Buckner watershed, but it stopped at that point. Phase 2 was not conducted. That was kind of take a look at the modeling, take a look at what's going on with hydrology. That never happened. And here we are 20 years later, and that's kind of hanging overhead. Whether it's needed or not, I'm not sure. We're going to be having some meetings coming up in late October in Larned, just on the outside of the area technically, to have a discussion about what those users want to see in this area. If they want the state to come in and take phase 2 on, or if they want to remove the Buckner and ratchet down what's going on, the Pawnee, Iguca, or just kind of keep things going as they are. There are no modified allocations in that area. It's just a heightened monitoring in the region. So this is the first Iguca, as Earl said, the Walnut Creek Iguca, the first Iguca that really ratcheted down allocations in the region. So in 92, it was established. They established 5-year allocations tiered based on priority and the location, which county you're in. So Barton County, junior water users went from 18 inches down to 5.25 inches per year. And then they set up a 5-year allocation based on that. Senior water users got 12 inches, and then the ones that were senior to DIP, 2 drying bottoms retain their senior water allocations. It was amended over time through the 90s, early 2000s to accommodate a few real revisions for carryovers, for CRP accommodations, those types of things. The GMD board back in 2015 requested formally to say, hey, we need this thing reviewed to see if it's needed. And that was at the request of the water users in the area. And fortunately in 2021, a little bit of stuff happened in the meantime in 2015, 16. So the state's been very, very busy. 2021, the state did initiate that formal review. Right now, they're waiting on some work that my consultant is doing, our model, to continue that work. It's my understanding we are going to be having meetings in Great Bend on this area to kind of see what the local water users want to see in that IGUCA review. But that's really where we are at this one. It's just kind of waiting on that IGUCA review. The one that has hit the news more times than I would really want to count. It's been the lion's share focus of my day, week, month, year, the better part of 2 decades. When I first started the district in 2006, or 20 years ago, this is the very first program I worked on. Earl said, when he was with DWR, one of his first projects was to take a look at the Rattlesnake Creek. So we share that a little bit. 2016, the impairment report came out, said 3,000 to 5,000 acre feet is needing to be restored to that stream. It can be done through reductions in water use, or it can be done through stream flow augmentation, or some combination therein. That really kind of spearheaded, okay, that's the direction we need to look. So over the next 10 years, we tried many different plans, some successful, some not, mostly in the latter category, to try and figure out what this looks like. In 2020, we initiated the watershed plan EA at the time. It's now morphed into something that's called the EIS, Environmental Impact Statement. It's a very intensive scrutiny on the hydrology, intensive scrutiny on the economy of what this thing could look like as far as putting forward a plan to address the concern. So that plan has 2 focused priority issues. 1, ag water management, maintaining the ag economy in the region. Second, but definitely not less, is to meaningfully address the Rattlesnake Creek and Quivira impairment. That wording was strategic and important. We were told very early on when we wanted to say we want to address this and have it resolved, and put a fine point on it. NRCS said, well, is that GMD's jurisdiction to determine if it's resolved? No, it's not. That jurisdiction, that responsibility lies directly with the chief engineer. To respect that and to account for that, we said, well, we'll get as close to that line with our language as we can. And so we said, well, meaningfully address it. And so if you notice with the working group going forward right now, that is really the language the working group talks about right now, is to meaningfully address that impairment. So we've been an active part of that working group, haven't had the capability due to federal statutes to be as aggressive and involved as we would like. But we've been at every meeting and interacted with every meeting, obviously giving updates on what we're doing with the EIS. In fact, here last month, we were approached by the task force formally to utilize the water rights that GMD5 owns for use by the task force for implementing some enhanced pilot augmentation. So we agreed to lease those water rights at no cost to KDA DWR to further that effort with the task force. That is something that we struggled with our legal to make sure we could do that. Something we've been wanting to be able to do, and fortunately we were able to make that work going forward. With the EIS, big updates. We had a round of public meetings earlier this year. Had about 130 comments from public entities, private NGOs, state and federal agencies, and more importantly to me, the private public. Whether they're in the area or not, we had quite a few comments from the general public on what we're doing right, what we got wrong. And so we're actively right now working through those comments to address them, respond to them, and then more importantly, revise our plan as necessary to get those things right. And so the timeline that I've been given by my friends at NRCS is that this EIS will have its final record of precision issued December, January, most likely the January timeframe of 2026. So coming up here in matter of 5-6 months. Very aggressive time frame to do that, because there's still quite a bit of heavy lifting to do with this. But throughout this entire process, we've been involving public outreach and soliciting public input throughout the process. We're gonna have another round of outreach meetings in the area, and we're gonna talk about this, obviously, as well as other things in St. John coming up on the 22nd in October, to see, one, give them an update where we're at with EIS, but also, again, solicit more information from the general public on what we're doing right. And for me, we have some pretty small communities in the area. You know, they've been, in some ways, vocal, some not, especially those toward the tail to the southwest. They've not been very vocal on what they see going on and what they want to see going on. And so we're gonna really focus on trying to get those folks to the table to get their input, put into the process. So, like I said, the EIS, the Rattlesnake region, has taken a lot of scrutiny for many reasons. The water table is not declining in the region. If you look at it, the water table is very stable. The stream flow has stabilized, depletions are not going forward. Is that accurate statement, Earl? So we're not talking about depletions to the stream, we're not talking about unstable water table. It's more about when is that stream running? When is it not? So that's where the augmentation has kind of shown some successes there. I checked in this morning. You know, the storms are getting through the area, right? What you guys have here close? About an inch and a half?
We've got over 3.
3?
3.
Yeah, in St. John Stafford, we had 2.5 inches. I saw the Rattlesnake Creek immediately respond this morning. So stream flow is very responsive to rainfall events, obviously. Throughout this year, we've had quite a bit of rain. June, we had a lot of water come through the area, a lot, right, Pat? Making some things difficult for the farming community, sure. It's been a mixed blessing as well. What we've seen is the water table's responded. The water table is supplying stream flow to the rattlesnake on a more consistent basis than it has in the past. And that's largely because of the rainfall. Okay. And I'm looking forward to questions on this as we go forward. The last area of concern that we identified is one that we actually identified back in the early 2000s, the neural improvement area. That is the area that has the Permian salt formation exposed to our freshwater aquifer in the east side of my district. It's the same formation that Morton Salt and American Salt Company of Lyons mine road salt out of. So that same salt formation sits underneath my this part of the district with no layer in between to stop the water table from interacting. And so we've established the regulations in that area to say, if you're going to drill in that area, you have to do increased water sampling to make sure that you're not bringing that poor quality water up into that freshwater area. It's been very successful. In fact, if you get up to 300 parts per million, we have some enhanced issues you have to deal with through the regulatory process. By and large, we don't have guys doing that. There's not much irrigation, not much of that in the area, so it's not a big issue to deal with regulatory wise. But the folks are very responsive to doing the samplings if we request it. Big pivots here. So again, I wanted to highlight some of these supplemental areas. Why are we even looking at them? And so this Edwards Kiowa County region, as we kind of coined it, kind of a pear-shaped area between the county line, runs right down the center of this. We coordinated with KGS to kind of look at those water level trends, like I said. Held a couple public meetings in the area in early 24. Really had mixed feedback. Leave us alone was probably the overarching response. We have folks saying, hey, we do have some little bit of issue here in my little neck of the woods. What can we do? So we've been having those conversations with folks to kind of work through what they can do on their own through ITI and some of the technology improvements. Like I said, currently the water table is a 6-inch decline rate in the area. It overlaps, vast majority of it overlaps with the Rattlesnake Creek region. So because of those two things and the last one, KGIP's usable lifetime maps show it to be 100 to 250 lifetime. So a combination of all those things, the board said, we're not ready to throw that baby out with the bathwater and jump into increasing and elevating this to a priority area, let's take a look at this. And so we're gonna be taking another round of meetings in the area in Greensburg on the 20th to kind of see what the general public thinks about the area and if they want it to be elevated to a priority area or not. We're not sleeping on it. It is something we're taking a good look at. So here's the entire district. This is our nitrate area of supplemental consideration. So yes, there are growing concerns for nitrate concentrations in the groundwater. That is no secret. KDG showed that here a couple days or a week ago. So we have municipalities that that are getting near or have exceeded that safe drinking level. That's a problem. We reinstated our water lab and are providing supplies and testing to anyone that wants to within district. Sorry, folks, you have to be in district to get that service. And so in 2024, last year, we did over 250 samples throughout the region. I'll show a picture of that here in a second, where those are located. And we've also more recently we've got new equipment to probably streamline our process for gathering those samples from open wells that may not have a pump in them. So we can test private wells, we can do test wells, observation wells. We can sample those very quickly and efficiently, and then get those back to our lab to get those analyzed very quickly as well. And so that staff is right now working through the logistics of making that work. And I'm confident, hopefully they're watching online, and a big kudos to all of my staff for this effort. It's not been a small task. It's taken quite a bit of time. So on the nitrate issue, as well as everything else, we're going to be holding those meetings late October to kind of highlight big things. So wherever there's a meeting, we're going to kind of overlay the map of what's the areas that are concern are, and kind of go through those with each of those county meetings. So as I stated, we did implement our areas of concern in 2024. June, we approved those and submitted those to the chief engineer. They were accepted. We integrated those into our management program. And in January, it was returned back to the states, and the state said, hey, you have some areas in Everest, Cuyahoga County we don't think you identified. Okay. And so since that time, we've been working through the technical review to kind of get that to verify what's going on. And so I'm going to show a map here in a second, kind of put a point on that. Okay. So as you guys know, have seen before, this is that usable lifetime map. This is the 2023 revision shown. I've kind of highlighted the GMD5 area on the right-hand side. But then in the last 72 hours, I finally figured out how to take an image and georeference it and lay it on top of my map. And so I've taken that map from KGS and referenced it on top of my layers to still see where those areas may be. Because if you look at the map, without those boundaries identified, you see quite a bit of brown in my area. You see quite a bit of reds and pinks in my area. Those are problems. We don't like those areas. But if you then narrow it down to there we go. So if you then narrow it down to my area, the brown areas, according to work with KGS, those are very thin saturated thickness areas and areas that have never had much saturated thickness. In the water table, we did the water level trend analysis over time, and those areas don't change. They're just constantly very, very thin. But you also you have to look pretty close. So I put the dots, those are the wells, the major production wells in the area. I've overlaid that on top of this map. So if you look in those brown areas, there's not very many wells in those brown areas because the water was never there. They couldn't produce that water. We do have a few spots that have some wells in them, but they're very small pockets. The red areas, similar thing. You look at most of the red areas, there's not many wells. We do have some spots that I think we're going to identify, but I'll say this, my board has not seen this map. And so it is premature to say we're going to look at this area or that area without consulting my board or public about what we're doing in the region. But when we do have our public meetings, if that is something we're going to address, at that point, we'll roll those into those public meetings and have those a part of the conversation as well. We're not gonna wait until the next round of identifying areas of concern to do that. We're gonna do it on the fly and adopt those. I don't know if that's in line with statute, that we can modify those areas of concern as we go, but my view is, if it's an area, it's an area. You don't wait for some regulatory process to do it, you just adopt it and you keep moving. That's just the way I operate, a little bit more rogue operation, I guess, but that's our approach. Nitrates, you know, this map was shown, I think Matt presented this last week, I can't remember exactly what it was, but KDHE has nitrate levels map that I appreciate, so I did the same thing. The plus. It is touching. So I did the same thing, I located those, that map over top of my district to see where those are at, what towns those are, I had an idea. And so, Senator Murphy, you might take note, Sylvia's on the list.
Yes, it is.
So we're gonna be focusing on that, right? So municipalities, those are the ones that really hit home for me with nitrate concerns, because that's for public drinking water. But beyond that, it's the public and the private wells. We have a lot of domestic, a lot of private wells in the area. And so those red dots you see, those are the 250 samples that we sampled over the last year. So you see some areas, you know, the red blocks, that's a high nitrate concentration. Did a pretty good job around Great Bend, pretty good sampling in that area. You know, look out to Sir Murphy's area, didn't do quite so well. So we're gonna be focusing maybe on those. Pratt County has a spot there, Iuka and Pratt. Gonna look over at the Lewis area, Belfort area, in Edwards County. Obviously with the dairy going in, there's some concern there. And then with the Ward feed yard change down south of Martin, that's what the lion's share of those dots are in Pawnee County. Not gonna be. So just south in the northwest part of the district, you see a large concentration of dots in Pawnee County. Those are around that Ward feed yard expansion area. You kind of want to get a background of what nitrates are doing in that area. I said we're going to be increasing our awareness of nitrates in the region. We continue that sampling effort going forward. My staff kind of groans a little bit when I say that, because they're the ones that are going to be rolling their sleeves up in the hot days to do those samplings and then to bring back into the lab to do those analyses. But again, huge credit to them to take that task on and keep it moving forward. Very quick. Very quick overview. A lot of information going on. We're going to be holding public outreach meetings coming up in October. We tried to stay away from a lot of ag activities in the field. We could have had meetings throughout June, July, August. We could have. Guys aren't going to show up. In our area, just guys don't show up. You know, the ones that really care, you'll get them to show up at any meeting you schedule. But I want the folks that kind of heard about it, that I want the guys that have maybe one or two wells. I want them to show up at these meetings, and they can't get away because they don't have the staff necessarily in their operation to be able to say, hey, you take care of this for this morning. I gotta go to a meeting, because they're the sole operator. And so we're going to try and push these to October to try and get more of those folks show up to our meetings. Hopefully, and then we'll have another round of meetings coming up in the spring. And by that time, the goal of these October meetings is to say, this is the area, what do you guys want to do? We want Lima. Okay, start rolling that way. What's that look like? We want the WCA. Great. What's that look like? How can GMD help facilitate that? Leave us alone. Message heard. It's gonna be quite a bit of both of those, I think, depending on what region we're in, what county we're in. Goal is by spring, we'll have something to be able to put on paper to present that again, so that in late April, May, we'll be able to have those resolved and finalized, so that in June, the board can approve those and roll right in with the time frame that's a lot of these statute. So with that's my big song and dance. We did not adopt conservation initiative. I like that though. So I'm going to steal that. Fair warning. Like I said, I'm open for any kind of questions the committee may have. I'm sure they will.
Bonnie.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Thank you, Warren. You do have a lot going. Back to, sorry, Rattlesnake Creek.
Yes.
Just a process question, because I think you and some folks have been so in this up to your eyeballs for so long, it's easy to forget that a lot of people
Yes.
don't have a lot of the information. What happens next? So we talk about the EIS, and if you get, what does it mean to get a record of decision?
Sure.
And then what are the next steps following that?
Sure. Thank you. I meant to go into that in more detail in just so thank you for the question. So EIS, it's a formal process through federal statute that involves NEPA, National Environmental Protection Act, compliance. So make sure that the public is informed, agencies are informed for compliance with environmental laws, as well as other state and federal statutes. So this process involves public outreach from the very beginning in scoping. We did that in 2022. Throughout the process of kind of compiling the information, we did that in 2022, 23, had our first draft roll out. And so throughout this process, we had public input, whole public outreach meetings. I had a big one in June, I believe it was, this year, in St. John. We obviously, whenever I can talk about it, I'd love to talk to anybody about it. And I do get asked, whether it's grocery store, church, whatever it is, they ask the exact same question. So what is this? It's an acronym. It doesn't mean anything to me. What it is it allows me as its local sponsor to have access to federal dollars to address this problem the right way. Not forcing an individual to give up water rights, not forcing an entity to reduce their use in a certain way. But if they choose, we can retire those water rights through federal dollars. We can implement large infrastructure projects like augmentation. If we do need to go to a LEMA, it would then pay for the outreach and implementation of that process. It would pay for facilitating that process. If it's a WCA, it can help those water users deal with that at a very local level. If it's an IGUCA, same thing. And so this process evaluates no action. So what does that look like? No action says about 840 water rights will be shut off. Very draconian. It's the law. 840 water rights will be shut off. So it takes a look at the environmental impacts of that. What's the stream do? What's the aquifer do? What's the local economy do? What's the impact of that? Our proposed alternative is to implement 15 to 18 CFS, cubic feet per second, of water that's into the stream. Pump that into the stream in a quality and quantity that meets those requirements. Working closely, obviously, with KDHE to make sure that we're complying with that, because it is an impaired water of the state. So we want to make sure that we're not causing detriment to that and to the resulting habitat on refuge, because then that triggers environmental endangered species act issues. We want to stay away from that, right? We'd implement augmentation to that proposed action. We also retire 2,500 acre feet of water, or lease it on a short-term basis, or transfer it out of the region. Basically, the idea is to lessen the impact of that 2,500 acre feet of pumping in that very critical zone right around the stream, so that the aquifer has a chance to recover when we do get these rainfall events come through the area. And then the last alternative is to take a look at if we do a LEMA or a GUCA to reduce the allocations in the area across those 1,400 water rights that Earl mentioned. What does that do to the economy? What does that do to the aquifer? Those types of things, all those impacts. So throughout this process, we now have what we call the preferred alternative. It is the augmentation plan with the 2,500 acre feet and all that going forward. That is now considered the preferred alternative. Now we're past the public outreach phase. Should that go forward and continue, it will get to a record of decision. Okay, that is a formal phrase, so to speak, of NRCS saying this, we've evaluated all these alternatives, laid them all out on the table. This is the decision of that federal entity to choose, this is what we're supposed to do. Considering all the public input, considering the record, this is what this plan should do, whichever of those alternatives it is. And the board, I will give them credit, it's a little bit of rolling the dice on their perspective. They said, let the chips fall what may and watch which alternative it is. They've really kind of given me the reins, said, negotiate it and work through that process to get to that record of decision. Because once that is issued, then we go into design and implementation. That unlocks those coffers at the federal level to then implement whatever that plan is. And so as scoped out right now in the plan, sorry, it's now draft again, so it's pulled off the public web pages. So it's now private again. Lost my good train of thought. Sorry, once as scoped out in that draft plan, it would be a 5-year implementation plan. Okay, so in the first few years, focusing on design and permitting requirements for the state federal entity, going through that process if there's additional site work that's needed, and then also the water retirements or leasing would be available immediately in that process to start pulling water off the table in that region to, again, lessen that impact to that local aquifer. All that would be done in a 5-year time frame to phase in that preferred alternative. Again, it's a little bit speculative right now because we're not to that record of decision. But by January of this coming year, we should be there, barring something weird happening and we get some other federal slowdown. So please talk to your congressional folks to keep this thing moving forward, not have further slowdowns. I would love to say that we're record of decision right now. Originally scoped, we were supposed to have record of decision last summer. So we're a year and a half delayed. There's been a fair bit of stuff going on in the federal government that slowed us down. We went from having 4 or 5 folks on call from our federal partners to 1 or 2. Just it's had an impact. The folks that are involved in the process are very confident. Funding is there. This is not one of those programs that is being cut. So that's the big news. That's the big good news for us. It's more of a staffing issue to keep this thing moving as that's more of a primary issue. So that answer your question, Connie?
That was excellent.
Thank you. Long-winded. I'm a preacher's son. I can talk.
Shannon.
Thank you, Orin, and of course, being a GMD manager, I kind of my pom-poms out for GMDs, but, is in the local control, and again, it just goes to show you how different that we all are, but it is similar in some of the struggles that we're balancing. I do not have IGUCAs in my area, so I'm not very familiar with them. I mean, you had mentioned you were waiting on IGUCA review. I kind of want to ask, if I don't know much about them or, waiting on the review. I've heard that sometimes that process, can be a little bit long. Is there any, possibility or even desire to maybe even see about converting those IGUCAs into a LEMA so it is under more local control?
Right. That is something the board has discussed more privately. We've not discussed that very publicly. For that primary concern is trying to take the reins that and move forward with it. That's going to be a question we're going to be asking at these public outreach meetings. Of the direction going forward, do you want this to be in our house now that we have this tool available to us? That was not available to them in 1981 or 92. Now it is. So that's a tool on the table. Do you guys want to take that up and move with it? The board is not shying away from that concept though.
Okay, thank you.
Lindsay?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is a great overview of kind of the updates on what's been happening in Rattlesnake. I'll try and limit my questions. I think my main one is, I know that the augmentation is the preferred alternative, as you called it. And I know that some of that has started with DWR. So interested to see how that turns out. I guess, I've always seen some kind of conservation as potentially part of the solution. And I know that the working group was discussing, some kind of group recommendations for more of like an area-wide WCA. And I was just wondering what happened to those discussions? Is that something that's still being considered? I think, WCAs, I think LIMAs are great because it's a bit more binding, and community conservation, I think, is really effective in these situations. But that might be a good stair step of let's all kind of voluntarily agree to conserve some of this water. So I was excited about that when I heard about that, but was curious what the status of that was.
Sure, so I'll take a stab at it. I'll defer to Earl on this on current status, but the Rattlesnake Creek WCA, and I had a different name, I think, but this is what you're referring to. That was proposed, that the board did take a look at that, had some concerns with it and shared those concerns with the chief engineer and his staff with regard to how that's implemented, especially since we have a water bank in the region. So some of the provisions that were proposed in that WCA will be doing water bank-like things. And so we're just questioning, since we have a water bank in place, why are we doing the same thing with the WCA? Why can't we get those to mesh together and work together? And so we provided that feedback to the state. And my understanding is, I'll kick to Earl, my understanding is there were revisions or more discussion with that WCA with the state.
Yeah, that's exactly right. We've gone back and forth with the primary proponents of the WCA, talking about language changes, and so I think we're working through all those now. So I think we're at some point we can move forward with it and people get signed up. There were two WCAs that were proposed. One we talked about the farmer WCA because it was primarily KLA and Farm Bureau and Kansas Corn that were the folks that came together and proposed that. That's the one that we are, I think, ready to move forward with. There was another one that was in terms of Truesdale WCA, a little further west, or frankly, a little further apart yet on some of our language. It's still out there as well.
And what were the terms of the?
Well, so I'm trying to remember exactly, but basically, it was you take essentially about half of your historic use and maintain it over a 5-year period, and the other half would be then placed into WCA conservation. So it's just about half and half. I will say the other part of that, so the water bank did step forward along with Kansas Corn. There's a leasing program that's been put in place again, kind of around that St. John area where it has the biggest impact on stream flow. We had about 4,000 acre feet of water rights that were signed up for leasing it over a 1 to 5 year period, most of them over a 5-year period. So again, that was a pretty big step. I think the legislature, the governor put money into that. The state paid $200 an acre foot per year on leasing. The member of locals didn't think that was enough, and so we said, that's fine. If you think that's enough, you can put your own money to pay the difference, and they did. And so I don't know what the total is now. Last time I heard they raised about $1.5 million. I think that it's in that neighborhood of money that was raised locally to add on to the state money to make that happen.
In addition to the working group and everything going on, the ITI program, I can't speak enough about that program. I said it springboarded off the CIG project to show that water conservation, improving that technology, putting those tools in place, you can save without feeling it 10 to 15%. That's just through heightened management, really turning the screws on what it is you're doing on a day-to-day basis, monitoring that and tracking that, identifying where you're losing water through inefficiencies and trimming that fat off to really hone in on getting really good at stewarding that water. And so that springboard into the ITI. And so we have several folks that are interested in that project right now. Some that are already, because of their involvement with CIG, with the WISE program, they're grandfathered in to be able to start implementing additional cost shares to improve this technology in the region. And they are really focused on that Rattlesnake region. So there's quite a bit of momentum on that, and we're gonna continue that outreach to keep pushing that envelope on getting more and more signers in there.
And that's irrigation technology initiative?
Yes, ma'am.
And then, one more, different question. So I'm excited that as a GMB, you guys are focusing on nitrates. I think that's unique to kind of your action plan. I think that's an important issue that we need to think about statewide moving forward, and something I hope we discuss more as a task force. So I think it's great that you guys are doing the water lab and offering the free testing. And I imagine you'll get more information out of the public outreach meeting you're gonna do. But have you guys discussed potential ways to reduce nitrate concentrations or contamination, or do some kind of public awareness around contamination in drinking water? What are you guys thinking?
So my initial thought, again, this is not a primary area concern, so it's still in development phase, very early stages. My view is you do more public outreach and go that route with it and awareness. Primarily because if you have an idea of how to remediate it, I'm open ears. I asked this of the Regional Advisory Committee. In fact, the Great Bend Prairie RAC, we're going through and reevaluating what that looked like for this region. And gracious to the RAC for agreeing to do it, we elevated nitrates and water quality to our #1 priority issue. And really asking the state, what can we do for nitrates? We know it's not just in little small areas, it's across the entire state, to my knowledge, right, Leo? And so what can we do? It's bigger than what GMD5 can do. We can kind of handle our wheelhouse and kind of do testing and outreach. But what kind of a program can we put in to remediate this, to maybe metabolize it by using some kind of a system like what they're doing in Nebraska, where they allocate how much water and fertilizer you're able to put onto that crop because of the nitrates that are already in the groundwater. So try and take advantage of the nitrates you're already getting by putting that water on the crop instead of putting extra fertilizer on and doubling it up. And so that's a concept that's kind of out there, but I don't know that it's really fleshed out in its success. So that's ongoing research that we're kind of doing in-house to see what that could be. But again, if you have some kind of a project you are aware of that, and I open this to the entire task force, some kind of project that can metabolize or remediate nitrates, please take advantage of my number, my contact information, and get a hold of me or one of my board members, because we, not just in GMD5, but statewide, need to take a look at that. Because it affects private wells primarily. It could be septic tanks, it could be a number of things.
Yeah, and I definitely want to focus on remediation. I wonder too, is, soil health practices, precision application, are there ways that we can incentivize that, or, I think prevent some of the runoff potentially in the first place?
My view is a lot of those are already happening. And what we're dealing with are activities that happened in the past that have impacted the groundwater. And I don't believe, again, that's where this monitoring comes in. I don't believe it's a growing issue exponentially. I think it's something that's already in the groundwater, and now we have to try and figure out a way to deal with it. And a lot of the soil activities, the soil conservation efforts are already happening because it's the right thing to do. It's more scrutiny on it from the federal level as well as the state level on those practices. And so I think that's already happened. Right.
We need to move forward.
Sorry.
But I'll allow 3 or 4 minutes because we started slightly late, but Josh, Representative Howerton, and Representative Titus have some questions. Go ahead, Josh.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. This afternoon, we're talking about large water uses, and I'm embarrassed to say, you have 8 within your GMD thermal exchanges. What are some of those, and why aren't, I assume that's kind of like a cooling, why aren't they industrial cooling uses?
So thermal exchange, again, my understanding is really it's taking advantage of the geothermal. And the one that comes to mind is Greensburg. When the tornadoes came through, they were putting in facilities, they said, instead of air conditioning, we're going to take advantage of geothermal and exchange that through. And most of those are closed, so you're not interfering.
Not big uses.
Not right. Okay. They're considered non-conductive.
Thanks.
Representative Howerton.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. So my concern is that you said you had people that are like, leave me alone.
Yes.
That concerns me a lot. I don't know a lot about the water technical stuff, but people, I understand there's a systemic problem in Sedgwick County that I'm working with on child welfare. To change mindsets, it is a huge daunting task. I get that. Have you considered maybe some of the success that you were talking about, the moderator, or like doing something like that? Just curious. And the second question, sorry. Is that a large portion of your water users, or is it just a small group?
I would say they're the outspoken few.
Okay.
And really, I think the driving force behind leave us alone statement is looking at that usable lifetime of the aquifer map. Say we have 250 years of lifetime. Why are we dealing with this right now? And they're going, just leave us alone. We're doing what we're supposed to be doing. We're not overusing water when we don't have to, and we have the water bank to help us with flexibility. Just leave us alone. I think to answer your question, it's the outspoken few that will be in that camp.
Okay, and have you considered the moderator? Or?
We have. So public outreach is not my forte. I will say that up front. I can talk, but I don't do a good job of facilitating and reaching out to the public. We do newsletters, website, social media, those types of things, but we just don't do a good job of really getting in the house and getting it talking with folks. And so, potentially I'm going to take another page out of Jason's book on maybe using that moderation technique. Yeah.
I think keeping people on task in those and telling them that, we have to do this and letting them come up with their own local plan, I think is very, very, very important. Yeah.
So I suspect we'll hear more about this from the municipalities this afternoon with the nitrates. And I know those are very costly solutions when they come into play, and small towns are in a very difficult position. Given areas, and we could talk to Leo, he's gonna say this is a non-point solution, there's not really any authority there. Given areas where we have GMDs, since you're mostly made up of the people applying nitrates, do you think we should be looking at requiring GMDs to more actively manage nitrates and farming practices, since all those people are already at the table?
I don't know the answer to that question. And that's a good question, by the way. We have regulatory authority to impose requirements for sampling. We have that already. We have the ability to say, hey, John Q. Farmer, go sample your well. We have that regulation. I can't come up with the name of it or the number of it, but we have that. The board is at this point taking a different track. Said we could require every single user to submit a water quality sample to us. Sure. They said, let's not take that heavy-handed approach. Let's do it in a voluntary method that reduce that threshold, the bar to get guys to sample their water. So they said, let's make it free. And let's actively solicit those samples. Let's go out there and provide the services to sample it, and then also provide the free analysis as well. To lower that bar for that analysis and monitor over time. I think if we can ever find a way to remediate it, I think then you have something you can do about it. Until then, I don't know if we're quite in the position to say you have to do X.
I know you can't speak for your board, so this is speculation here, but if the legislature gave clear authority requiring GMDs to collect data on how much nitrates were being applied by all of your irrigators, how do you think your board would react to that authority?
Tactfully, I don't know. I have an idea, but it's probably something better suited for later. Yeah.
I'm just spitballing. I wasn't really thinking that direction when we started this conversation, so I'm thinking out loud, which I apologize at your expense, but.
Yeah, I don't know the response.
Very good discussion. We're up against a break. 10 minutes. Let's be back at 11:15, please.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren.
I got a different one. Yeah, sharp. Yeah.
Walmart's doing restrictions. Good to hear that something else. It's a problem too as well. Gotta be. Yeah, my brain's. Well, you can use that, you can use the district for their. I don't know, we've got a lot of, but I'm thinking.
Okay, let me try the button.
How late was staying tonight?
What?
How late was staying tonight? Comments.
We only have 1 or 2 people reach out, so I'm not anticipating, hopefully get there quick, I just wanted to. Since we came off, I just wanted to get the.
And, we'll get started again. Thanks, everybody, for, trying to be back in 10 minutes. All right. Senator Titus mentioned that we should, notice Representative Getz, Representative White, Fishley, and Senator Reitman was here earlier, so thank you guys for coming. Appreciate it. Our, next order of business here, Randy? Yes. Randy Sill, General Manager of the Pawnee Watershed. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you. As everybody else, I grew up in western Kansas. We had a farm south of Goodland and over in Canarado, right on the state line. So I had to go to school in Burlington, Colorado. But my first job was in Canarado at the grain office. Probably my age will tell us about the grain elevator, because back then we had traffic jams. We had single axle trucks, and the traffic jam would be quarter mile to half mile long. So if you drive the highways in southwest Kansas, you'll see our signs along the highways, like 183, 283 highway. 156. And these signs are valid at the boundary of our watershed. And currently we're updating them. We're putting a new acreage for a merger with Cimarron on it. Okay, Pawnee Watershed Joint District had its beginning in 1965, when a group of farmers and businessmen met together and formed a steering committee to explore the formation of a watershed district. A vote was officially organized. A watershed district passed overwhelmingly. The watershed district received its corporate charter in 1968. Organized under the Watershed District Act of Kansas. 9 southwest Kansas counties are within the Watershed District: Edwards, Ford, Gray, Hodgman, Lane, Ness, Pawnee, Fanny, and Rush County. More than 1,575,680 acres are contained within the Pawnee Watershed District. In 1972, Pawnee Watershed Detention Dam was constructed, the first detention dam. In 2009, the last detention dam was constructed for State Reservoir. Pawnee Watershed constructed 49 detention dams. These 49 were either Pawnee Watershed funded or State of Kansas cost share with Pawnee Watershed funded. There's no federal dams. And we get our funding from mill levy tax of property owners within this. Cimarron Watershed District merged into Pawnee Watershed District with 4 additional dams in 2019. Major tributaries of the Watershed District: Pawnee River, Hackberry, Buckner, Sawlog, and Sawmill Creeks. This is a map of our district. We have, it's divided into 8 sub watersheds. We have the board member for each of them sub watersheds, and we also have 3 additional board members for at large. So we have 11 board members. There's a small map on the bottom left that shows the size of the watershed district in the state of Kansas. For State Reservoir facts. Located in Hodgman County, Kansas, near Jetmore, Kansas. Timeline: 1980, feasible study by State Conservation Commission. 1984, requested by Pawnee Watershed to be placed on state water plant. In 1984 to 1999, numerous studies completed for downstream water impairments. In 2001, Pawnee Watershed District purchases and gains flood easements on 2019. We own that property. And at this time, we're looking ways to fund the dam, and that's when they came up with the sales tax to do most of the funding for the dam. And the sales tax was through Hodgman County, Finney County, Ford County, and Gray County. July 1st, Kansas Water Authority directs state agencies to complete review by January 2002. In 2001, Lake Advisory Board was appointed. Probably about this time, Pawnee Watershed didn't want to do the recreation at the lake, so they formed and helped create the Horse Thief Reservoir Benefit District, which is in charge of all the recreation over the entire area of the Pawnee Watershed property, except for the dam and its components. 2002 geotechnical investigation with hydrologic and hydraulic studies began. 2004 hydrological analysts submitted to improve conditional by Division of Water Resources. In 2004, authorization from Kansas Legislature to conduct local elections for funding. And that was for the sales tax. In 2005, approval from the voters for the sales tax. In 2005, December, final geotechnical investigations completed. In 2007, February, final design submitted to Division of Water. In 2008, May, construction began. And 2009, construction was completed. Another fact. Dam information. The drainage area through the tributary of the Buckner has a 207 square mile of drainage. The hazard classification is 4C. Dam height is 86 feet. The crest height is 7,300 feet. That's the length of the dam, a little less than 1.5 miles. Top width of the dam is 25 feet. Dam earth fill is 2,550,000 cubic yards. Primary spillway, concrete tower intake with 60-inch diameter conduit. Maximum primary spillway outlet discharge is 800 cubic feet per second. Auxiliary spillway, 500-foot wide vegetated channel. And the hydrologic design at top of dam, which is dam crest, is set to hold 24-hour peak maximum precipitation without overtopping at 33.7 inches of rainfall in a 24-hour period. The surface area, normal operating level is pool area would be 445 acres. Elevations, lowest intake gate is at 2385 elevation feet. Normal operating level, which is the pool, would be at 2422 feet elevation. And auxiliary spillway elevation would be 2,440 feet. Dam crest level would be 2,460 feet. The normal capacity for water storage is 6,200 acre feet. Auxiliary spillway level, if flowing, would be 25,000 acre feet. and maximum storage capacity is 52,500 feet. So that's a picture of our dam and the pool area. And you can see our dam turns into almost a 30-degree angle. Horse Lake Reservoir purpose and benefits. The purpose was to reduce floodwaters, reduce sediment, pollution, and erosion, improve aquifer recharge with storage water and prolonged stream flow. Townships and county and state departments would benefit due to reduced cost of damaged roads, bridges, and railroads. Recreation benefits would be realized with availability of surface. Wildlife benefits for fishing and hunting. So the benefits, the construction of Horse Lake Reservoir Dam has met all purpose requirements. Floodwater has been reduced. Townships and county and state departments have benefited through reduced cost of damaged roads, bridges, and railroads. Recreation benefits have been realized with availability of surface water by park expansion with camping and boating. Wildlife benefits for fishing, hunting have been improved. Most property owners downstream from dam have stated water table has benefited them for recharging the aquifer. Reduction of sediment, pollution, and erosion is an ongoing process working with agencies and farmers. You can see on some of the pictures, they just recently caught some bass and walleye. And this last year, the benefit district put in 5 new yurts and additional camping parking with more trees. Horse Lake water supply risk. Aquifer continued depletion, herbicide and pesticide contamination, pollution, erosion, and sediment. High nitrogen levels due to livestock. Horse Lake Reservoir water supply rates. Okay, depletion. Buckner Creek, west of Hodgman County Road, 208, currently have springs that flow into Horse Lake Reservoir annually. The dam relies on the water to maintain reservoir lake level. The secondary source is floodwater for filling the dam. With continued depletion of underground water, springs can no longer exist. Currently, many of the Pawnee Watershed District tributaries now run dry, highlighting a troubling shift of water availability. Herbicides and pesticide contamination. In 2022, Pawnee Watershed District had experienced herbicide contamination in a watershed district dam, Pond Water and Creek. The watershed district management was contacted by the landowner of the watershed district dam located in southern Lane County, Kansas. The owner stated thousands of fish were dead. Pawnee Watershed District management contacted Dodge City, Kansas Department of Health and Environment regarding the fish kill at location. The Kansas Department of Health and Environment representative took water samples to a laboratory and determined the cause was herbicide runoff from a field located next to the creek and no further action was taken. High nitrogen levels due to livestock. Pawnee Watershed District Dam, Horse Lake Reservoir experienced high nitrogen levels due to livestock manure runoff from dairy into the tributary of Buckner Creek. This issue happened twice from dairy located in Gray County, Kansas. Both times the nitrogen contaminated and or killed thousands of fish within Buckner Creek tributary for approximately 15 miles. Pawnee Watershed Management contacted Dodge City, Kansas Department of Health and Environment regarding fish kill at location. We also contacted Parks and Wildlife. Kansas Department of Health and Environment representative took water samples at laboratory and determined the cause was high nitrogen due to manure runoff. The corrective action, the Horse Thief Reservoir Benefit District member had to continue to take water samples and place water warnings and restrictions due to high levels of nitrogen. The nitrogen produced blue-green algae within the dam conduit. So this fish was just that 208 bridge, but it was like that throughout the 15 miles. Pawnee Watershed District is working with agencies and farmers to control erosion on Buckner Creek and Horse Thief Reservoir or pond area. Replacement of terraces and grass buffers are being installed and ordered in place. Pawnee Watershed District Management is currently monitoring stream bank erosion. By eliminating or reducing sediment will extend life of dam structure. Horse Thief Reservoir Dam has completed sediment and erosion projects. Pawnee Watershed District has constructed a new silt dam located on the south side of Horse Thief Reservoir Dam Pool. This will help eliminate fill debris and erosion from entering the pool. The dam structure is approximately 5,600 cubic yards earth fill, and the dam height is 15 feet. The second one was the outlet channel. Pawnee Watershed District repaired and modified Horse Thief Reservoir Dam outlet channel due to erosion. The construction project estimated hauling and placing 1,500 cubic yards of topsoil and 43,200 square feet of tiled concrete matting. On this picture, you can see the Horse Thief's the larger body of the water. And down below it, that little small area of water is on the upstream side of the silt dam. In the first year we put it in, it saved a lot of corn stalks from going inside the pool area of the dam. And last year we completed this. The embankment of the outlet channel is probably 130 feet in length. So the concrete matting, we went up 50 feet, and there's square blocks with gaps in between. And so vegetation could grow around each block. And above that, we put the topsoil and reseeded it and covered it in straw matting. Because when it was eroding as the water was going down, by the time it hit the bottom, there was channels that were 4 to 6 feet deep. Pawnee Watershed District new practices. So right now we're doing a bathymetric. Pawnee Watershed District has started bathymetric survey process. Process helps measure underwater terrain. With the information collected, the engineer could determine how much sediment settled into pool areas and will help determine current life of the structure. Then the other one was drones. Pawnee Watershed District started using drones on dam structures. They spray herbicide and aquatic herbicide to help control weeds, promote grass vegetation, and discourage erosion. So that's where they're doing bathymetric. There's a GPS survey equipment right in front of them that gives us the exact location. Then the stick he shoved in the water has measurements on it where it knows when he hits a solid surface underwater. and drone spraying of aquatic herbicides on the dam. We've done that the last 2 years for the Pawnee watershed. And not on this, we're currently doing rehab on dams, replacing corrugated primary spillway pipes. We have 15 more to do. Then we're also, there's a dam just north of here from Dodge City, and it's being looked at to become a high hazard. It's currently a low hazard, and it's due to the traffic on the road. And part of that, since the dam height will have to be taller, we have to modify the easements. So, and right now the easements have been taking 2 years. Are there any questions?
Representative or Senator Titus, I'm sorry.
So what was the push? We don't, in the West, people aren't really building reservoirs of this. People aren't really building reservoirs in the West anymore.
Yes.
Maybe there's a few conversations I see that are serious in Texas, but so what was the push and the sell to the public and the buy-in? Like, why ultimately was there such good buy-in on a project like this?
Because back in the early days, the 40s and 60s, there's major flooding downstream on the Pawnee going into Burdett Road, Roselle, Larnard, and into Great Bend. So they tried back, and at that time, it was the Army Corps of Engineers wanted to build a large area dam at Burdett. And all the farmers got together and they didn't want to do it and lose all that prime farmland. So that's why they started the watershed district.
So from the 60s to 2005, was the, given how much the hydrology changed, was the flooding still an issue?
We still have areas of flooding around Hanston. We had occurred, we did get funding to do a KIL 566 work plan for the federal government. But with the cost of federal dams versus state dams, it's 10 times higher. So we never got the cost benefit. So the only way you can build a federal dam, you have to be by an urban area or a city to get the benefit. Because we try to put them out away from prime farm ground, out in pastures where there's no one living, and we just couldn't get the benefit. The dams were coming at, the smallest dam was $6 million.
So last question, I see you built like the silt dam, but the reservoirs on the high plains are not in great shape. Bonnie's not a reservoir anymore in Colorado. Cedar Bluff has seen better days, and again, the hydrology of that has changed a lot since it was built. So what's the plan to keep this functioning resource in the long term?
Well, and that's what we're doing right now. We're like our corrugated pipes, which was over half our dams, had corrugated pipes for the drainage of the dam. Well, they come up to lifespan. So right now we've already done probably 12 of them, replace the pipe. We have 15 more of them to do. Then the other requirement, like this one in north of Dodge, converting it from a low to high hazard, it have the freeboard effect, which you have to raise the height of the dam. So that's additional cost. Then you might have to widen the auxiliary spillway on top of that. And right now we have Prather Dam, then we have 4 dams in Cimarron that require freeboard and maybe one additional.
So most of the prevention work is actually in the rest of the watershed. You're doing the work before it gets to the
Yes,
reservoir. and
before
creates
we have a problem, because we don't want it to all hit at once.
Yeah.
And we get our money through taxes, mill levy, and some state cost share, but we don't always get cost share because there's a limited amount. There's 80 watersheds.
Thank you.
I'll try to clean up my talk. Secretary of State candidate, Raji.
Trying to make this non-political as possible, so we'll talk about it, we'll do it offline, but thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Couple things, and hang with me here, but the first one is, now 15 years of it being operational and functional. I can remember back in the day when it was either Majority Leader Jennison or or Speaker Jennison was, he was kind of would make sure this thing actually happened. But after 15 years, could you give it a grade of how, because there was a long time between dams, and horse thieves. So it hasn't met the watershed's expectations.
I think it has, but the operation plan we're rethinking because we have to let water out even during a drought for water rights downstream. We want to change how much possibly in the future we release, because by the time we stop releasing, it's a puddle. And there's a lot of investment right there.
And thank you. That's my other question where I don't want us to go down the rabbit trail, but I think as we look at all these things, the 800-pound gorilla in this thing is funding.
Yeah.
And we know some of our state lakes, they have done a lot of development with housing and with other things and trying to make something. And I know there's some things that go on out there at Horse Thief, but do you think that working from an economic standpoint and to where, irrigation can be met, water storage can be met, and, those expanded recreational situations to help gain revenue, to maybe bring some relief to your taxpayers or to the overall way of how we can pay for the future of water in Kansas for all these different things we're talking about?
Well, I know the benefit district's trying, but they're exceeding their spending every year. And them funds only last so long. Well, and that's out of our hands. We just do the maintenance. But I think maintenance, there's gonna be, once we get done with all our construction and things, probably in the next 15, 20 years. Because we only have a limited amount of money we can work with.
Sure.
And after that, we could reduce the mill levy, just to maintain. Because right now what we're doing, we're putting a DR 800 pipe, replacing the corrugated metal with this PVC pipe that's an 1.25 inches thick. Then we encase all of it in concrete, except for the last joint that's out in the environment. So period might last 150 years. So
Okay, real briefly. Okay, so again, and you've been here basically since the time the exception to where it is today. Do you have any advice if you were able to go back and look back to 1980 as this was starting to move forward, or anybody else maybe looking at this might be a possibility somewhere else along in the state? Was there a big or a couple of real lessons learned that maybe we can glean as we put this all together?
I think there's some engineering flaws. Because 6 years ago, we had a sluice gate come apart, and we found out when we did the engineering, well, they had a clause in there not responsible for any damage, same with the construction person, whatever, but they didn't put any locking devices on the hardware that was holding this gate on. It was just all thread with the nut tight. So we had a storm, and that was the highest amount of water we had through it. It was 580 cubic feet a second. So it was at the point of free flowing to pressurized flow, and the water was surging out the end of the end pipe. So it was probably creating a vibration. So some of the nuts backed off. The door came apart. It was $250,000 worth of damage. The door was quite expensive.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Randy, thank you for your presentation. And I see with your identify large risks that you're taking and have taken a lot of action regarding erosion and sediment buildup. But my concern is the nitrogen.
Yes.
And there have been several instances where you've identified the sources of the nitrogen burn.
Nothing, it was just stopped right there. I don't know why, but it just stopped right there. But I know out in our area, there's a lot more manure being put on the fields due to the cost of fertilizer. So.
And is there any, you anticipate any after instead.
Well, only thing I think is maybe they need to do more buffers around water channels and stuff to try to keep it more in the field.
Thank you.
Anybody else? See?
Oh, I'm sorry, just
Sorry, Dr. Heidi, go ahead.
thank you, Chairman. It's just a quick question on the silt dam.
Yes.
Is there a need for more silt dams on other churches?
We have 2 additional that were built with the dams. And some of the smaller, like, I guess along the road, the ditch, we put some riprap rocks. The terraces and stuff like that, to me, it's the equipment's getting so big, the terraces don't last. So. The farming practices.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next we have Cameron Connick. Did I pronounce that last name?
Conant.
Conant.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you guys for having me. I appreciate it. In keeping with what everyone else has done, I grew up in a small town, 2,000 people or so, and my first job one of my first favorite jobs in high school was working at the local hardware store. Donna and Dean Meyer was who I worked for, Meyer's Hardware in Smith Center, Kansas. And I worked with Cindy Archer also, and I learned a lot. And not all of it was about hardware stuff, but we had a great time working with them. I noticed as soon as I came in, Dean like exited stage left, he was gone. I figured out why later, but yeah, so thanks for the chance to talk today. I work with the Division of Water Resources. I'm the Assistant Water Commissioner at the Stafford Field Office. And when I started working, I worked with the basin team in one of my areas to begin with, the Pawnee Buckner area. And so Jeff and I, my boss, ended up standing on the control structure of Horse Reservoir the day we closed the gauges and started catching water. And that was a big deal. I remember standing there and thinking, boy, I know all the studies that it could work. And I know that I was just standing on that huge control structure looking out over 500 acres thinking, I don't know if this will ever really come to fruition. But we shut the gauge that day, or the gates that day, and it filled up. I think it was within a year and a half. It's pretty amazing. I was really surprised. So very cool. So I'll keep this kind of short. I hear the lunch roar. So, but what we're going to talk about is just kind of, Randy really went through the background more than I will. So I'll just touch on a couple things that he didn't go into as hard. But there was that time from 1985 is the priority date of this water right. And so that was when they actually filed the application. 1995, it was approved. And then like Randy talked about, all the way up to 2007 or so, 6 or 7, it was just working through the process. We heard a lot from downstream landowners, and a lot of people had concern of what the reservoir might do to the groundwater levels, the stream from Buckner Creek. There was just a lot of concern out there. And so a lot of that time seemed to be spent working with nearby folks and kind of trying to figure it out and see what would happen. A big thing that came out of that whole process was the operations plan. And that's a required condition of this application. And so basically the operations plan, it was kind of developed just to ensure that we, or hopefully didn't impair downstream users. And so one of the key parts of that operations plan is like Randy talked about, there's a minimum required release that goes on from that dam all the time. And it's based on 4 things. It's based on the month. It's based on inflow into the reservoir. It's based on downstream flow conditions at several USGS gauges downstream of the reservoir. And then it's based on the reservoir level status. And so you take all 4 of those things together and you figure out exactly what they should be releasing. And so it's a really good metric, I think, that helps provide kind of a consistent flow downstream, which is a good deal. All right, so this is, and part of that, part of the conditions of the permit were actually, we required 3 downstream flow gauges to be installed and maintained. And then we required a stage level gauge in the reservoir and then an upstream and downstream gauge. All these things work together to kind of work through the operations plan. So this is just showing a graph of the nearest downstream gauge, the one closest to Horse Reservoir. And this is just showing flow from 2009 to present, when the gauge went in. And it's showing I looked back over the last year and it had flow 100% of the time, which is awesome. I mean, that just shows they're operating through the operations plan like you're supposed to, and it's continually releasing flow that whole time. So that's good. And then this graph is showing, you'll notice the drought of 11-12. Even during that time, they were required to release some water, like Randy had talked about, and that only benefits the downstream folks, and that was part of the deal with it. And we just we wanted to make sure no one was impaired by this dam and the operation of it. So this one is the next downstream gauge. It's at Jetmore, near Jetmore. It's about 8 miles downstream, linear miles. This stream winds back and forth. It's about 8 miles downstream. I looked in the last year, and this one had flow at that gauge 95% of the time, which is still awesome. I mean, that just shows the flow that's coming out of the reservoirs pushing all the way to there 95% of the time. And it was really dry last fall, and so that, I mean, that's just good. That water continually pushing through that the river channel and into the alluvium is a big deal, I think. And if you'll notice this one, that graph on the right, that also just kind of shows that almost all the time, maybe at the tail end of the 11-12 drought, right there, flows dropped a little bit. I think without the dam and without the operations plan, I think on the left side of that graph, we'd have been hitting zero flow quicker, and I think would have stayed longer. But we're continuing releasing through that time, and I think that just does nothing but benefit the downstream folks. We don't have a graph of it, but there's one more gauge that we did look at, and it's clear out by Hanston. It's 20 miles or so downstream. And so we're getting out there towards the county line, and that has flow over 50% of the time in the last year, which is still great. And it shows a similar trend to this. So it's looking good. That operations plan is a big deal. And then this is kind of interesting. This is alluvial, Buckner Creek alluvial wells. This is a timeline from 2000 to present, 2025. And it kind of shows, I mean, you pick what you want out of it, but it kind of shows that water levels right now in this area are fairly stable, it seems like. I mean, they'll drop during droughts, they recover a little bit, and then they seem to be overall generally stable. And I think we believe that continued flow and release from the dam is directly impacting this to the positive. But just before, it was, like Randy said, huge flood event and then gone. It was just kind of here today, gone tomorrow, flow events. But with the dam and the operations plan and how they're adhering to it, it is just more of a consistent, constant release that we believe probably is helping recharge the alluvial aquifer right in that area pretty well. And so one thing that's been brought up a couple of times today was the Pawnee Valley Ayuka and expansion to the Pawnee Buckner Ayuka in Hodgman and Hess County. And so this is the kind of stuff we'll be looking at when we get to reviewing that, look at that a little bit more, because the chief engineer at that time found that there may be, based on the information he was looking at, excessive or long-term declines in the area. So that prompted him to say phase one's complete and phase two would be looking at corrective controls if we go that route. And so this is the kind of stuff we'll look at, and really just at first glance, it seems positive that we don't. I mean, we're just not really exhibiting huge long-term declines, I don't think, based on this kind of information. So that would be all, though, if anyone has any questions.
Shannon, please.
Thank you, Cameron, for that. I know it's kind of hard to gauge, and you may not have an exact number, and that's okay, but like looking downstream, how many senior water rights would you say are impacted positively by this? And, you know, is there any negative effects to those water users downstream? And the third one part to it, are there any junior water rights to this?
Right, there was not a lot of surface water development from a water rights perspective downstream of the dam. There was a couple, but not a lot. There's more domestic uses, there's more pasture going downstream. So there's a lot of that, but not as many water rights necessarily. I don't have a number on the exact, number on that, but one thing that I can say is a lot of downstream guys who were really opposed to this in the beginning and sent letters of concern into us and things like that, they've had nothing but good to say about the flows in Buckner Creek, which is just interesting. They kind of constantly say, when they see water in the creek and it's flowing, their irrigation wells are coming up to 1 or 200 gallons just across the board, which is kind of nice. And we haven't had downstream complaints. I mean, early on, this went in, shut it at 9, we had to drought at 11 and 12, and so we dealt with some complaints then and just made sure that the watershed district was operating based on the operations plan, and they were, and we really haven't had any complaints after that. So I think things are going well.
Right, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Randy talked about this a little bit, but this being a full state water right, you have like Cheney is in your area to compare to a federal setup. Just talk about what it's like for your office to have to manage an entirely state-run reservoir of this size. How that compares maybe to your interactions with federal size projects.
Yeah, well, I mean, our interaction is just kind of in making sure that they adhere to the operations plan. That's one of the conditions of the permit, and that's the main one that we're enforcing on is that. And so if we get concerns or complaints from folks, that's the first thing we look at. We have an online resource that details all these different, it has links for everything, and you just click on those links and start looking through and making sure that they're operated in conformance with that operations plan. And as long as they are, we don't have much to do with it.
Is that more accessible than asking the Corps of Engineers, the Bureau of Reclamation to review their operations plan with you?
I think we have a pretty tight process.
Any further questions?
Chairman. Is your downstream monitoring limited to discharge, or do you also look at things like erosion, changes to the size of the channel?
Ours is just limited to the district.
Anybody, like water quality or anything downstream of this?
I think the geological survey, it looks at if there's erosion, they'll look at that, because they're the ones that monitor the stream gauges, everything. And it's 8% of our budget, for just that.
Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ken, for your presentation. Does any of the water out of this supply any municipalities at all?
No, not directly, no. There's a municipal part to this water right that it's considered a municipal part. There's a groundwater well on the very upstream end of the refuge, or not the refuge, excuse me, on the upstream end of Horsestein. That's a well that's pumped for use at the campsites and everything like that. It's considered a municipal use. But then that use is then offset with the surface water release from the dam later in the year, but no, it doesn't supply any city to it.
We have it where they work for fire, use it for fire.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Appreciate it. I was amazed at how quickly Horsestein filled up. In the public out there, you kept hearing, it's gonna take 5 years or something, about a year and a half.
Well, what happened too, when it filled up, right away, somebody opened the gate and started draining the water. So that's why there's locks on the gate.
Okay. Well, we're against lunch break here. Heather, do you have details for us on lunch?
Oh, the sponsor?
Sean Miller?
Yeah, it's from Kansans for Conservation.
Sean, would you like to inform us then?
Happy to a little bit. So thanks for everybody for being out in Dodge City today. It's, in case you can't tell, it's getting a little louder out there. It's very full of students who are going to start their first day of class on Wednesday. So we'll figure out exactly how we want to handle the food. Right now, it's just all tucked up on this table with us going, stay away. So we're used to, because we're usually like, stay away, Senator. Don't stay away, it's out there. So I'm Sean Miller with Capital Strategies. We represent Kansans for Conservation. We're a 40-member alliance made up of a lot of varied interests, and we are going to be talking to you guys, not here in this, but during the rest of the fall and during the legislature about conservation funding and funding opportunities, matching opportunities to make sure that we can fully leverage federal and private opportunities to help put better habitat practices and filtration, et cetera, on the ground in Kansas. So very happy to be able to provide you guys lunch today, and we'll give us a minute to figure out how to sort this all out so we can do it in kind of an orderly fashion.
You sort that out and we'll let Kyle
Oh, yeah.
give a quick briefing on open meetings, open records.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Since you guys are about to break for lunch, and then later tonight, I hear you guys, some of you might be gathering for a dinner. Just wanted to give you some highlights from Open Meetings Act. And I had handed out a memo on this topic. It's included in your July 21st testimony on this sheet. But essentially, since the lunch today and the dinner, they're not listed as being part of your open meeting, you need to make sure it stays that way. So just a quick reminder of what constitutes a meeting. It's basically three different parts. One, a gathering, whether in person or through email, text, etc., of a majority of the public body. So in this case, I guess that would be 9 of you. So gathering of the majority that discusses business of the public body. So for the lunch and the dinner, you're gonna be hitting 2 of the 3 already. So you just need to make sure when you're together, you're talking about your kids, grandkids, that crazy storm we had last night. Otherwise, if you start talking about business, that's something that should have been open to the public and denoted as such on our agenda. So if you have any questions about that, just let me know. Make me proud. My first not family job was unloading the morning truck for a national grocers. So thank you.
All right, let's take an hour here. Back here and bring the meeting. Anybody would like to start or at break and lunchtime?
Really tall too.
It seems people quiet a little bit. I hope they understand I gave about 6 minutes.
He never does.
I heard some pretty good conversations around the room. We'll start it again. I want to turn Katie Miller to her presentation.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Thank you, members of the committee. Great to be here. We appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today. I'm so happy to be in a room full of friendly faces, but probably the last time somebody who's seen me has been in giving testimony. That's not my forte. I spend most of my time teaching classes, operator certification classes, which after lunch means keeping a room full of operators awake and engaged when we're talking about pumps and plants and chemicals. So I will have to move around, so apologies to those behind you. I have trouble standing still. So okay. Hey, Amy, I'm just gonna give a little bit of a brief overview. So for some of those of you who may not be as familiar, but we are a state trade organization for publicly owned utilities across the state. So we've been around since 1928. We're coming up on our 150-year anniversary, and our sole mission in life is to support publicly owned utilities. We're not for profit. We do have around 200 members, but we support every public water supply and wastewater utility across the state. We have around 17 staff members. We travel the state and we provide training, advocacy, support and technical assistance as needed. Again, we have member communities. We provide support to them, but our contracts that we have with the state and federal government allow us to provide support to all utilities. Now, sorry. There we go. Thank you. There's a lot of need out there. We support gas, electric, water, wastewater, stormwater, and telecom. I'm only going to talk about water and wastewater today. I am the director of water services. I've been with KMU for about 9 years, but I've been supporting water and wastewater utilities for over 20 now. So, but there is so much need in training our utility staff, training our public servants to do their job safely, but to provide all essential services to the communities across the state. There's thousands of municipal jobs that we support. Have over 900 public water supplies. You add in public water supplies and wastewater utilities, that equates to, I think, right under 3,000 certified operators that we support in the state as well. So just like an attorney or a doctor, they have to maintain continuing education credit units. And so we support them, not only that, but then just when something breaks, when a catastrophe or emergency happens, we go in and support them as they need. But there are so many challenges facing our utilities today. I'm going to talk about those in more detail later on, but nothing that any industry isn't facing right now with population shifts, ever-changing regulatory environment, and certainly workforce challenges. We reach all across the state. We have member utilities spread out. I'm going to skip through a few of our visions and missions. We do advocate on behalf of municipal utilities at the federal level as well as the state level. We do completely support community ownership, local control, local presence, and trying to keep those dollars and those people back in the community. We believe in partnerships. That's the only way that we can function. So if I could give you really hard questions today, I'm excited that I have so many of our community partners and members and other utilities here because we can't do it all, right? There's 3,000 of them and there's 17 of us. So we have to rely on our partnerships to continue to support utilities at the level that they need and they deserve. We're housed in McPherson. If you ever need a bathroom stop, we have a really great bathroom inside of a really great building. We sit on a 35-acre training facility, so we're able to provide hands-on training to all of our different utility sectors. So this is unique. We're proud of this. Membership paid for this, but it's always open to the public. It's always open to support any of our utilities and our events. We have a lot of events that come through KMU. We drive a lot of miles. Again, we support utilities try to support them at every level in which they need. We have a lot of professional development programs. We also focus on safety. We can get mired down into workforce and hiring and how do we attract people in? How do we keep them coming back? Wages, but first and foremost, always has to be keeping those people safe. And so we have a huge arm and a huge presence in our utilities to keep those folks working safely. Workforce development, we do a lot of stuff on the energy side. I'm going to skip through those. I do want to pause on mutual aid. We do facilitate the mutual aid program for the state of Kansas. And so when a disaster or emergency hits a utility, they call us. It goes directly to a cell phone to someone at KMU, and we help disperse and coordinate some of that assistance that they might need, interstate and intrastate as well. Water, wastewater, gas, and electric, we've responded to all of them. Most of the emergency responses that happen in Kansas that come through the mutual aid program do fall on the energy side. A lot of water and wastewater kind of happens organically through working with those neighboring utilities, but we do facilitate that as well. So what do we do in water, and how do we best support our water and our wastewater utilities? I'm going to probably oversimplify a lot of this presentation because there's so many complexities, and we can get in the weeds, but there's never enough money to do all of this stuff. So in 2 days, I'm going to be in front of a governing body. I'm going to talk a little bit more about it in a second, but when they come to me and they say, how do we decide what project to prioritize? Never enough money, so many competing priorities, and you can always say each of them have equal importance, right? Clearly I'm biased, I work in water, but sometimes maybe we have made the process too complex. I tell the governing body, does it meet a critical need? It's a pretty simple place to start. Does it meet a critical need, right? So when we talk to governing bodies about how are you going to allocate funds, does it meet a critical need? There's your top 4 right there. Those are critical needs every citizen has to have. Now, I know that's an oversimplification, certainly to you guys and the decisions that you have to make, but that's how we drive sharing with elected officials, sharing with certified operators, how to start to prioritize what they can focus on, meet the need, do it safely, and you figure the rest out. So that's what we do in water and wastewater. We support them. We focus on those critical needs. A lot of that's driven by regulation. The only reason we have regulatory compliance, the only reason we have laws is for public safety, right? Our water and our wastewater utilities, we're not only feeding a critical need, but your water and your wastewater utilities are having a bigger impact on any community than any doctor ever will, right? Doctors are only providing service to people that walk in the door. Your water utilities are touching every single person in the community. Again, you're going to hear my bias through this whole presentation, but we support water and wastewater workforce development, getting them through the certification, getting them trained up. But it's not just about passing a test. It's about knowing how to do their job safely, adequately, training them so they will stay, so they will take care of their community. One of the things that we do is really near and dear to my heart is the operator and training program. This is under a contract that we have with KDHE, but essentially every utility has to have one certified operator 24/7. Doesn't matter federal law. So what happens when you have one utility that has one certified operator, one staff member, just like the utility I'm going to go support on Wednesday, the operator who had been there for decades, no redundancy, no backup, no succession plan, he passed away unexpectedly. So what happens? The operator training program allows us to come in with some seasoned industry professionals to come in and start to mentor those folks in that utility, because we have to have, not only to meet federal compliance, but for public health and safety, we have to have a certified operator in charge of that system. But it's more than that. It's not just understanding how to dosages and how to turn on and off pumps. It's about, well, now we're digging through boxes to find financial information and to do SOPs and to understand what we need to do to just carry this forward, even from a business perspective. We also work with local boards and councils. Some of the questions I got before coming into this is, how do we talk about communities who maybe chose, that had already made good decisions related to funding infrastructure projects in the past? That's why we tried to train boards and councils, right? To help them. With compliance, We don't have the luxury of looking back 20 years and deciding whose fault it was, or making decisions about what did or didn't get funded. We have to make plans now. We have health and safety issues now, right? So we have to train the people who are in the seats now to try to make the difference, to go forward and make those decisions. That's what we're focused on. The challenge with that is the only people that come to training, since it's not mandatory, it's a voluntary basis. So we would love to train every elected official that there is, but we usually just get a handful of them. We train your water and wastewater operators, everything from high-level management, how to operate those utilities, how to keep rates and finance in check, how to understand the management side, but then also the pumps, pipes, plants, chemicals, everything associated with running that utility. Technical operations, I'm going to skip through a few of these. Again, I mentioned the water and the wastewater certification. Greatly appreciate the effort of the water committee the last couple of years, and we've talked about water and wastewater training and certification. It is incredibly important. It's something that we are going to continue to work toward, but we still have to support it whether or not there's any change in the regulations. We have to maintain regulatory compliance, and that's one of the key drivers for everything that we do. But I use that to segue into why I was asked to talk today, or what I was asked to talk about. And it was, what are those risks? What are the risks to the communities? And there's no one cookie cutter approach to fix everything, so there's no one clear cut answer. These are the top ones that we face, that our utilities face. Source of supply. I'm not getting into the weeds because I know that you've already heard from the state agencies and others talk about some of these challenges, but I want to give you some perspective from some specific utilities that we have worked with. Project costs being so completely unpredictable. And the length of time that it takes to implement a project, when we see costs 2 and 3 times for implementation versus what it was during the planning phases. And then regulatory environment, and then again, workforce challenges. So risks, source of supply, quality. I'm not going to go into that because we've heard that. We know some of those dynamics, but nitrates are impacting so many of our utilities, which causes that need for additional treatment or securing an additional supply of water. There's no way around it, right? And so again, I keep going back to the fact that they don't have a choice. We don't have a choice from a public health standpoint. The city of Pawnee Rock has 3 wells. One is an emergency well. It's not really useful for a day-to-day operational perspective. So the 2 wells they have left, one is impacted with uranium. So now they're not able to use that well. So they're down to 1 well. So no redundancy, no backup, no interconnect. Geographically, I mean, when you talk about regionalization, it becomes very difficult as we move to the western side of the state, but a population of 186. So they're in the process of pursuing a new well project, securing a new source of supply that hopefully is going to have adequate quality and quantity at a price tag of $4.1 million for a community of 186. These are significant impacts on small communities. But what's their alternative? They don't have an alternative, right? Because anything, they could put in treatment to take out uranium, and I think those costs were 2 to 3 times the cost of drilling the well, right? So the problem becomes too, drill the well, spend $4.1 million impacting ratepayers for decades to come. And then still we could run into a quality issue. We could still end up with uranium, it could still become hot with nitrates, right? They don't have a choice, and their customers and their ratepayers and the citizens who live in that community deserve to have clean potable water. Source of supply when it comes to quantity. Drought, sedimentation, water use, irrigation, it's all mixed in together. There are so many factors that impact our public water supplies, but again, it doesn't really matter where the water is going. They have to secure enough quantity to feed people who need it, right? I really appreciate, well, he's not here, GMB3, reached out to me to want to partner to reach our municipalities within the GMB region, to work with them on understanding water loss, understanding how their customers can be more conscientious, understand more long-range planning. Absolutely. We're excited to partner with them. We're excited to go in from a different angle to work with those municipalities so they truly understand their impact on that quantity picture. But at the end of the day, I go back to they can't change. They can't change the crop that they're going to plant, right? They can't necessarily move, but they're going to move houses. They have to be supplied that quantity of water. And so Osborne County Rural Water District number 1, they too have 3 wells. They have a well that's going dry. 2 of their wells over the last 15 years, they've been losing about 10 feet. Well, I guess about 10 feet every 10 years. But point is, they have a well that's going dry. They're now having to drill another well. So that's about a $750,000 price tag for a population of 81. They're also, they had said if they didn't get rain this summer, that they were going to have to start shutting off some of their largest water users, which are their, their agricultural producers. They won't shut off those residential meters. But these are really, really hard conversations to have, especially when you have a rural water district where the primary customer base is ag stock water and ag production uses. Project costs. Capital costs versus lifetime maintenance. So many utilities do have to put in some type of an advanced treatment to meet regulatory needs, to meet regulatory drivers. Huge capital costs that they're looking at, but sometimes the lifetime maintenance costs aren't always figured in. And so those can just be absolutely extreme. You have advanced filtration, just simply maintaining those units for decades to come. If it's not properly budgeted, if the decision makers don't understand the need of keeping those finances in place for the maintenance of those facilities, then we start to get into compliance issues, and then we start this flywheel all over again. So unplanned increases to project costs. The city of Anthony, and they're actually, I'm going to talk about our water summit at the end of this, and their city manager will be there to talk about some of the challenges that Anthony has faced. But the city of Anthony in 2010, they built a water treatment plant and a 9-mile transmission line. Okay, $6 million for both of those projects. That's significant. So keep that in your mind, 2010. But they've had significant increases in their water line breaks of that 9-mile transmission line. So plants 9 miles away from town, 9 miles, 16-inch transmission line to pump it into town. The interesting and unique thing about Anthony is they also have Patterson Health Center. So hospital out in the country that's being fed right off of that 16-inch main. So PVC pipe went in, increase in main breaks to the point that they're splitting along the length of the pipe. So these are major, major breaks. They're able to fix these breaks in-house. They have to take the system down for about 15 hours. Just in the last 5 years, they've just tracked those maintenance costs of replacing those, repairing those water line breaks. And they've gone from $275,000 to over $350,000 annually in just repairing those water line breaks. So we need to replace the water line, right? That's the logical thing. They came back to replace that 9 miles of pipeline now. Again, 2010, $6 million to put in a line and a plant. Now The price tag just to replace that water line is being costed out between 22 and 32 million for the line itself. 22 million is a cheaper version, 32 million is ductile iron, which is ideal, that's what you want. So what happened, right? We can go back to let's look backwards, what happened? Well, they've done all the testing, they're doing soil testing, they're testing the product that went in, looking at construction that went in, trying to figure out, is there liability? The answer is, so far it's unknown, it's still under investigation. But this is a very, very real, everyday problem for the city that they're cutting off and struggling with. They're having to cut off service to their customers, but they can't necessarily afford to put in a $32 million project. That $6 million project they borrowed USDA funds for, that loan doesn't even come due until, what's the right word here? It matures in 2053 from that $6 million project. So we're looking at a massive water line project now. The debt service on the new loan, if they borrowed 20 million, would annually $1 to $1.5 million. So that would be 50 to 60% of that utility's annual expenses. Huge, right? Pretty hard to be sustainable. The current customer bill, they pay about $60. If they had to fund that water line project themselves, not go through external funding, you'd see about a 3 times increase to those customers monthly. They've made incremental increases in their rates starting in 2015. Here we go back to have decisions that are made through time about breaking even. It's easier to raise rates to break even and not necessarily put things in reserve, right? So it's difficult, I understand this, for decision makers to want to put money in reserves and plan for things in the future. It's hard to sell your customers on this, right? Your customers want to see something built. They want to know what's happening with their money. So then it becomes difficult to charge additional rates to be prepared for these types of situations. Now, Anthony is unique, right? They didn't plan for seismic activity. They didn't plan for, there's all of these things that could have contributed to the water line breaks. But the point is, this is still breaking every day. This is something that's going to have to be dealt with. They can't defer it. They can't plan their way out of it. They can't blame their way out of it. It's got to be fixed. And somebody's going to have to pay for it. And yeah, it's a really hard situation. Access to funding. There are different ways to pay for projects, and none of them are easy. Ratepayers, you always look back, and in order to secure, to utilize state or federal funds, you have to be charging the rates that are necessary for delivering that cost of service. But you also have the little caveat in there about what's your ratepayers' desire to pay, right? Infrastructure, water and wastewater utilities are a unique animal. The 90% of all of our assets are buried, very hard for people to see. We as consumers don't want to pay for what we don't understand, right? I always love to tease because I'm married to someone who's in law enforcement, but I always say, it's easy to put the fire trucks and the police cars in the parades and people see it and they understand it. I'm not taking anything away from essential services or safety services, but it's very difficult when we come to ask for, millions of dollars worth of project needs equating into rates for our general customers who don't see it. And frankly, because of security reasons, we don't want to tell them everything about the infrastructure, right? Very difficult to get that desire to pay elevated. And then again, full circle, decision makers who are willing to charge those necessary rates to support it. State and federal funds, typically they could be the cheapest, they're hardest to obtain, they're competitive, they have a lot of tape around them. Maybe it's the BABA requirements, MHI, LMI. We don't necessarily know what's going to happen with a lot of our federal funding sources. Our SRF funds have been It's been very nerve wracking watching that process. So to plan for that, right, is very difficult. Non-governmental funding, more expensive, can be limiting. This would be your bonds and your capital leases. It limits how much debt the system can issue, and it can impact their credit rating, which then can impact other projects that they're trying to finance as well. And again, ratepayers, simply the hardest to implement, right? I can't tell you how many times I've stood in front of local boards and governing bodies, and they've said, the water is a God-given right, and I completely agree. It is, and water is free, and it should be free, but it's the pumps and plants and pipes, parts and people that aren't free, right? And so how do we convey that to those ratepayers that need to understand that original graph of those 4 critical needs, right? Another risk, unknown regulatory environment. We are all feeling this right now as we speak, but it didn't just start recently. It's been ongoing. It affects what utilities do, planning. It affects infrastructure and projects that they're going to put in, which boils down to planning and budgeting and being able to implement those projects. I bring up the city of Beloit. Again, I'm not excluding our larger utilities by any means, but I want to give you a snapshot of some of the smaller utilities and mid-sized utilities, because these are the calls we get. These are the calls we get at 2 a.m. when things break, and they need help, frankly. Beloit's infrastructure is 100 years old. Nothing unique to Beloit. Just about every utility is 100+ years old, with things in the ground that have long since reached their useful life but are still being utilized. They have a surface water treatment plant. I don't even remember how long ago that was installed, but they're currently having compliance issues for triethylmethylanes. So looking at upgrading the water treatment plant to address these issues, as well as put in a new line from the plant up to their lake. They currently have a line softening plant, but their project or the project that they're wanting to implement is moving to ultrafiltration and reverse osmosis. Why? Are there easier, cheaper treatment methods for triethylmethanes? Yes, but when they were going through the planning phase in 2015, PFAS started to heat up. So they decided to do their due diligence and secure treatment that would not only fix the problem now, but looking forward at regulation, take out the PFAS, deal with regulation as they move forward. 2015 is when that planning phase started. 2025 is when they got bids. So we're talking about a 10-year planning phase. You can always throw out the COVID years, so that adds a couple of years to the timeline. Planning, revisions of plans, updates to plans, back and forth engineering. 2025, what they originally thought was going to be $11 to $13 million project, their bids came in at $32 million. So they've effectively tabled the water treatment plant. They can't afford a $32 million project. So what happens? They're still out of compliance. I don't know that they are today. They're still having compliance issues with triethylmethanes, but they are going to go ahead and build the pipe, because that's a $4 million project, and change the location where they chlorinate, which also can help with those TTHs as well. So $4 million project, right? Is it going to fix everything? I mean, I hope so for right now. But when we talk about unknown regulatory environment, they did their due diligence. They did what they should have done 10 years ago and looked forward. This is what we teach them to do. You can't live in now. You have to look forward, plan for those regulatory things, plan for your decreasing water supply. Is your water level dropping, right? Plan for this, save for it, budget for it. They did all the things. They did all the things, but they can't control the construction costs. And now, I don't know what's going to happen with these. Maybe you do, but if that would happen to get rolled back to some level, did they plan for a project that this wasn't needed. And these are real consequences, real dollars to this community. And then the other thing that we throw in the middle of that was the lead and copper rule compliance. And so we have compliance issues with tricolomethanes wanting to protect public health, but then we have staff that we kind of have to stop and go over here and work on lead and copper rule surveys, right? To determine lead pipes within the system, which is important. They knew what their lead and copper their survey was going to tell. They had been replacing their distribution system for 15 years, but still had to take the time, staffing and effort, reaching out to their customer base. They narrowed it down that the city of Beloit has 23 unknown. So under lead and copper rule, if you don't know for sure that it's lead, if it's an unknown, then it automatically defaults to lead, which equates to needing either further investigation or replacement. So 23 unknown lines that now they're going to have to try to replace. But we went from an original 20-year timeline that utilities had under the first lead and copper rule, but when the revision came out, we compressed that timeline to 10 years. 23 lines doesn't seem like a big deal. Beloit doesn't have a big staff. They don't have a big budget, and they still have these compliance issues. So I know I'm making the point that regulatory, this ever-changing regulatory environment has real consequences and real dollars associated with it, right? So then when it comes back to why didn't they do, why didn't they plan, why didn't they save, they're doing the best they could with the information they had at the time. I know I'm super Debbie Downer after lunch. I know this. I thought I don't know how to sugarcoat this. Workforce, recruiting and maintaining workforce. It's hard to value. It's not hard to value them. It's hard to have the community and people value these positions. Again, because they're unseen, it's unknown. And so it's hard for these folks to feel valued, and it's hard for them to feel appreciated. It's hard to get them competitive wages, so they want to stay, right? They have to have the certification. They are getting called out at 2 a.m. on Christmas Eve when a water line blows. They would rather be with their family and not in a hole, but that's what the job requires of it, right? For sometimes the lowest paid wages, the tough job, right? A lot of the times there isn't necessarily succession planning, hence what I mentioned before. We're going to be in front of a rural water district governing board on Wednesday to help, since they lost their operator, no succession planning. There, to my understanding, I haven't been in to talk to them myself, but there wasn't any kind of institutional knowledge shared with anyone else. And so really going in and starting from scratch, but they're not alone. This isn't a one-off situation that this is happening. And so how are we supporting them? We can teach all these classes. We can try to get people to come, but this is just, it's just this ever continuum that we can't seem to get off of with workforce challenges. But workforce, recruiting and maintaining, and not having competitive wages, absolutely ties into funding, because underfunding infrastructure and underfunding utility needs sends a very clear message to the staff, to the customers, to the community about what priorities are. Right? So we're going to expect, let me go back, we're going to expect a workforce to come in and deal with the duct tape and the Band-Aids if we're not prioritizing these projects. All the while, you can see the bullet hole that was shot with a high power rifle in that water tank. They're doing all the compliance stuff, they're doing the day-to-day stuff, and then they get to go deal with this, as an example. More money for projects doesn't fix everything, but it even impacts your workforce, right? What's the priority for these people in these jobs? So mitigating the risks. Always. Funding is always going to be there. The funding isn't adequate for the need at the current level. We need to maintain the current level or we need more because access to funding is so difficult. When the bipartisan infrastructure law funds came available, it seemed like there was kind of this overarching idea that that was going to be the fix. Yet accessing those funds for so many of our communities was just really difficult. So you kind of just have to write that one off. So what are those funding mechanisms? We have to continue to prioritize water, to prioritize these services, right? Has to go hand in hand with education. I truly believe that throwing money at a problem while we need it, don't mishear me. The decision makers have to understand the impact that we're having not only today, but for generations to come. So we are being good stewards of the funds. So we are putting in the projects. So we are maintaining those projects that are being installed with public funds. Asset management, prioritizing asset management is a big piece of this. Why? Because that's exactly long-range planning. That's what we're talking about. Asset management, knowing what they have, knowing the state and condition that these assets are in, when is it going to fail and how are we going to replace it? I mean, that absolutely ties into long-range planning. That also could tie into the redundancy. It's really hard when you have one well to have redundancy without a big price tag attached to it. But do we have the ability to have redundancy in other issues? And then the topic of regionalization always seems to surface, which regionalization too is not one cookie cutter fits all. There's so many different ways. Could be shared resources, can be seeing the efforts of consolidation, developing new public wholesale supplies, taking over ownership. So many solutions, and of course, I didn't even get into expanding our water supplies through reuse, and there's so many other elements to this. But I want to leave you. I just want to leave you with my plea and my passion for this industry and for an unsung and sometimes undervalued industry that is the lifeblood of every community. It has to be a priority, right? And I don't want to be the one to walk into a small community of 86 and say, you didn't meet the cut, we're going to put money over here doing something else, right? I have the luxury of not sitting in that position. But don't forget about these people, right? Don't forget about these communities that built our state and gave us the opportunities that we have here today. So we would love to have you join us October 8th in McPherson. We have the 4th annual Canyon Water Summit. This is specifically an event for our legislators and then for our public water suppliers to interface and to hear the real issues, to be prepared for going into the session. So with that, Mr. Co-Chair, I'd be more than happy to stand for questions.
Any questions? Representative or Senator Fagan, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Debbie Downer, Katie.
Yeah.
Osborne County population 81, just talking about 750,000. How long was the old well there? If they go spend 750,000 to drill the well, how long would you estimate that will last?
The new well?
Yeah. It's a guess.
Yeah.
You look at the old one, I guess.
Sure. Yeah, I don't know that off the top of my head, how old their old wells were, but I could find it out.
So a follow up to that on that one. Do you take and can they haul water in there? Could they get water from somewhere else? And how much water would a population make need to make their city go?
Yeah, so it's a good question. When we teach emergency planning classes, we use these scenarios to say if you get hit with an emergency, we're not talking like can't water your grass, we're talking like major catastrophic. In Kansas, I think our average water use is about 113 gallons per capita. Is that right? But then in an emergency situation, there's a whole matrix to figure out what that number is. But it gets down to 9 gallons a person per day. So it depends, are you talking about comfortable day-to-day living, or are you talking about emergency basic needs? And so that's how you back figure what your consumptive need is to support a community. So in their situation, I believe that they do have obviously some residential meters, but they also have several agricultural meters supporting stock water and other activities. So that number would be quite higher than what you would be looking at for a emergency consumptive need.
Want to also ask about Anthony, that 9 mile line. How many problems do we have like that around the state? That kind of thing. Was there lines built about that time?
Yeah.
That's having problems? How many problems do we have like Anthony?
A lot. Again, they're not unique. I wish they were. I wish all of these examples I gave you are not unique. It just depends, and they tested out the integrity of the product used. Product used, construction, was it vetted properly? Again, seismic activity in that situation, you're depending on different products, chemistries can change. Yeah.
One final question, Mr. Chairman. Could the city acquire insurance to cover that kind of thing?
I don't know. I would assume to a certain level, but
It gets pretty costly. I don't know how long it'll cover something like that. And I don't think most communities can, since it was brought up, I'm surprised to hear you say that one's not unique. 15-year-old PVC pipe should not be breaking. Even under the worst conditions, that would be, to me, kind of
well, I guess I was meaning water line breaks. I wasn't thinking.
no, well, it's that, and I didn't mean that.
Yeah, it's extremely unique for them with that.
With current materials and construction techniques, it'd be pretty unusual for a community to want to do more insurance than just companies a little more. Thank you. They're used to doing.
Shannon?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Katie. Pardon me for kind of lack of maybe the larger municipality, mindset and things that occur here, but, the infrastructure problems and, the lack of money, these are not unique to, all the municipalities throughout the state. And then I look at the map here, and I guess one big concern that jumps out at me, especially in western Kansas, we have towns, but there's a lot of little towns that are not represented on here. Why is there the lack of that, maybe membership? Is it cost? I mean, I could see where maybe they would benefit possibly from some of these services, but I didn't know what the reason why they were not members of this, so.
I actually appreciate you addressing that, because I thought I toyed with not even including that map. That's KMU membership, which is a paid membership. But again, we support every public utility because we are able to operate under state contract for supporting water and wastewater utilities. So they're not a paid member of KMU, but they're 100% supported under the services that we offer. So training, technical assistance, they're just not on that map. It's kind of two different maps.
Fabulous. Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, thank you, Chair.
So when you look at, I have several questions, trying to get the best first one. So when you look at the high cost of all of these projects, and I've seen it in small towns, whether it's fixing the nitrate problem on the front end or cleaning up the wastewater on the other end. These numbers are just impossible numbers, right? And even if you're looking at regionalization if it's $4 million per mile of pipe, even in eastern Kansas counties, it's just, right, you can't property tax your way out of that. So how do we, I know this is tough, but how do we approach this? How do we wrap our heads around this if it's not financially feasible? Even if the state makes 1% loans available, you still can't make the math work. So how do we have to approach this on a big scale going forward?
I would love to see the state to continue to prioritize having funds available that these communities can access, that they can access for the projects that are needed, they can access in a timely way. And just to continue to fill that need, because we've just seen the access from federal side continue to decrease. Now, again, that doesn't take away making sure that those communities are charging the adequate rates, not to meet the break even, but to plan for the future. But it's not a one size fits all. It's not a right now. But accessing those funds that the state, like the water office funds, is such a huge shot in the arm for these communities that can't qualify for funds in other ways. So I know I say the things and I didn't even get an answer essentially, but
Have you seen a cutoff? So like, I've seen some of these wastewater facilities where my example is what it costs to upgrade the wastewater plant in Manhattan isn't that big of a difference from what it costs to upgrade the wastewater plant in Wamego, except that there's 10 times more people in the tax base in Manhattan. So do you guys in your services see a population cutoff where, yeah, it costs everybody more, but cities above this size generally are still able to bond and deal with it in the normal course, and cities below this size have a catastrophe or an emergency when we hit this point with large repairs?
there probably is. I don't know what it is. And it's also going to depend on the financial capability of the utility itself. So we can have smaller utilities that aren't just dependent on their water and their wastewater utilities, if they do have other services, if they have an electric utility, if they have, some other opportunities for revenue, they may have better opportunities to implement some of those projects. So I'm sure there is a population threshold. I just
Last impossible question. We talk about the regionalization, and it's kind of, there's a lot of theory and we look at the costs, but have you seen or started to see what does successful regionalization actually look like? I mean, what are the realistic projects and things where you actually see that paying off and we can afford to implement it?
the eastern side of the state has had the opportunity to regionalize for decades now through interconnects, and that is a huge beneficial part of regionalization to not only add to redundancy, but for emergency backup. So that is a form of regionalization. So obviously, where I grew up south of Kendall, that's not really an opportunity for Syracuse and Lakeland to run that much pipe. And so some of those utilities are doing it really, really well. We've seen consolidations happen. We saw Johnson 7 take over Johnson Consolidated 6, I think. And so some of these just bringing utilities together and still maybe operating under one, but those are such locally specific situations that the formation of Public Wholesale 23rd, the most recent was Public Wholesale 26. We have utilities that came together to essentially consolidate, but to form public wholesale districts. But again, that's also more specific to the eastern side of the state. So sharing of resources, we have seen that more in western Kansas and some of central Kansas. It doesn't seem like a hard pipe regionalization option, but it is when it comes to sharing staff, sharing resources, sharing administrative duties, equipment, and some of that is based out of immediate necessity. But that has added strength in their utilities that form regionalization.
Lindsay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I kind of had a question that builds on that I might ask. So, as part of the task force, I've also been thinking about this concept of regionalization, and I'm wondering, do you see a beneficial role the state can play in that potential process? I'm thinking, would it be beneficial for us to start looking at what systems are, right for potential regionalization, whether that's system, whether that's operators, whether that, they're in a centralized location that's beneficial to XYZ communities, or they're near communities that are single source or don't have redundancies, things like that. Like, does that level of planning, does that potentially provide a benefit for your members? And is that something that, is I'm thinking, is that something that this task force could potentially take a look at as we prepare for the future? You see a need for that?
I think supporting in all of those ways is fantastic. We have been talking with utilities for decades now about where does it make sense. I think sometimes the challenge is this, that we have water treatment plants that were implemented for communities that are literally right across the street from each other. Right, so again, we could look back and say, should that have been regionalized at the time? Yeah, I mean, I'm probably not gonna argue it should have, but those decisions were made for whatever reason. I do think we've seen a shift in kind of some of the mentality. Turfy is the only word I can think of. Maybe people are less turfy than they used to be, and so that's something else I would share with elected officials is you need to be looking at what's right for your utility, not Friday night football from years ago, right? If we're making these decisions. And so I think that just continuing to help support that. Now, again, you know, I say that with the caveat of locally, they know what their capabilities are, what they can and can't do. But I think helping support that educational effort, say, are these opportunities that you haven't looked at before, then that would be fantastic.
Because I think a lot about the Canyon case study and how do we not just react and help in a situation like that, but how do we help prevent that and prevent communities from running out of water?
Yeah.
So that was one question. The second question I have, I think like you said and was alluded to, we see the economics of these situations are impossible in a lot of situations. And that's why I think bills like 2302 and state level investment is really important to help these communities with their water and wastewater systems. Unfortunately, some of the pushback that we have started to hear among our colleagues is around this concept of asset management. Like, why would the state step in when they're, not taking care of their business, which as you have demonstrated today is a false narrative, in my opinion. I think a lot of communities are doing everything they can to prepare for the future. But as we go back and talk about the importance of $2302, how can we address that with our colleagues, And in your opinion, is there more that we can be doing to support better asset management at a local level? Is that something like guidelines, like you kind of alluded to the rate that what the ratepayers are paying, as a guideline, should ratepayers pay this much percentage above, just standard O&M? Like what keeps the system going? Is there a percentage that makes sense to help them prepare for the future? Or what are your thoughts around that, and how should we respond to our colleagues on that issue?
And everything goes oversimplified in my mind. It's, someone gifting you a vehicle that's great. They gave it to you and it's an 86 automobile that never had the oil changed in it, so then, well, I didn't necessarily ask for it. I didn't have control over what the previous owner did, but now I have this thing and what I'm going to do with it. Anything I do with it's going to come. Right? So sometimes I get challenged when, there is that pushback because the governing bodies, the elected officials and the operators in most situations were not there 20 and 30 years ago when decisions were being made, right? But they have to provide that service now. So they don't have a choice. So asset management, PDG developed an asset management curriculum that's used nationally and internationally almost 20 years ago. We deliver usually around 10 different sessions of those every single year. Well, actually, that's the class I'm teaching on Wednesday for not only operators, but for elected officials as well. And it's to really take them through this planning process and get this shift into this planning mindset. The challenge, well, but it's not mandated. So it's still voluntary at the time. So do people come to class? Yes. Is it widely implemented? Not as much as we would like to see. So that's something that continuing that emphasis on it, because if you are going to know and understand the criticality of your assets, when they're going to fail, when you have to replace them, by default, you're doing long-range planning. But the key too is making sure that those plans are being passed and the emphasis is being put on it. So as we change leadership, as we change new folks coming in, they're picking up that plan, right? I mean, it's always fun to go build something new and shiny, But the new and shiny isn't necessarily taking care of what we got with the asset management plan.
But that makes me think, are there ways that we could incentivize greater participation with some of those costs? But yeah, it's a great response. Thank you.
Senator Murphy.
Oh, thank you, Chair. I'm just curious on Anthony and similar situations, did they look into putting a liner? Water line,
I think they have looked at
everything?
everything that they possibly could, and so I don't know.
I know that's a whole lot cheaper than digging it up and putting it in.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I do know that they've looked at every possible option, and so I don't know the specific around why they have or have not.
Okay.
To ask you one.
Okay.
We've wrestled the water committee with this operator certification bill last couple of years. If you get the promotion, set you down or the queen of the legislature for a day. I've already heard from the Rural Water Association and KDHE. What would you suggest we do on operator certification?
Something, moving forward, it's something. If it is bringing together, a group to QA/QC those questions and to be able to come and do those in-house, I'm completely fine with that. If it is outsourcing it, I'm completely fine with it at this point. I mean, we're willing to say, there isn't just one path that's the only right path. But again, staying where we've been for decades isn't a solution. So if it stays in the state, if we have a stakeholder group, or if it gets outsourced, I'm supporting both of it.
Thank you, Katie. Appreciate it very much. Sorry, did Earl have a question?
Well, okay, I think we should help on Representative Bond, so.
I'll fill him in later. Thank you. All right, now we're moving on to the city reuse and recharge. Roy Slatterly? Welcome, guys. Ray's up first to talk about engineering services.
Well, hello, I'm Ray Slattery. I'm the Director of Engineering Services for the City of Dodge. See if we can get this good. Okay. I was born and raised in Dodge City, spent 3 years in Kansas State, finished up my degree, moved back to help with the family farm, was hired on by the City of Dodge, so.
We've asked everybody else, what was your first job? It was non-family.
Non-family, that was an intern for the City of Dodge, many moons ago.
Well.
Yeah.
Did a good job.
Today, we're gonna talk to you about from effluent to aquifer, rethinking water reuse. And I'm sure a lot of you know, but effluent is a good way of saying treated wastewater. We don't want to gross you out right at the start, so change that. Little introduction. Dodge City's has a long history of recycling wastewater and being good stewards of the environment. We're always thinking of ways to enhance our wastewater recycling reuse practices and broadening the city's sustainability efforts to help ensure the long-term viability of our most precious resource, the Ogallala or High Plains aquifer. Pre-1984, Dodge City was similar to most other cities in Kansas. We treat our wastewater and we discharge it into the river. But in about 1984, we were under a mandate to rebuild our wastewater plant to treat high strength wastewater. So in 1984, the city fathers sent out a proposal to area landowners and partaked in a venture that has become very successful for the city. And that was to trade treated effluent for freshwater rights. In 1984, our South wastewater recycling facility went online. Due to expansion of the city and the need for industrial expansion in the city, in 2004, the first expansion of our South wastewater facility took place. The city continued to grow, and it became evident that we were needing a second wastewater facility. And so in 2011, we built the North MBR facility. At that time, we wanted to continue our water reclamation or recycling efforts. And so that's our water reclamation facility up there. As part of our process with our wastewater facility, we run our wastewater through anaerobic digestion, then aeration, and then out to facultative ponds where more final treatment takes place, and also held for irrigation. As part of that byproduct of anaerobic digestion, we produce biogas. And so in 2017, we ventured into a biogas. We built a biogas to renewable natural gas facility. Again, the city continued to grow and had industrial providers coming in. And so we started the second expansion of the South wastewater recycling facility. And in 2027, we're planning to propose the start of our managed aquifer recharge facility. Our South wastewater recycling facility, pre-2025, we were treating approximately 2 million gallons a day of municipal wastewater and about 4.5 million gallons a day of industrial wastewater, for a total of 2.4 billion gallons of water a year being treated. From this treatment of water, we are generating about 1.6 million cubic feet of biogas a day. We are a non-discharging facility, which means the only way we can get rid of our water is through irrigation means and by evaporation. There's approximately 3,000 acres under irrigation, under 26 pivots. And by that, we irrigate about 2 billion gallons of water a year in that system. Our North Reclamation Facility is a membrane bioreactor plant. It's sized to treat 1.25 million gallons a day. Currently, it's treating about 200,000 gallons a day. And it treats just basic municipal wastewater. In this way, treated effluent is used to irrigate our municipal golf course at the tune of a little over 60 million gallons a year. And this plant receives all its flow from the fastest growing part of the community, which is the north end of town, north of the highway. Our biogas to renewable natural gas facility, as I mentioned earlier, we produce about 1.6 million gallons of raw biogas a day. For over 20 years, we flared that asset because we did not have a way to upgrade that from raw biogas to renewable natural gas. Technology hadn't caught up with us. Our biogas is very high in hydrogen sulfide. But in the middle teens, technology caught up and was able to treat that high sulfide biogas. And so in 2016, we started construction of a pressure swing absorption upgrading facility along with the construction of an interconnect with Northern Natural Gas. We produce renewable natural gas for transportation fuel, and it's injected into Northern Natural Gas's interstate pipeline. The facility was oversized because we knew we wanted to grow this industry as time went on, and we'd have other feedstocks or other wastewater supplies that would come into our facility. And so it is sized at basically 3.25 million cubic feet. We are registered with two bodies, the EPA and the ISCC, which is basically the EPA version in Europe. We do have long-term contracts with our RNG off-takers, and they utilize that gas, as I mentioned, for transportation fuel. One off-taker is in the upper Midwest, and they use that to fuel their delivery semis to their convenience stores. And they also have RNG stations at their convenience stores for their customers. The other off-taker uses that gas for transportation purposes. And in the past, we have also fueled vehicles in Europe. Historically, the facility's generated about $4 million a year in revenue. This is just a table that shows our production over the past few years and projected revenue for the coming years. I might just point out in 2024, we produced a little over 205,000 MMBTU of biogas. Some people might say, well, okay, what's a MMBTU? And one way you can look at that is that 205,000 MMBTU is the same or equivalent to 1.6 million gallons of gasoline. So we generated enough energy at our facility to offset that much gasoline being used by the general public. The 2024 expansion or expansion number 2 at the South Wastewater Recycling Facility was spurred by the Hillmar cheese development that came to town. Probably aware, but Hillmar Cheese is a cheese and whey producer. They have 2 existing facilities, one in Delhart, Texas, and one in Hillmar, California. The plant that's constructed here in Dodge City will employ 260 people and cost approximately $700 million to construct. Along with that was the expansion of dairies in the area and new construction of that. It has a capacity to process 8 million pounds of milk a day, produces 1 million pounds of cheese a day. It does require 800,000 gallons of water to do this, but it's the city with 1.5 million gallons of high-strength wastewater. It's basically a 2-for-1 for every gallon of water that's used. You almost get back 2 gallons of wastewater that we do recycle. So it's a net provider of water to this area. The South expansion, basically we were already at 80% capacity, 6.5 million gallons a day of the 8 million that the plant was designed for. So the expansion was necessary for the new development and feedstock. The additional biogas from the treatment of Hillmar's wastewater stream, we're able to take into our upgrading facility because it was oversized. Approximately 85% of this expansion could be eligible for IRA or Inflation Reduction Act funding through the biogas credits. With that came the decision of what to do to handle this new amount of water that the city was seeing. We could expand the existing center pivot irrigations practice or consider alternate sources or uses for that water. This is just an aerial of our recycling facility down south. To the right is the existing facility that was constructed in the mid-80s. Those two ponds are roughly 45 surface acres when they're full. In the middle is the 04 expansion. The lower pond is 60 surface acres and the upper pond is 30 surface acres. So combined, those two facilities had 180 surface acres of water available for treatment and storage for our irrigation projects. You can kind of make the outline of the two new ponds being built with the expansion. And again, those are both 45 surface acres put together. So all, and they are holding water now. So all told, we have over 270 surface acres of water for storage and use in irrigation. Yeah, that's the largest body of water in Fort County. It's probably the second largest body of water in Southwest Kansas. So, and we do provide recreational stopover for the migratory birds on their trips back and forth each year. Our recycling practices, we've been doing this for 40 years. We have a agreement with our farmer partner, and it's a good agreement, and they've been good partners with the city and with the environment, and understand how to use this treated effluent. That contract is up for renewal this year, and we're working on getting that done. The original contract stated that they'd have access to 4,357 acre feet of water. In the past, we've supplied over 6,000 acre feet of water. With the new Hillmar effluent coming on, we'd have access to over 8,000 acre feet of water. So that pointed us in the direction of what to do. Do we expand the irrigation practice, which has a significant cost? Or is there something else that could be done with the treated effluent that would, benefit the Dodge City community and the immediate region as a whole? So we started looking at that. Because as we all know, and the reason why we're here, state of the High Plains or aquifer is declining. In the red square is a monitoring well just west of town. And the graph to the left shows the depth to water over the past 24 years. And you can see there that the alluvial test wells or monitoring wells are noted as being dry. I'm sure you've all seen the next set of slides, but I want you to pay particular attention. On this slide, there's a dark blue dot just south of Dodge City. Give you a minute to find it. That dot is in close proximity to our wastewater recycling facility. So just kind of keep an eye on that area as we circulate through these slides. That area, we have seen some decrease in the saturated thickness in that area, but not to the point where other areas of the Southwest Kansas are being irrigated. So we feel that our recycling project out there is benefiting the area and the region, immediate region around Dodge City. We have a saying We have two sayings, actually. Our recycling efforts, I think, were until recently were probably the best kept secrets in Kansas. And we were recycling before recycling was cool. I'll turn this over to Tanner.
Good afternoon. My name is Tanner Rutschman, city engineer for the city of Dodge City. Guess I'll go along with this. My first job was as a lifeguard. Different aspects. So understanding the state of the overall aquifer, and with this new water source, got us to thinking about another beneficial reuse option. And that's when we started thinking about a managed aquifer recharge. So I went through these slides. I'm going to go over kind of a little more of an overview of Dodge City's water, regulatory discussions to date, benefits, potential benefits of MAR, the cost benefit, anti-degradation, and funding and next steps. So this is just a general concept of the idea. City sole source of drinking water is the Ogallala. We have our city wells pulling water out of the ground, delivering it to our customers. They use that water source, deliver it back to us through our sanitary sewer system, or it can make its way to our south wastewater plant. This is where the MAR would come in play. Instead of after treatment at the wastewater plant, sending that out for irrigation, we would direct that to another treatment process in this managed aquifer wastewater treatment plant, where we would clean up to a higher quality, then direct it back to town, where we'd be discharged in the Ark River. And we didn't really go over it in Ray's session, but we see it there on the slide coming up. Our south wastewater plant is 10 miles south of town. You can see that the bulge in the Ogallala there, that's, just keep that in mind in a slide coming up that shows an image of the modeling, the initial modeling that's taken place for this 4 MGE going into the million gallons a day going into the Ark River and its impact on the Ogallala aquifer in Dodge City. I see that mounding effect where the highest impact source center that mounts out or declines as you move further away from the west discharge. So the geology in Ford County through Dodge City is ripe for recharge. You can see in the red there is the Ogallala Formation. And the yellow on the right side or right half there, that is the Arkansas River alluvial. The wastewater plant is down at the left side of the screen there. And then, the cities from the river up north, basically. So you can see that the river alluvium is directly connected to the Ogallala Formation. There's no buffer in between. So they're directly connected hydraulically, which makes it a good fit for a recharge. Here's how the city's water infrastructure is laid out. We have the north wastewater plant at the very north end, at the top end of this image on the left. South wastewater plant at the bottom, I think image on the left. The irrigation network for the south wastewater plant, and also a well field for when we traded those freshwater rights for the effluent water for freshwater rights. And then we also have a well field in town in the city. You can see in the image on the right, the blue dots are the city's wells in town and near the river. The red dot on the image to the right is the proposed discharge location for the managed aquifer recharge project. And that would be in the dry Arkansas River. The initial modeling that was completed by Burns McDonald can be seen on the left. That's where that mounding I was talking about. The yellow, these squares, these pixels on the image on the left are 1/2 mile by 1/2 mile. The yellow squares in the middle would be the discharge location, and it's irradiated away from that. That mounding decreases, but that model is based off of 15 years of discharging 4 million gallons a day into the Ark River, and that's the yellow boxes are a 10 to 15 foot increase in groundwater elevation. over that time period. And majority of the city's wells are actually contained within the green or better. So greater than 5 foot of increase in groundwater elevation over that 15-year period. The image on the right, you can see that the red dot, that's the, again, discharge location. The blue dots are kind of hard to see, but those are city wells in close proximity to that discharge location and their proposed capture zone. So the city, it just goes to show you that the city has quite a bit of infrastructure and wells in place that are positioned to capture this, this recharge water if needed. If not, we don't have to use it, but it's there if something comes along and we need that water, additional water. So availability isn't the only attribute that we're thinking about when we're thinking about water in the overall. We're also thinking about quality because we're always running into water quality issues, whether it's sulfates or nitrates, especially. If we're looking to purchase additional water rights, we're checking the quality of the water and we're finding that the availability of quality drinking water is becoming less and less. So that was also on the forefront of our thoughts on thinking about this MAR project, knowing that we're seeing these quality issues in groundwater come about and not really having much control over that. Does this MAR project give us the power to have control over the quality of the water that is going into the ground? So since this idea came about in the Elmar development, the MAR, we've had many discussions with KDHE and DWR, not only on the public health aspect, but the quality of the water that will be allowed to discharge through this MAR process and the regulations that the state will develop for this type of project. Because currently there aren't really regulations on the books for this type of project. Wichita's Aqua Storage and Recharge project is similar, but it is different. They have a flowing river and we're dealing with a dry river bed. So also discussions with KDH&E, the discussions on anti-degradation, where it differs is we're talking about not degrading the groundwater, when typically anti-degradation is talking about not degrading the quality of the water in the river. So with our project, we're actually holding ourselves to a higher standard in treatment to meet the existing ambient quality of water. So also with DWR, there's been discussions about, okay, once this gets in place, where's the benefit that we could receive? And initial discussions have been around for every 1 gallon we put in, we eventually get 90% back, or in a form of an additional or a new water right. And using our existing infrastructure to capture that additional water right. Also, just discussions with the state water planning and their initiatives. They're in support of this project and have put the money where the mouth is and will form offering additional support in terms of funds to help pay for this project. More on the regulatory discussion and regulations. So at the forefront is public health and protecting public health. You see that the table is kind of small on the top right here, but we're right now design is based off of regulations or requirements in California for it. That's at least the information we've thrown out so far. And what kind of credit we can get with our multi-barrier approach to treatment. When we look at this, we have 3 barriers of treatment and protection to the public, and that's the membrane bioreactor being one, the second being UV disinfection, and the third being, which is due to the state of cancer, would be this soil aquifer treatment credit, and the time it takes for that water to work its way through the ground and get into the overall recharging aquifer. As you can see, the proposed barriers of protection exceed the log removal credits required by the state of California. On the bottom there, you can see the proposed treatment processes, which the city owns two wastewater plants, one being mechanical and one being the south wastewater plant with the lagoon type treatment. The proposed treatment is very similar technology and process to what our operators are familiar with and comfortable with operating. So we have the screening, the grit removal, it goes right into biological and secondary treatment, and then into the tertiary treatment, which would be the NBR process, and then disinfection with a high dose of UV disinfection before being sent back to the river for recharge. So when we put our feasibility study together, an application to the Bureau of Reclamation, a part of that we needed to include a cost benefit analysis. So here's what we had included in the cost benefit analysis, because besides this MAR project, if we want new water rights to available for the city for drinking water, we would have to go out and pay for water rights. And who knows how far away from your existing infrastructure you have to go to find not only willing sellers of water rights, but water rights that are good quality. And you wouldn't require additional treatment before being injected into your distribution system. So with this cost benefit analysis, we compared the MAR project to what a new well field would cost to supply the same amount of drinking water for the city. And the results come up to just under $19,000 per acre foot per year for the MAR, and over $32,000 per acre foot per year for a traditional well field development. I mean, there were some assumptions in that well field development that included the nitrate removal and the distance from our existing infrastructure that we would have to build a pipeline to connect. And also, you have to consider the conversion factor from agricultural or irrigation water right to municipal. So in that anti-degradation report that we submitted to KDH&E, here is just a comparison of the background information or existing aquifer quality compared to what we would propose through our projected treatments process, those constituent concentrations to be. Right now, with the ambient, you see nitrates at the top there, the ambient 3 wells that are in closest proximity to the proposed discharge location, their average nitrate levels are 6.3. And right now, we are proposing to construct our facility to treat down to 6 milligrams per liter for nitrates. So below the 10 maximum, but also below the ambient or existing nitrate levels. Currently, the construction estimate for the project is $75 million. Of that $75 million, we were successful in our application to the Bureau of Reclamation, and were awarded $14.25 million from the Bureau of Reclamation. And since we were successful in our application to the Bureau of Reclamation, we were able to leverage funds from the Build Kansas Fund, amount of $20 million to help pay for the project. The remaining $40 million would be the responsibility to fund. Next steps, the phase 1 of design has been completed by Berlin Adults. We're still updating the process modeling, the treatment process modeling, getting additional samples to help refine, for analysis to help refine that treatment process and determine that final effluent water quality. Still working with KDH&E on the permitting side and what those discharge limits will look like for this type of facility. And also looking into a work plan for geotechnical compatibility or geochemical compatibility with the dry riverbed. If we put this treated effluent through the the soils, are we going to mobilize anything that's currently in the soil? So we're proposing a bench top study to work modeling to work through that. We'll go out and collect borings, samples of existing soils, and then have a specialty analysis firm come through and perform that analysis for us to make sure that will help us really finalize that treatment process so that we know that we're not putting something in the ground that's going to freeze something else up and degrade the quality of the groundwater. Also still working with DWR and on the model and updating the groundwater GMP3 model into a much smaller, more manageable area. The NEPA process, we have submitted an environmental assessment report to NEPA for their review, and they're currently going through that as well. That's the end of our presentation. But welcome any questions.
Lindsay, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was very excited to hear from you guys. I serve on the Build Campus Advisory Committee, and I was really excited to see this project come through and excited to support it through that work. I have a lot of questions. I'll limit them. So I'm trying to understand the full life cycle. So you talk about, so it's treated twice as wastewater, it percolates through the soil, goes back into the aquifer, and then is the intention to have it then be used as drinking water? And if so, I assume it's been cleaned to the drinking water standard. Are they able to, I mean, how do they receive the water? Is it the same well fields? I don't know how all that works, but what's the full life cycle?
So that is basically, you just laid it out. That's basically the life cycle. It will mix in with the existing groundwater, just like say if you're a municipality that discharged into a stream, you treated your wastewater discharged into a stream. There's an environmental buffer there between when where you discharge it and then the next city down the line pulls that water out of the river, treats it, and then puts it in the drinking water system. So this just acts as the environmental buffer. But in our case, we're treating it to a higher standard than what a typical community that's discharging into a river would treat to. So much higher quality of water that we discharging.
That's awesome. And then just a quick follow-up. So you talked about how kind of the next stage of like feasibility studies is looking at the composition of the soil where it's going to be percolating. Are there concerns because it was formerly used as like land and there could be potential pesticides, fertilizers, or is it just more concern around like maybe naturally occurring minerals that could contaminate this?
I think the concern is more on the naturally occurring minerals. I mean, right now, if it rains, it's doing the same thing. Like you're getting a wash, you're getting like a fresh wash through the soil. That would work its way down to the aquifer. What is different is you have a continuous stream. I mean, 4 MGD kind of sounds like a lot, but when you think about it in terms of like river flows, it's not that much. This 4 MGD is basically like 50 CFS. So very, very small in terms of when you think about like a river flowing.
And then last question, just on the funding side. So does that still seem to be moving forward in terms of what's been granted from Bureau of Rec and Build Kansas? Are you having any issues with that, or is that okay so far?
You know, we're okay so far. I think one of the things is, and that ask is, state revolving loan funds very limited. You know, this was a key component when we first started looking at it. I don't think we're gonna be awarded that portion for that 40 million. So we're gonna have to figure out how to take care of that 40 million in a 25 year with a higher interest rate, which is just gonna add cost. And then you get back to the feasibility of it. Does it make more sense then to keep continuing with the project? You know, have that difference of potentially $500,000-$600,000 a year that you're looking at having to come up with, or does it make more sense for us to just go out and buy, water rights from irrigated farmers, basically then take that out of the equation for crop irrigation. So those are still some challenges that we face. So from our perspective, it's gonna come down to, can we make the math work? Especially when we're looking at treating it to a much higher standard than most communities ever treat their wastewater. Because we're basically gonna be treating it to drinking water standards before it's even discharged in the river. And looking at nitrates, because we're reducing nitrates a lot from what's coming in versus what we're putting out, reducing a lot of the other contaminants as well, which is a huge cost to do that. And we're not doing it necessarily for immediate benefit, we're doing it for benefit long-term for the area and for the community. So that's all those things and factors have to be taken into consideration as we're moving.
Yeah, I know SRF has been a big concern for a lot of the, so hopefully it continues to come in at the federal level, or maybe we can look at that at the state level. And see what it is.
It just even reducing that interest rate is huge. If there was just an ability for us to knock off 0.5% or so, I mean, that's really a huge game changer. And then a 20 to a 30-year note, that is, the city can plan for a project like this, it's just gonna have 50 to 100-year benefit. The 20-year payback on a lot of these projects is very difficult. And I think that's why it's changed from 20 to 30 on water and wastewater. When I was in Kansas City, we changed the water from 20 to 30, and then we changed the wastewater since I've been in Dodge City from 20 to 30 as well to help pay for these projects, because it makes sense on a 30-year timeline. It's very difficult to do it on 20 years.
Yeah, I think we just made that change, right?
Yes.
Statute. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. This is incredibly innovative, and I'm excited to follow the work that you guys do.
Gary?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a little bit of expansion of Lindsay's question about funding. And maybe going back in time, and Ray, I've seen you present this a couple of times, really, really good stuff. I think this is a good example for other communities to follow. So maybe back, like even on the biogas infrastructure, and somehow some of that was funded, and even your treatment facilities, has most of this been through your customer rate structure? Did you have other funding programs in place prior to what you're looking at now?
So our biogas revenue is actually paid for the North MBR plant, 100%. Biogas funds. There was no increase whatsoever to customers' rate in regards to that.
Were you able to just bond that up front? And then
it was a revolving loan fund.
We had this thing with revolving loan fund, and they were gracious enough to extend it to cover the $10 million for the biogas facility. And
so your revenue, right?
Yeah, if all the revenues went back to just pay off for the biogas, we'd had that big problem. But we took those revenues and split those up, as Nick's mentioned, to help pay for the North plant, which was a $28 million facility with everything all told. And then we were also doing some deferred maintenance.
So a lot of what you did there was for SRF.
Yes. Yeah, and on the biogas side too, we are increasing the amount, we're looking at 45Z tax credits on the biogas side. We're also going to be capturing more biogas with the Helmar project and with some improvements that we made in H2S scrubbers to try to capture more of that available biogas in revenue. So that'll help offset a large portion of this. We also do have the RA credit, which is going to help support some of the biogas or some of the wastewater expansion and the MAR facility, but it's still not enough. You start looking at all the infrastructure projects that you have on the water and wastewater side. So we're offsetting quite a bit with the biogas facility, which is great, but it doesn't cover it.
Right. I might add the 04 expansion number 2 of the South facility. That was a public-private partnership. A large industry here in town that was wanting to expand and grow. So they came in and city.
Thank you. You've taken on a lot for as big as Dodge City is, that's pretty admirable. I would just second what you said about SRF and being able to expand things out. Wichita, we've funded almost $900 million in improvements. Just over the last 5 years, expanding out 30 years. We could have never done it without SRF with you.
and the benefits those bring to be able to make that really a generational equity, you know, and not just people right now paying, so.
And our goal is, you know, we're starting with 4 NGD, 4,000 acre feet a year, basically equivalency. And we're trying to find ways that we can enhance that and even add, there's some potential benefits or partnerships that we could add another 1 to 2 million gallons a day onto that process. And so we're working with them to kind of finalize some steps. But with that being said, you know, our goal is never to touch that 4 NGD a day that we're putting back in there. We'll find other conservation methods to just maintain aquifer and just keep recharging over time. But we also do know that we need to maintain our well field down south with our partner farmer. And so that's why we're still maintaining the equilibrium of what's being pulled out of the ground is being put in the ground as well. So we're maintaining that as well. But it's actually be even greater than what we're pulling out of the south well field. Is what they'll be discharging with the irrigation system.
That was all I had, thank you.
Ken?
Thank you. A couple things. One, we've talked about funding. I think continue to do that because we know, and I think you're not the only one that likes to see a reduction of interest rates of some sort in all us doing business. But, you know, we know that everybody from the feds on down are trying to squeeze and trying to whatever doze their way out of everything. Because one thing we haven't talked much about is the politics of water, the politics of utilities, and not necessarily go down there, but because of all the different unique things you've done, who is the one in charge of constantly looking for new revenue sources, new ways to enhance the operation that you're doing to continue to find ways like that to pay for some of these things, these upgrades?
I think like the biogas facility, that was a wasted resource that was just being burned for 20+ years. And at the time, the city manager, the previous city manager came to us and said, we need to do something to monetize that wasted resource. And we had a third party come in and help us look at that. And of course, they were going to basically write the city a check once a month for the amount of gas produced. But they wanted guarantees that, you know, it was going to be there for 20 years, 25 years, whatever. We're going to produce the same amount of biogas in that time frame that we're doing today. Us and our industrial partner that was involved in that, you know, we couldn't make those guarantees because we don't know really what tomorrow brings. And so after about 1.5 years of negotiations, that consultant kind of went by the wayside. But our commission had the forethought and I guess the courage to move forward. And so the city did that all by themselves.
Mr. Chairman, I guess as I was listening to all this, I was thinking, okay, is there, where's the scale? Is the scale kind of where Dodge City is, just about 30,000? Is that how a situation like this can work? You know, what about a community of 5,000? And of course, obviously, Wichita is kind of its own world, and they've kind of captured what works for them. But what about all the communities about the size of Dodge or a little bit smaller? You think it's scalable?
To some point, the biogas side.
The whole situation. I mean, all the innovative things that you're doing.
So I think that wouldn't be possible really without the public-private partnerships. So I mean, that's really what has been the main driver here for us.
But with the MAR project, we have always, in the back of our mind, we're moving forward with the scalability. So a small community can utilize the same technology, you know, whether it be 500,000 gallons a day or 250,000 gallons. That's a scalable project. They'll know exactly what can be done in regards to that process. And so we've always had that mindset when going into this project, that scalability of it. The biogas side is potentially scalable too. We have a very unique system though, because a lot of our gas is industrial and it's a lot of cattle waste, you know, and so when you look at it, that's very high in basically the organic material. Which when we've looked at comparisons before, and I think Honolulu, Hawaii is one where they have a biogas facility. It's 1 million people that they have that live in Honolulu, but they produce the exact same amount of gas that we produce in Dodge City with 30,000 because of all the organics that we have in our wastewater. Plus, we are a very unique system too because we're 11 miles south of town. So we start that process immediately in that pipeline. And so through 11 miles of basically wastewater, that's the treatment process begins the minute it hits the pipe. And so we're already beginning that biogas capture and treatment process from the get-go.
Thank you.
If you had the option, if there was flow in the arc, you could surface discharge, would you have, what's the cost difference in looking at, just to give us a comparison to different parts of the state? Would something like this be feasible, what you've built up with all this, or would you just be discharging into the surface water?
If we could get the credit for the water, because that's really what we're going after, we wouldn't even need the MAR facility. Because we already meet the discharge requirements, minus probably some UV treatment on the back end, we would already meet the requirements of KDHE's discharge for wastewater into a river if it was flowing. But so we're talking $75 million upcharge for us just to get the credit on the water side.
So this might be an oral question, but the way you guys are discussing this, then you'll put the water in and this doesn't get, you're gonna get essentially a new water right? Is it a recharge credit like they do in Wichita, or it's a new, you're allowing a new water right within this part of the state, or how is that? How is that gonna look, just out of curiosity?
Yeah, I think that's still, I mean, there's some things to work out on that yet, but the thought would be, there would be a recovery water right that would have to go along with that. So as we talked about, the discussion right now about 90%, so I think about 4 million gallons a day going in, potential for credits up to about 3.6 million gallons a day that could come out. So obviously it's still under discussion, but that's why when they had up the bullseye for the modeling, that's what was really important is that modeling is saying, where is that water once it discharges in the dry stream bed, gets down the aquifer, what's the fate of that water? And making sure that we're not handing out additional water rights for the native supply to all of something there right now.
And then just out of curiosity on the biogas piece that you monetize, is knowing there's gas production and transmission in this part of the state that maybe there isn't in the northeast corner, did that make it easier to monetize that because you had a transmission line you can tap into? I'm assuming that's not an option for every community.
It made it a whole lot more cost effective. Yeah. Northern natural gas, it's $1.2 million for them to put in the interconnect for us.
Yeah, there's less than a mile away, so proximity definitely helps. Yeah. But also you have to work with a natural gas provider that has an interstate pipeline that allows RNG in their pipeline. At the time, Northern Natural Gas, they were like the only one. They didn't have any RNG projects currently injecting into them, so we were one of the first. So they were learning as we went too.
We worked with them through all the breaks too, so this is something that we're familiar doing.
Josh?
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Just to get maybe I missed it, but I'd say pound for pound, you're sort of one of the most creative communities in the state. That we've had the 30-year rather than 20-year. You're monetizing a bunch of different things. You paid for the north end facility, but how much of a percentage increase still on a Dodge City resident water bill are you going to see? Are they going to see?
So we have been, and I've always tried to keep the model of the CPIU. So the CPIU for urban consumers for the water, wastewater, sanitation. It's a direct line that's actually in their guide. We do a 5-year average. So every year we raise it a 5-year average every year, regardless of whether we need to or not, because we know it's a lot easier to take a 3% raise every year than some of these communities try and do 30, 40%. And so we're banking money, knowing that these projects are coming ahead. And we're not transferring that money out to in excess to pay for everything else, we're leaving it there. We do have some transfers. I'm not gonna say we don't. We're limited in what we do, but we still have very large cash reserves to help pay for these projects, especially design fees. And that allows us to be creative too, because we have a pot of money that we can go out and spend on design and engineering to try to find ways to leverage our funds better, without having to raise rates to just do those type of studies. And so we've been able to capture and be forward thinking enough to take care of these issues as they arise.
That made me think, what is the status of your current water rights? How much of your quantity do you use? And I mean, is some of the recharge driven by you need new sources, or is this quantity or quality issue, or just curious the overall state sort of?
So the city since the 70s, late 60s, early 70s, was very proactive in going out and purchasing water rights. The amount of water rights that we purchase versus the water rights that we have available to us is about 2/3 of what we purchased originally. So we've taken a 30+% hit on the water rights that we purchased in the 70s, because the city's always been very proactive and forward thinking and protecting, let's maintain. And the problem that we had was in the 70s, we bought all these water rights, but we didn't go out there and waste them as we're the protection period. And so that was the time you use or lose it. And we're like, we're not going to use it just to use it. And then that unfortunately killed us on that side, because we lost 6,000 acre feet, I believe, of water rights. 3,300. It was a huge amount of water rights that we lost. And it's because of us just not going out there and wasting it. And we still have quite a bit of irrigated water rights that we've not developed, because we're just kind of sitting there waiting for them. And most of those irrigated rights are within this circle that we talk about that benefit.
Also, there's quality.
Yeah, there's quality concerns too. So the southeast, you start getting nitrates, and the nitrate level starts creeping up when you get to the southeast portion of the community. So that's part of the reason we haven't developed those wells as well. But overall, having that 50 to 100 year availability water rights without having to go take water rights from irrigation, from farming. We know the farmers and irrigators, that's our community. We're an ag-based community. We gotta have our packing houses. We gotta have our dairies. We gotta have our feed yards. That is our livelihood. We don't want to take away from that livelihood. We want to protect what we have the best that we can locally and within our geographic area without having to rely upon going out getting.
Just before you guys stepped in, Katie did a very good job of telling us Debbie Downer municipals that did not plan ahead and were proactive. You guys came to the room, and I applaud you for your proactive nature and how you're going about working on your water issues. Being out there 50 and 100 years, it's amazing. Thank you.
But it takes those 30-year financing tools to help us. Because otherwise, we're gonna have to look at raising rates greater than what we need to. The community has embraced us. And one thing we have been going for us too is our water rates and our wastewater rates are really low compared to what they are throughout the state. And that is to our benefit. Our water rate's probably 1/3 of what it is in the Wichita metro area, just per 1,000 gallons. Our wastewater rate's probably half of what it is. And so, we have the ability if we had to, but people are used to cheap water out here. But we know that we gotta protect what we have, and that's why we're treating it to such a high level too, is from day one, the council and commission has basically said, do not degrade the aquifer, do not degrade the aquifer. That's key number one if we do this project. And so we've fully been supportive of that, because that is our resource, it is our livelihood.
Any other questions? Thank you guys very much. Senator Beck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, since we have a little time. On biogas, your purchaser, do they receive tax credits that could change in the future? You're in this agreement, they built this on that, I just wonder how taxpayers.
They pay us for that environmental attribute. So we have a long-term contract with them for that rate. And I guess there is a clause in the contract that if regulations change, then we can go back to our contract and renegotiate. But that's about all we have in there for the potential changes in credits.
Or they could go back to you and change it.
Yes.
One other quick one I might have, Mr. Chairman, evaporation. I've been reading on that. Do you guys talk about evaporation at all in your conversation? Because that's where a lot of the water goes. I don't know how that will factor into this, but.
It does. It's the size of the ponding areas we use evaporation to calculate the size of those. We do lose to evaporation. We irrigate with about 2 billion gallons of wastewater, but we generate 2.5 billion gallons. So we are losing that. That is through evaporation. We also maybe we're making it rain a little more east of here. I don't know.
Anything else? Leah?
Just out of curiosity. When you start discharging to the river, that people, how far will that water travel before it actually sinks back into the ground?
We don't know for sure. We do not believe it will make it past the 14th Avenue Bridge.
Okay, so is that a mile? Quarter mile?
At the most. The only way we can gauge it is by looking at, say, like Garden City and where they discharge. It doesn't take very long for their flow to disappear once it's makes its way to the river.
I'm just curious.
Yeah.
We kind of realized we have stormwater outflows that go into the river. And after a major rain event, we know about how far downstream that water goes.
These two.
Thanks.
Any other questions? I'd guess 20% in evaporation out here would be kind of a, well, I guess we're talking 2.4 out and 2 utilized be 20%. Evapotranspiration on a daily basis a few days ago when it was nice and warm, it was probably 1/10 of the inch. But
Yeah, with wind too, that helps speed it up a bit.
yeah. Nick, how long have you been here at Dodge City?
6 years.
I applaud your city council. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. We need to add those to Katie's slideshow though. Welcome.
Since I was in town, I want to stop by and see what a real task force is. No, seriously, I just want to say thank you all for participating in this, you guys too, right? I mean, it's a real issue for Kansas that we have to figure out in the near future. And I know what you're sacrificing whole days, but now you're sacrificing multiple days and overnights. So since I was here, I just wanted to come and encourage you guys. With those that serve in the legislature and you see all these issues, it's another complex one. How do you weight the needs of landowners, irrigators, big producers with cities, right, and industry, so and residents. So I don't envy your position. I'm anxious to see what you come up with. Task force, for those that may not know, don't always come up with something actionable. Legislature, but I am incredibly hopeful for this one. So because it's an issue that pops up as I'm traveling around the state, it really does. I mean, this and property tax, probably the two biggest ones we run into. So one might affect the others. So anyway, I just want to say that. I don't know if anybody had any questions for me. I just was really here to say thank you and encourage you and appreciate what you're doing. Not only my members, the House members, and those of you that are from the private side to participate. So, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chairman, thank you for having me. Bye.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm here 5 cents, y'all.
Extremely ahead of schedule. 20 minutes?
That's right.
I drive myself.
20 minutes. There are a lot of pastries left. There's some good discussions out in the cafeteria area. So let's come back at, let's say 3:25. Oh gee, let's go 3:40.
Still pays for the legislature.
Oh, I usually do it.
No, that's absolutely.
Let's, Chris, are you ready?
Ready.
We'll get started again. I'm sorry I'm a little bit, not really.
Good afternoon. Chairs, my name is Chris Badel. I'm a program manager in water management services for the County Department of Agriculture Division of Water Resources. Also honored to be on the working group for the task force. I don't think I've met all of you yet. But stairs. My first job, because it was a custom, was hoeing weeds of endless soybean for former state senator Roger Tommy. So I really knew how to leverage expensive. Okay, so I'm going to talk about large water meters. That part of the presentation is going to go pretty fast, I think. Just a list, but first of all, I want to talk about how we get this data. Give a little plug for our water use data in Kansas. We have some of the best, maybe the best water use data in the nation. That started all back in late 80s, 1988, I think, is when compulsory water use reporting was put into statute. And since then, water use reporting has just been getting better and better, especially with the implementation of water flow meter requirements all across the state. So there were some early adopters for water flow meters, but it wasn't until I think the early 2000s that really pretty much had 90-something of water use covered with water flow meter. So who has to report? All water right holders have to report annually. It doesn't matter the use of water. We have 13 beneficial uses of water, and they include, of course, agricultural, irrigation, municipal, industrial, and stock water, which, by the way, are the top 4 uses. On the water use report itself, you can have the total volume of water used, the source of the water, whether it's surface water or well water out of an aquifer. The purpose of the use, again, whether you're using it for irrigation, municipal, recreation, exchange, all those things. And the water reports are due by March 1st each year. There's about 12,000 we receive every year. Late fees from 2017, I think, we started in earnest collecting water use data, which has really helped us timely, accurate water use data. In fact, as of now, this year, we're getting about early 90%, 92 or 93% of our respondents file. And the water use report is an annual thing, so it covers the water use for the previous year. A little bit more about water use. That trove of data that we are collecting and have been collecting for now, that informs all of our groundwater models, right? We have groundwater models over all the GMDs built by the KGS, except for the Blue groundwater model, excellent model. They're all good models, but in calibrating those models and making sure that they work and accurately represent the resource, water use data is critical because that's how they go back and see if the model fits reality. That's one thing. We also had some discussion this morning about Q-stable. And Jason Norquist from GMB3 was up here talking about Q-stable and what does that mean? Well, that's a direct derivative of water use data. I'll try to take a crack at what Q-stable is. It's balancing the amount extracted from the resource with the water level. So as you go along in time, you see, well, I took X amount of water out, and I saw the water level change this much. The next year, I took less out, and the year after that, I took more out. You start to get a bunch of data points. You put a line through those data points. You take that line to where it's zero change, and it's Q-stable. That just means that you balance the withdrawal that's going in at some point in time. And AGS will tell you that that Q-stable number is probably only good for maybe a decade, maybe 15 to 20 years, because they don't know how much is going into the aquifer at all times. It's fairly constant over a decade or two. After that, they don't know. They have some theories about delayed recharge that maybe third. But from past irrigation years, there was flood irrigation, so they used a lot more water than they do these days. And that water that's unused by the crop soaks in and makes the water. So anyway, I want to say those things about water use reports before we get on to user bits. This is one of our most popular graphs, the Kansas water use graph. There's something in here for everybody. If you like pie, it's my chart. Like video games, it's a Pac-Man chart. But I think it does a nice job of putting together a lot of different metrics. So the size of the pies, as you might choose, is the amount of water that's used every year. The color indicates the type of use. And if that, well, it's on, for the committee here, it's on the handout, but there's a legend down below where the transcription is. It shows irrigation is blue, municipal is the red color. yellow is industrial. Stock watering, it's dark blue, you can barely see it. But you can see it out in like Scott County and Wichita County, you can see their names, you know, it's just slivers of that. You also can see that, you know, if you can picture in your mind that map of the Ogallala High Plains aquifer, large irrigation uses. So, and then the big municipal uses over Johnson, Wyandotte, Sedgwick, Harvey County. A lot of that is river based. Anyway, so that's the pattern map. Now, one of the things that we thought would be helpful to do, as we talk about water uses, is put them in terms of irrigation, so I'll translate them to what that means. So for irrigation use across the state for last year, we used about 2.9. I'm sorry, that's not last year. That is in 2015. Excuse me. That's how the average. Now, there's been some dry periods, there's been some wet periods. But over the last 10 years, irrigation has been about 2.9 million. That includes both surface water and ground. Now, shifting over to the right graphic, this is over the GMDs. And the GMDs, of course, were formed to manage that. So you would expect the irrigation. So you can see GMD3 is by far the biggest irrigator as far as the GMDs go, and GMD5 or 2. And that accounts for about 88% of the total irrigation use is done in the GMDs. As I mentioned, we're going to translate this kind of water use into irrigation terms. There are approximately 20,000 civic irrigation systems operating across the state. And as an average, and it does vary a lot from east to west, but each center pivot irrigates about 13.6 inches over 26 acres. So that turns out to be about 142.8 feet. So as we talk about these other things, we'll put those in terms of some. Now, about talking this to users. Saying if this is like an award show. So the top municipal users here are listed, Water One, Johnson County, City of Wichita, and City Board of Public Utilities, City of Topeka. And just for comparison, here in Dodge City comes in at 12. So there's a little bit of detail on each one of these slides about particular municipality. And notice we have some nice graphics there. So the water use got a little drop. The equivalent thing, the icon is some sort of non-denominational grain product. Say that corn or soybeans or whatever. Anyway, so that's what that is, and then per capita use, those are people. So for comparison, the Johnson County, which serves 480,000 people, uses 81.8 thousand acre feet of water per year, which is equivalent to about 570 pivot irrigation systems. Their daily use is 148 gallons per person per day. You read the rest of those statistics yourself. Flipping over to the next one. Some Wichita. Yes, sir. Wichita. City of Wichita, in 2023 used 57,000 acre feet, which is the equivalent of 400.
Do you mind if I cut it? Does this include, because Wichita sells a lot of off-system water to other communities, does that include that too, or?
I believe we break that
Break it up.
use out.
But to other communities,
Oh,
like,
Now, this looks like about the right number. We have 11 wholesale customers, 8 neighboring cities, and 3 or 4 water districts. I would say that's probably.
it's all of it.
and that daily use is down about 108 gallons per person. Next, we have Kansas City Board of Public Utilities. I think they get all of their water. About 35,000 acre feet, 2023. So it's 6,000 people. 143 gallons per person per day. City of Topeka. 188 centimeters to sort of 147,000 people. Right there in the middle of Wichita. City of Dodge City. Uses about 40 centimeters. Serve 20,000 people. 148 gallons per person. That seems to be pretty consistent. All right, switching over to the top industrial. Energy, we have CBR common assets, which I believe it's tropical resources. National beef packing, Beacon Electric. Then Coke Fertilizer right here in Dodge City comes in. Here's a map of where the industrial users are that are listed here. A lot of industrial users. These are the top 4. Evergy, of course, it's spread out all over the eastern Kansas. We turned up there in Fee and Catskill and current counties. Cottonwood Resource Scott. So Evergy, combining all of their facilities in those listed counties, which I want to embarrass myself for getting one of those abbreviations. But anyway, for those counties, about 55,000 acre feet, 386 single pivot irrigation systems for all of those facilities. Bull Creek itself uses about 166 single pivots. Jeffrey over in uses about 140 units. In total, combined water use in 2024 for Evergy is about 100,000 acre feet. 7 seconds. So, Coffeyville Resources. This river, I think they only have one point of diversion. Use about 5,600 acre feet out of that, which is good. National beef packing in 4 and Seward counties. Electric, just in Finney County alone, about 25 cent pivot irrigation system. And Coke Fertilizer right here in Dodge City, about 15 cent pivot irrigation system. When the guys from Dodge City we were earlier talking about 800,000 gallons a day, did a good calculation that 7 cent pivot systems. And top stock water users, Cobalt Cattle Company, Syracuse Dairy, Seaboard Foods, and some others. Go through those guys, and here's where all of those, there's 4 entities that I listed. So Cobalt Cattle Company in Haskell, Seward, and Wichita counties, about 20 cent pivots for all those facilities. And that's to service 200,000. Syracuse Dairy, Hamilton County, Oakland, Stanton counties, about 14 cent pivots to service there. 45,000. Okay. Seaboard Food across all those counties. Had to make a call back to Manhattan on this one because that's too much water for those 6,000 cattle. Hogs.
That's gotta be way more than that.
See, that's paying attention, thank you. 20, they reported unusually low number of hogs for 20 years that come through our average. So back in 2022, it was a much more typical year. They had 56,715 hogs and used 2,155. So which turns out to be more like 34 gallons a day, which is much more. Sorry about the error on this slide, but that's what it was. And then High Plains Ponderosa Dairy, we see the counties, was about 10 cent pivots to water. Ford County Feeders, 6 pivots, 45 to 10. So this is where it all comes together in a comparison of agricultural uses and all the other uses. Again, about 20,000 centimeters across the state operating in 2.89 million acre feet water use out of those fields. And all of the non-irrigation water use combined is there. 4,400 centimeters. Now I should say that that second number, the bar, not only includes municipal districts, all of the other, whatever's from 9 uses. Chairman, that's all I'm prepared for today. I'm happy to answer any questions, discussion.
Any questions? Dan?
All right, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chris, for that's a lot of data. No, it really gives a good kind of comparison as to what, different use types are using. How does this water usage though compare to actually what they are actually appropriated? The paper water versus the actual wet water that they are using?
Yeah. I don't have that data for you. I can tell you irrigation roughly. What we see is we see a high utilization of authorized quantity in 5 and 2. It's more available, I think. And then I see that kind of tailing off as you go west and the declines start to limit the amount of extraction. 60%, 50% of their irrigation. It's different for municipalities. Sometimes they buy water rights that they don't need yet. So they've got all that on tap to help them in the future as they plan. And I don't really have the data for the industrial uses to
I didn't figure you had the exact ones, but you know, something kind of, you know, in comparison to kind of show that, yeah, that I don't think they're not using all that they're, you know, actually appropriated to be used.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Josh?
Hey, Mr. Co-Chair. And maybe you don't know, but I am curious now. So I would assume Wheatland is for Sunflower's Holcomb coal-fired power plant?
That's what I assumed too.
That's,
So when you do your.
huh?
Primarily.
I'm curious, and if you would know, it's maybe a third the size of Jeffrey in terms of megawatts, but that's a considerably less water. Are there other cooperatives that have water associated with Holcomb, or is that it? Or is there some reason why Holcomb needs less water to cool than Jeffrey? I would have assumed it would be the other way around.
Wheatland sells a lot of water to the city of Garden City.
Yeah. So not all of that could even be going to Holcomb.
Correct.
This is really interesting.
Not going to the Sunflower coal-fired plant.
Yeah, excuse me, not the city of Holcomb, the Sunflower.
I think they have some other industrial.
So just to, so Chris was on vacation last week.
Yeah.
So he showed up yesterday and we said, good luck. Just to keep going.
Very good luck.
Yeah. He was a lot of our end, but just to be more covered here. So the request was to pull, like on the industrial, to just pull the industrial, because obviously Wheatland owns a number of irrigation rights as well that did get captured in the station, you know, so only the industrial. But I do think that there is probably some of that gets pumped out into the industrial water rights and then gets sold as wholesale customer, right? So there probably is some of that, we didn't tease that out.
There's lots of other considerations too, because there's feed yards that are recycling and reusing their water, and in dairies especially. I would say this dairy doesn't recycle as much. That's close to 30 gallon per head per day. The feed yard number was maybe 12, 15, just quick math off the top of my head. There's a lot of other dairies. They're doing some amazing work with McCarty Dairy for one. They bring in whole milk, spin off 60 to 70% of it as water. They use that through the dairy herd there in Rexford and then export its milk. So there's Shannon, it would be really difficult to come up with water right amount or allocations and how much they're currently using, I guess.
From McCarty?
I mean, that'd be as ridiculous as saying, well, the people in Wichita use 148 gallons per head person per day. Sorry.
Some which more than others.
Cowboy talking here. Are they cleaner than the people in Hazen that only use 90 gallon per person per day? It's gonna be hard to extrapolate all this a little bit. Is there any other state over the Ogallala or west of us that would have this type of information?
I would imagine so. They would have some shot at it. USGS would put together municipal water use reports, and they did that wherever they got data. So the caveat is the data is only as good as file. They put together these reports. So USGS has been doing that for a long time.
I think our irrigation numbers are probably more accurate than those things, so.
Yes. I would agree with that's the case. You know, there's a number of states that are partially metered, a number of states, Oklahoma, it's not metered basically at all. And in fact, there was a bill last year to do that, because people legislation, the governor vetoed it. Too much of it. And so I do think that we are in a very unique situation of having this 30 years worth of data that we've seen has empowered us to make more informed decisions. And so I think all of those are key factors. One thing I do want to point out, we kind of tied all this back to center pivots. That wasn't necessarily to take a shot at center pivots, but we also wanted to try and give folks a scope, because obviously you drive down the road, you see a center pivot core, and try to get your head around that. And obviously we hear a lot, especially when you think about new dairies coming in, you say that's going to be this huge impact, and you kind of see, that 10,000 head dairy may take 2 or 3 center pivots to convert over. So again, not a shot at anything, we just wanted to kind of give folks a relative scale of how things fit together, how water use in save Kansas.
Ken?
Thank you. And I appreciate this. I think there's a lot of numbers. There's a lot of numbers that can be extrapolated and could be used for good and or evil. What I would suggest is that I would like to see, and thanks for doing this on the quick pitch here, is use this, but also maybe work with the new economist, the KDA, or other economists to, of these numbers and of this report, put a dollar figure back into it. And I know we're not necessarily going after certain groups or certain whatever, but I think we can weigh that if we can look at it as we're putting all this plan together to look at, instead of, well, yes, there's the water users, but is it really an investment in the economy? I think I want to make sure as that we have we're comparing apples to apples on this deal. Instead of saying, well, this is a great big water user. Well, if we didn't have somebody like an Evergy, well, we'd probably be in the dark. We wouldn't be, someone's gonna be really cold right now. And vice versa. If we didn't have the cattle feeders, where would the economy be? And so I think that's where I think as we put all this together, that, the economic needs to be, I don't want to answer politics. That's why I think if we have the data, the strict financial data that goes up against that accompanies the water use, then I think then that way it's just harder to just pick out a number and say, boom, get rid of this, and then this helps us here, but really look at the total overall economic. But I wanted to kind of add that if we can as we look at all this, and I know we're a long ways in the process, but somebody's picking that up and taking notes that we can add that to it. I think that would help in all over the state.
Josh?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I am curious, so like on irrigation, they're largely using for like 7 or 8 months a year or something. So if you transition that right to an industrial use, you usually knock it down because they're going to be using it all year. Is there a formula attached to like Wolf Creek? That's used to cool, but it is returned back to that reservoir. Is there a formula attached to that? Or is that just considered full use or?
Wolf Creek, they're used to that.
Okay.
That's what they're used to. That's what they. Does that answer your question?
So it's largely gone, or is it sort of a pass through?
It's consumed.
It's consumed. Okay.
It evaporates.
So their water use is the induced evaporation. So the evaporation that happens in addition to what would naturally happen from the cooling.
Okay.
They have a flow through cooling, but then there's a calculation of how much warmer the water is than normal based on it.
And Jeffrey would be the same way.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's a little different.
Just not to be my old law professor, so what I did has been right. It's a question of every water right has a consumptive use.
Yeah.
Associated with, so like the hydro dam at Bower, Stock and Lawrence is 0% consumptive essentially. So I could never buy that and turn it into irrigation because I couldn't consume any of it. It would change it. So when you take one of the irrigations, about 85% consumptive, I want to turn that into municipal, which is 100%, or power, which is 100. If that's 100 acre feet, I could only use 85 acre feet for that 100% purpose, because you can't, once a water right's established, you can't increase the amount that's consumed because other water rights are based on that. So it's all, to your point, it's baked in on every use.
And not to turn this into a free flowing conversation, but that was my question. So like a power plant's 100% use. Or like a data center would be, I would assume like 100% use. Yeah. Look, for cooling or something, yeah. Okay.
You brought it up, how much water would a data center consume?
I think that's the $64,000 or $1 million question. Which was one of these reasons I thought this was kind of an interesting exercise. We keep hearing competing things.
I did a little bit of research on data centers. So they have retail data centers where you store your stuff. They've got hyper centers that do things like host Gmail and YouTube. That's bigger. And the largest data center that Google owns, and I'm not sure what's the largest one in the world, but is in Council Bluffs, Iowa. It uses 4,100 acre feet. That's the largest.
Per year?
4,100 acre feet.
Per year?
Per year, yes. Which, by the way, is 28. So. The Hypercenter, which is the YouTube and whatever Gmail hosting, uses about 616 acre feet per year. And a retail data storage, store your files thing, uses around 100.
It would be fair, so there's a lot of press about the impact of data centers. It's never particularly worried me, because you look at a state like Arizona or California or even Oklahoma, they don't really protect their groundwater the same way we do. You might explain how even if you come in with, I need 4,100 acre feet, you're not gonna blow up all of your neighbors, right?
Right. I mean, where there's safe yield, you know,
Right.
Legislature will, you know, defines that there's water available, someone can go get water and establish it. Where it's not, in closed areas, you have to go find a water right that exists and buy it. Use that water for you. The big data center in Council Bluffs, it's on the Missouri River, 25 million acre feet per year go by that data center. And it uses 4,000, so that's why it's there. There's water. So yeah, that's right. Our law prevents us from creating basin resource.
In comparison, over Easter, I was in Phoenix, Arizona, 4.5 million people in that valley. And I think they had 22 data centers. I looked up. And water in Arizona is scarce. So I talked to Neil Griffin, the chair of the Ag and Natural Resources down there. She said, there are very few of ours that use water for cooling of any kind. It's a closed loop system. Basically, ammonia refrigerant to keep the servers cool. So it's possible. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. In that discussion, so this came up last session, and I am kind of curious about this. So, you know, we talk about any situations where they have to purchase water, right? So I'm also curious in situations where they would be in a municipality. And this is just partially my ignorance of how that process would work, but like, how would they ensure that, like, how would they go about getting that certification from the municipality? Since I think it would be through them instead of DWR. And then how do we ensure, because as we heard from the water contract presentation, that would be considered potentially like a demand disruptor, I think was the word for like our reservoirs. So how do we also ensure through that process in the municipality that there would be enough water? And I'm kind of talking in a circle here, but within the reservoir system to ensure the operation of the data center.
There's an easy answer to that, but you have to take it case by case. I think it depends on where you're proposing to locate it and the ability all the way down the chain from the reservoir to the city, because the city already had that's water available to plan for growth, can afford that, and otherwise it's just a net resource on a case by case basis. It's better answer.
Because that's, I mean, as and it's just something that I've been thinking about as part of this discussion, but like, is there a way for us or DWR or the water office, in this case, to develop a list of like, here is where we have adequate water supply in order to support water intensive industries, like just as a tool for when those decisions get made, because I feel like, you know, it's one thing to go through the water appropriation process, it's another to go through that process, and I'm supportive of business development and, you know, this is obviously a new horizon and I don't want Kansas to miss out. I just, you know, we're already having this discussion because we are approaching a crisis in terms of water supply, and how do we move forth wisely when it comes to bringing industries that are water intensive.
I think, bias on the other part, the earlier that we can be engaged, the better, because we have a handle on it. We know the closely restricted areas, we have our safe yield tools, and our spacing, you know, we work with the water office on reservoir yields and river yields, all those kinds of things. I think that's my answer. Come ask us, you don't have to tell us what you're doing.
Yeah.
It can be a secret if you want, but just tell us how much water.
Do you think case by case works better versus kind of having some general recommendations? That maybe work together.
That's my best answer to you.
Okay. Thank you.
Josh?
Sorry to keep everybody here, but to that end, I think for policymakers too, do you see any trends? I think most of us generally know there's some dairy growth and that's been very good for everybody else. Do you see other requests that maybe we're not aware of that you're like, whoa, last year we didn't see any of these and now we've got, you know, is there a use that's on the horizon that we should be thinking about? Because I think data centers is definitely a part of that. Is there anything else that we're missing?
So I'll go ahead and take that one. So first on the dairy, since you brought that up, because since we're in Dodge City, we get asked quite a bit about, you know, Hillmar and whether that was a good choice, and obviously the 3,000 additional head of dairy cattle needed to feed that plant. That's why I think the discussion we had at the very beginning today about making sure that each primary regulations have a good management plan for the resource is important, because I think that's the backbone on the water side, right? If we can make sure that we have a good water management plan and we bring things back to where we're in QC where things are level, then it becomes a private enterprise of how do you want to best use that water for the economic gain or quality of life or whatever, right? That's the public's choice, the private side to determine that. And I think the state law or state policy has been pretty clear that we don't necessarily want somebody like me trying to pick winners and losers on the private side, right? We don't want somebody sitting in a state agency saying, yes, I want this industry, I don't want that industry. Just with state policy perspective, we've been very much agnostic on what somebody should or shouldn't be doing, as long as they're following the water. And so I think that would be, I think we just give data centers a new thing. We'll have some of those. We'll see how that works out. We are just talking really the water impact on data centers is going to be on the power side, right? We're going to have additional power generation because that's what we need. There'll be some at the plant or the data center themselves, but probably not that big. What I would say is, what we've seen over the last 5-6 years is a tremendous interest in Kansas from economic development, more than I've seen the entire career. Especially big southeast Kansas, south central Kansas. So I think in areas that we have traditionally not thought of as having water issues, being water poor, now we're seeing some stress. And so I think from the municipal side, particularly the municipality, it's incumbent on those water districts or municipalities to make sure they actually understand their water situation, their water rights, and they're giving good advice that we local folks, because we had a couple of hiccups where folks thought they had more water right or access than they did, and then we scrambled to try and make sure that they could fix that problem. So, if there's a recommendation there, it's making sure that our water providers really understand how their water rights and water contracts work. So that they don't go out and recruit something and then we end up on the back end saying, you don't have to water.
Any other questions for Chris? Hi.
Thank you. Just to follow up exactly what Earl was saying, another piece of that is with the Eastern Kansas water supply and the reliance on the reservoirs, we also have the reservoir sedimentation issue. So we have a shrinking supply. So it's really important to be thinking, as you're saying, Chris, early on when something is being considered, because when you're looking at the investment that some of this major economic development is going to be, well, if we have reason to believe our crossover point due to sedimentation is not compatible with the kind of time frame that this economic development has in mind, we need to talk about that, and we need to make sure that decisions and plans and agreements aren't being made that may not be successful or may run into trouble. And so yet another reason why getting on top of the reservoir sedimentation issue is so important, because as in the West, we have the shrinking supply underground. In the East, we have a shrinking supply. So it's a whole different discussion as to what we do about that, obviously, than what's in the West. But that's another moving target that we need to keep in mind with all of these decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. How many locations, how many locations in Kansas that could supply water like Google and Iowa, that 4,100? If you just take a number, just trying to get a feel of 4,100 in Iowa.
Okay, probably Kansas River probably has some capacity. Certainly the Missouri River. Have one of the Missouri River. After that,
The question
rivers,
Lower Ark.
yeah.
Any other questions for Chris? Thank you very much. Kenny?
All right, we'll be kind of brief here, but I wanted to kind of start the discussions for tomorrow. And everyone had a homework assignment to kind of just, after the first couple WebEx presentations, what was sort of your top of mind? I know we've had a lot of discussion today, so, but if everyone wrote it down beforehand, we'll stick to, I just would like to get out, what did everybody identify coming in? And then at the end of tomorrow, we'll talk about if that's changed with all the information you've taken in. But so just sort of in that light, I'll share mine first. I really had two major categories. The first was municipal and public water supply. And then there are a lot of subcategories under that with the reservoirs, groundwater quality, infrastructure is the main three I had as subgroups. And then extending and managing the life of groundwater supplies across the state. And then sort of the subgroups like the reuse, recharge, crop research, ag practices. There's a lot of things that go into that.
Can you slow down a little?
And Heather's gonna record all these for us,
Okay.
so you don't, so.
It's on you.
Yeah, it's on YouTube. Yeah. As I was looking at our homework assignment, I guess, I think we need to focus a lot more on quality. We've spent a lot of time on quantity, and we still need to address that. But on quality, and I think we're on the early sides of it, and I'm hoping technology will help us, kind of like it's been helping us on the quality or the quantity side of things. And I also look at timing. To me, it's critical to get the Ogallala and the GMDs as close to Q stable as we can, as quick as we can. I know GMD 3 is entirely different than 4 and 1. But I look at the economies out there, and for a business to come in, if I was in the Department of Commerce, I'd like to be able to tell people that you've got a 50-year supply. And if you're gonna make a major investment in our part of the state, at this time period, I don't think we can quite say that. I think we've got a lot of work to go to get to that point. The reservoir sedimentation is very important, but timing wise, I see the Ogallala more of a quick timing deal. And then reservoir sedimentation, the experiment we're gonna try on Tuttle Creek, and then the suction over on John Redmond. I'd like to see the results of that in comparison to what we did in 2018 or so, trying to dredge John Redmond. That was extremely expensive. If I was looking at a data center and thinking, well, we've got to dredge a big part of Tuttle Creek, I have that expense to offset some of the potential benefit that the data center might bring also. I'm trying to look at it in a holistic view. Timing wise, to me, it's critical that we get the Q stable as quick as possible, get through some of these experiments on our sedimentation deal, and see what's working the best and start working. I don't think we could, at this time, put so much money aside for each particular project for the next 20 or 40 years. I'd kind of front load one with the anticipation that a lot of that will flow to another once we can get. And honestly, the Ogallala Q staple situation has as much to do with education and the technology changes that have happened very rapidly over the last 8 or 10 years. If we can get more people to adopt a lot of those things, we'll get there fairly quickly. I'm more optimistic, I guess, than Jason was in some ways. But then the state's investment in that needs to be moved toward the reservoirs. And in the meantime, the KU water quality database, we need a lot more wells kicking in samples to that. And part of it's just getting around the privacy issues so that we don't identify a person's private well. Nebraska's done something there that if you do it by townships or something, that's fine. Any way we can get to it is what I think is important. Hoover?
I'm gonna pass and listen a little bit. Then Senator, you got the kind of, I'll start one line.
So I wrote mine down because I can wander occasionally. So I agree. I think, of course, addressing aquifer depletion is top of mind. I think 2279 is an important step towards creating meaningful management and conservation plans towards that end. I also agree that I think the ultimate goal should be Q stable. And I think the question is how fast we get there and what is that going to look like in terms of the action plans that come out next summer, and are those reasonable? So I think that's an important step forward. Kind of the newer areas that I think I would be interested in having the task force take a look at based on all of the risks that were identified and the things that we heard. Is it possible to create a reservoir or sedimentation management plan, like a 40-year plan of, let's look at what is our anticipated need, what are potential demand disruptors, and how do we ensure that we can meet that demand by addressing sedimentation through, in-lake management as well as upstream management of sedimentation. And I had a few other things here on that. But yeah, like can as a task force, can we actually work with the water office? I think they've maybe started on this process, but are there ways to support the creation of that type of management plan? So I think that's really important for addressing water quantity in the eastern part of the state. And then I know we've talked a lot about regionalization. I think like Senator Titus. I think that water and wastewater supply across the state is an important issue, and we should look at opportunities for regionalization. You know, are there key areas where this could be beneficial? You know, are there single source communities like Caney or communities where there are non-redundancies that they are a potential candidate for regionalization in the future? And can we start planning for that? I think that's a piece of it. I think another piece that I'm really interested in is we've started this funding with 2302. Let's create an actual, which maybe I think this is started with PDHE, but a priority project pipeline for communities that need infrastructure upgrades and looking at how do we fund that. And I think a key part of that we keep hearing is the SRF program. So maybe seriously taking a look at how do we create a state SRF program if we're gonna have all of this uncertainty with the federal program. And then one that we haven't talked about as much, but that I think is important is looking at nitrogen contamination, education and remediation more broadly. You know, what is the scale of the problem? What are we gonna do about it? I like this concept of, you know, maybe that's the next iteration of 2279, and we have GMDs create their own nitrate management programs. I think that is an interesting concept, but looking at how do we start to address that issue, because I think that's crucial for the safety of public water supply and, you know, the entire western part of our state and really our entire state. And then I think the thing, you know, the task force is moving towards, but we haven't really talked about yet is, you know, in order to do all of this, we need a long-term sustainable funding source. And so I think for me, that's kind of the other big item, that in order to fund all of this, how much is that gonna take and how are we going to fund that? And then I have other like new topics briefly that I would be interested in having the task force consider. Our reorganization. You know, I see this really excellent level of coordination right now from agencies, from legislators who are interested, from advocates, from experts, from all these people who really want to do something meaningful, and how do we continue that into the future? And I think how we reflect that in our government is important. And if water is important, then I think that we should have a water-focused agency with a cabinet level secretary with a voice at the table. To me, I think that's important. And then I think, you know, something we haven't ever really talked about in depth, but I think is important, is this concept of water democracy. And if water is important for the future of the state and it's important to the public interest, how do we increase public participation in water-related elections, and how do we increase transparency and efficiency in those elections as well? And are there ways to streamline some of that? So that's kind of a new topic, but something I'm interested in. And that's it.
I think for sake of time, let's hop over the ex officios because they've all presented to us at this point. So let's skip down to Gary.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Coates. I've got a couple, numerous things I hit on real quick. So I was joking with Representative Rogers during the break that what happens in Wichita is pretty specific to Wichita, maybe doesn't apply to a lot of areas of the state. But the fact is, we've been through a lot in the last 3 or 4 years. I think it's all relative and can help maybe with the big picture. So surface water impact from extreme events we saw. Cheney Reservoir reached an all-time low last November. We were headed for a really, really bad spot. Wichita region's been under water restrictions since last year. We're staying there, but we were headed towards a point of eliminating all outdoor watering. And you can imagine what that potentially does to businesses and others. So we were blessed with record rains in June that you can't always count on. So we're still susceptible to extreme weather events. That is the reason why, one of the reasons why we were headed this way. But we are undertaking a direct potable reuse water reuse master plan right now to help establish, hopefully, regulations and legislation at the state level for direct potable reuse because of the resource that we have. That's not going to apply to everybody. But the regulations gotta be in place before anybody can even consider that, so I think that's a big deal. Sedimentation, I'll just mention real quick, not to make this out, without doing everything right, but that's never the case. Wichita has done a tremendous job, I'll just say, with investments on watershed protection upstream of Cheney River. Throughout this drought, I've heard from the community, why don't you dredge Cheney? The fact of the matter is, the last study we had, sedimentation was 7%, something like that, which is pretty remarkable. That reservoir was built over the 1960s, but because of very strategic investments over time, sedimentation has been kept very low. Thank goodness for that, because we were losing water rapidly, at least we still had than the original volume. Two more quick things. This is very specific. Katie mentioned it earlier and it was brought up, but response to regulatory requirements, particularly for lead and copper. Again, this is all relative. But she mentioned one community that had 25 some service lines. So we've all gotten the new rules through LCRI. There is a time frame we've got to work around. We're using data analytics now, but we've got 150,000 services. And over time, you don't have a lot of records, especially on the private side. As we sit right now, our numbers show that there's 10,000 unknown service material, which means you have to replace them. That's $35 million. It comes down that all of us have to be replaced. Regardless of how big Wichita is, nobody's got $35 million. Private citizens don't have it. A lot of these are in low income areas. That is a critical need that we're going to have to address somewhere. Last comment I have is I think there's a real need for technical and programming support and education for all of this. I think even, so what I've seen sitting on the board as a member of the Kansas Water Authority, there's a lot of communities that don't even know what they don't know, right? And so even if there's funding available, they don't even know what to ask for. They're not sure what their water supply looks like. Who knows if anybody in Caney knew where they were headed. I think we've seen some smaller communities around South Central Kansas that might be in that same boat. So that part is very, very critical. Even if there's money out there, I'm not sure everybody knows what to ask for and where they're headed. So thank you. I think that was all that I had.
Mr. Chair, so I just want to start by saying I think we have had some fantastic presentations, and I'm really, I think Senator Rogers told us to be positive on a previous meeting, and I am feeling really positive about the commitment of all of our state employees, local employees, landowners, everybody on this task force, and their commitment to finding a solution and a way forward on our water supply. So it's my positive comment. I do think the 5 priority areas identified by the Kansas Water Office are the right areas for us to be focusing on. So I don't feel the need to reiterate those, but in writing down what I've heard and what I think the priorities should be moving forward. First priority, one thing that it's been briefly mentioned, but we really haven't discussed it very much yet, is the role of things like land and soil management in our overall water supply, to the overall hydrology of our water supply. And I understand that this is a lot less straightforward because it's not water that you can directly quantify. The water that's held in our soils we're not going to immediately see it flowing down a stream or raising the level of a well. But it is a crucial part of the hydrologic cycle, and it does contribute to base flow in our streams. It does improve, the healthier our soils are, the more native vegetation, like native grasses that we have on the landscape, the better our water quality is. And so when we're talking about our future supply and things like retaining water on the landscape, I think that soil moisture has to be a part of that. Native vegetation retention has to be a part of that conversation. There was a report that was recently published by the Commission on the Economics of Water that estimated that half of the rain falling on land originates from what they term green water, or these terrestrial moisture flows. So the more that we can kind of tweak our landscape to hold on to more water and act as a sponge, the better that will be for our future supply. So I would like the committee to address that moving forward. Number two thing I had written down, continue to fund and follow science, like what was presented by KGS, to make sure that we are investing in the most effective practices. I wrote that we need to, moving forward, include urban development in these discussions. We have some rapidly developing urban areas like Manhattan, like Johnson County, like Wichita. And as these urban areas grow out, how are they addressing stormwater runoff? What practices are they using to maybe retain and infiltrate that stormwater runoff instead of contributing to flood peaks downstream? Water quality issues, I think, are really important to highlight because we have heard so much about nitrate contamination, PFAS. I think that's a huge issue that we need to address moving forward. And I really appreciated Leo mentioning trash. I know that's something that we see in the Kansas River quite a bit. The amount of plastic and styrofoam in the channel is alarming. It's really alarming, and it's also disappointing. So I think we can do better there. And the last two, I have the discussion that we just had about water supply when we're attracting new industry to the state. I think we need to continue as a committee talking about how we quantify the amount of available water and make sure that we are attracting, as we are attracting industry into areas that water is available to support them. And also avoid the trap of maybe over allocating, over appropriating these basins, falling into that mindset that, we can allocate every single drop, because that just gets us into trouble in drought years, right? Somebody's going to get hurt in the drought years. So making sure that we're leaving some room there for those dry years. And then finally, in the first couple meetings, we heard quite a bit about the interest in funding programs for solutions. We have interest from landowners. We have interest from municipalities that want to upgrade their infrastructure, and that interest is outpacing the available funding. And so I'd like that to be one of the top priorities for us to address as a task force. The interest is out there. How do we fund that interest? How do we help people who have, good intentions and want to improve on their water usage?
I have three. The first is, I do want to talk about stream flow, and it was nice. We had some external interest in that as well, but within the context of municipalities that are left out, and I'll use my own bias of North Central Kansas, but Hayes is here in the room, but you start down the Smoky Hill River in Hayes, and then Russell has fewer options, and Ellsworth has even fewer options. And so, and then Salina and Abilene, if the stream flow on the Smoky gets worse, we don't have we can't go deeper in the aquifer. And so I think the committee should discuss downstream flows, and then also in the eastern part of the state as well. Water supply, I also agree on water quality issues, particularly for municipalities long-term. And then finally, the question of funding, and I would frame it within the context of, do we have the right state structure put together? I believe that we will never have enough state funds to handle the requirements of helping our communities, let alone any other organizations or institutions that may need major upgrades. It's going to require some federal help. Are we appropriately creating the right conduit to our federal delegation, who is generally helpful and wants to be helpful? But right now, it's loudest communities that have the closest ties have access to those. Do we continue to let it work that way, or do we try to streamline it for the betterment of the entire state so that the federal delegation is working closely to the state and understands that, and it's going to be impossible to divorce some element of that, but it's at least worth exploring.
Well, Heidi hit on point number one pretty well, and I actually talked with Senator Titus about this during one of our breaks, but what I felt has been missing from some of the conversations that we've already had is an in-depth look at the technologies that are currently available or being developed that help us do things like understand soil moisture and the amount of carbon in soil for water retention. And maybe we'll hear some more about that tomorrow, Senator Titus, what he told me. But I think that there are some emerging technologies out there, and it becomes a question of identifying those and how can we scale those to really have impact across, particularly Western Kansas, where there's a lot of irrigators that can help them make decisions on crops and amount of watering, that sort of thing. So I'm looking forward to hearing maybe some of that tomorrow. We need to identify how to fund those projects. We need to identify the ones that we would want to fund. And who would identify those? Put that question out there. On a more comprehensive basis, there was a Blue Ribbon Task Force a few years ago. And I remember sitting through some of those sessions and hearing about projects. This is a project that needs to be done. This is a project that needs to be done. Earl, I think you were on that task force. Tracy Streeter was on that task force, and might be missing people, but I think we had a lot of discussion about specific projects. And I don't know that this group will do that. But somebody needs to prioritize projects because there are so many more than we will ever be able to address. So we need to prioritize those. But we also, as we go through a prioritization process, we need to have those projects with goals and end goals in mind. Then we need to develop metrics to measure the success of those projects. And I'm not sure that I want our agencies to do that. I'm not bashing the agencies. I'm just thinking that it may be better for somebody else to measure what they're doing. And then making additional funding contingent upon that success, which tells me that, we need to have whatever funding mechanism we develop or come up with or recommend, that we have, the ability to remove that if there's not success with a project. So two big questions, how to fund, who's going to track, who's going to define success, and who's going to pull the plug for funding some of these if they are not successful. Those are my thoughts.
I was thinking about the rural communities, a lot of these little, I live about 3.5 miles from the town, about 180. And then there's the other towns in the area are less than 100 people. And their ability to address their situation is pretty limited. And so maybe perhaps explore some ways they could kind of maybe cooperate or work together or something like that to maybe get some things accomplished, otherwise they can't. I learned a new term today about BQ stable. I think that's I think I see some good things going that direction, and obviously keep heads that way. Josh brought up the data centers earlier. That's been something I was really kind of curious about, how all that fit in and what they use and stuff. So I think it's something to keep on our radar. And of course, then the nitrates and the chlorides in the water. How do we address that? How do we deal with it? How do we mitigate it? Things like that. So those are the kind of key points.
You ready? Are you ready?
Yeah.
Go ahead. Michael.
I have several pages here. I love everything you're saying, so you got a lot of it covered. Chemicals in our water, is a big deal. You look at those kind of numbers, and that can be a bad thing. this is coming from me, money doesn't grow on trees. So we've got to be very cost effective and service efficient, what we're trying to do and develop the priorities of what we're doing. The water cabinet position, I think that I find that kind of interesting. I was thinking, I read through some of the stuff that Heather sent, that we're kind of about the only one in the country that does what we do. This might have been back in the 70s. And I don't know how that compares today. But it, we are? Yeah. So there's only two. So the question is why? And what does everybody else do? So you need to be looking outside the state to see what works and what's successful. That crossed my mind. 73 of the PWSs do have violations, 71% serve 500 or fewer people. So that goes back to Senator Murphy's comment that we need to be working on those kind of things. The other thing, when it comes to funding, our penalties, it's like 121,000. And you'd think with all the problems we got around, that there you would have had more fines out there. So I guess I kind of question, somehow we got to incent people to do the right thing. And we need money for what we're doing. So reviewing that kind of stuff. The other thing, the federal side, WARDA. Last year in the WARDA bill, we only had 3 things in there. One was from Wyandotte, one was from Manhattan, and another deal. And so I'm sitting there saying, we need to, and that was like a 900-page deal. And there's like $7 billion now with the federal government. So I'm thinking, I don't know how many water projects we've got in the last 10 years. We need to have somebody that's specialist in water that's chasing the federal dollars. And the only other thing that I would add to that, when these reservoirs were built, they had for flood area where there was extra water that was high. And I don't think we've ever done anything with any of that extra water. So I'm kind of questioning, is there something we could do in that area? So if I get details of being a 2-hour deal, that'd be kind of interesting to say that was built for a purpose. Back in the deal that Heather gave out that was in 66 and 78, especially that 78 one had 39 recommendations. I think it'd be very interesting to go back through those 39. They really did some homework and say, which ones have we done? Which ones didn't we do? Why didn't we do them? And kind of give us something to build off of. And plus our new things that we put to there. So that's my opinion. Thank you.
For people to be here tomorrow.
Yes.
Ask you questions.
All right. Well, thank you all for being here. I did say positive. That is interesting. But I would actually say that would come from me, but I get no. Water's all about economics. And I know that sometimes we get tired of that old Ken's just talking about business and talking about the economy. But it's true. You know, my colleagues in my side of the party, of the aisle, know that as we were talking about data centers and other things this year, as we were in one of our meetings as a caucus, I was up on the lectern and I pounded my fists. And I said, I don't care about all these other things you talk about. Water is life. And I'm gonna do my best to not preach here right now, but it's very hard. So if the plates go around, just get what you want. But, you know, and as we look at all these things, and I think this is the reason why we put this together, to have this task force and those in the past and read about what happened before. You know, I think it was driven by the governor's office. Regardless of who the governor is, doesn't really matter. But I think that to get appropriators keenly involved, I believe is why we're going to be successful this time and to really make this thing last. Because for appropriators to come in and say, well, it's somebody else's idea. But for the bus to be driven by the appropriators, the ones that actually do have the purse strings, this is when we can really do some good, and to bring other key partners in that's, I believe, how we're gonna be successful. I've always looked at this, obviously where we are, a focus right now is on agriculture and irrigation, but industrial is so important too. Our residential areas, even places like Dodge City. Go back 10 years ago, go back 20 years ago. Where was Dodge City? Where was Garden City? And also, like we brought up today, let's think outside the box for some funding sources. What about full use of our lakes and our recreational opportunities? Are there some things there? Now, that could go down a rabbit trail with conservation, and that's probably for a conversation, hopefully another one of these meetings. But one of the things to keep in mind is how much, how much water, how many dollars, how much do we want to do? I'm afraid that we could be bogged down with a list of 39 different things to come up with. And then we just get paralyzed by overanalyzing things instead of just, okay, here's the 3 things or wherever that is, whether it comes from here, the legislation that could come out of here, being led by the appropriators, by the legislators that get this done. I've said it before, and I probably regret saying it, but it is the truth. We have to make water sexy. When you talk about it from a legislative standpoint, we spend a lot of time talking about a lot of other issues. People just assume that you have this water bottle or you open the tap, that's water. The average person does not think about it until you don't. Ask Caney. Ask a lot of folks around Wichita. Oh, yes. In March, this task force could have been a whole lot different today in our discussions, but because of the rainfall, it hasn't. Couple things right quick. K-State implemented a water institute a year or 2 ago. I hope that they become engaged and utilize some of the sources, because I want to make sure we don't have 4 or 5 other groups, additional groups, going out and trying to do the exact same thing. Because they can have a white paper, somebody else can have a white paper, some company could go out and have a group create a white paper. We now have the Flinchbaugh Institute that wants to create something. And all of a sudden now, okay, so who's really leading it? I believe this committee, this task force, should lead on the future of water. One thing, as we've talked about, and this is my last point this for today anyway. As we look at, the water bank and some of the other things that have been successful, I would like for us to kind of imagine, the Conservation Reserve Program was part of the 1985 Farm Bill. It was supposed to last about 10 years. It's now almost having a midlife crisis. It's been around that long. But will there be a way to create a Kansas version, a Kansas base of a water CRP program? Not just for irrigators, but maybe for municipalities, maybe for other water rights holders. I don't know. Maybe it's completely crazy. But personally, I have grave concerns with the idea of retiring water rights. That's permanent. That's permanent. So as you're driving, back and forth, or, sitting around a table sometime, think, is that something like that a possibility for all water users? Bottom line is, this thing's gonna cost a lot of money. And I don't know what the legislative intent would be for the dreaded T word. I think that the general fund is a sure way to look. Because it goes back to, we spend billions of dollars on a lot of things, but without water, we're dust. So, thanks.
You want me to follow that? Thank you.
Good night, everybody.
Sorry. I'll be over there tomorrow then.
Yeah, good. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we'll switch. So.
No, I was just thinking about what everybody said. I'm not typically a goal setter. I am a process solution person. So my mind always goes there first. Like, how do we fix that? How do we fix that? Not what the problem is. But I agree, life, and I've said this on committee several times, life is water. It's needed for everything from people to business to ag. And so when I think about this, the funding is important and maybe that is the state's role. Reducing regulations is a big thing. I think our hands get tied a lot in the red tape. And so we want to make sure those regulations are fair and balanced. And then just for the small towns, like when you think of Kansas, people think of Kansas, they don't think of Wichita or Kansas City. They envision these small communities and farms, and I don't want to lose a community over water. That's something I think we can figure out. So making sure that these small communities have the resources they need and figuring out a way for that. Senator Fagg is a genius with financing. I've listened to his plans for the last couple of years, and I'm sure with others' helps in his, we can figure something out there. So I think I just want to see something that, as I got to be chair of child welfare this year, and we talk a lot about the government is not a good parent. Well, it's not going to be a good parent for water either. And so we need those local grassroots groundwater management districts. I was very encouraged today. So I thank everybody in that for the work they've done over the past year and a half specifically. And I think that's where we're going to find those answers. I'm just looking for those local answers as well.
Well, I kind of feel like the last one here, but I kind of divided my risk up into two categories. One of them are kind of the obvious. I'm really concerned with our statewide water quality. I mean, it varies, from one end of the state to the other, and I think we have varying degrees of the water quality problems. I also have concerns with, our public water supply, especially, with our reservoir sedimentation that's occurring, as well as I think on the public water supply, the infrastructure issues that we have, not only just at the larger municipalities, but it goes all the way down to those that only have, 50 in their community. Those are issues statewide as well. But, one thing that we have talked a lot about, and that is the Ogallala depletion. And I talk about that because I know that, I know that very well. And, as Representative Middick said, getting there as fast as possible. And I agree, but, like Representative Rogers says, we have an economy and things like that to take into consideration when we move there as fast as possible. We cannot be disrupting an economic system, especially in Western Kansas that relies on that. So yes, we do need to get there as fast as possible, but there's a lot of variables that go into getting there as well. And those are things that we need to be very cautious of. Right now, one thing that's going positive for the GMDs, a lot is like our ITI program that was mentioned today too. And, we're greatly appreciative of that funding that we're getting to implement that. I think we're seeing great strides and gains and actually addressing the 2279 or conservation initiative, which I think we've now adopted officially, which is great. And then going back to the Q stable, there's some concerns with that. I think it's a wonderful thing for the short term, but when we're looking at long term, and that has been brought up lately, long term planning, I think that utilizing some metrics or something like that, I would heed the word of caution with that. So on the other side of that, I think a couple other risks that kind of envelop all of that is one, obviously, the funding that we've talked about. How do we pay for all this? That is one concern. But one thing that one of my biggest risks is the possible, deterioration of local control with some of these processes. I mean, you look at that and to be honest with you guys, it's not us sitting here in this room. It's not researchers. It's not, committees. It is my boots on the ground, flat out water users that are going to move the needle on this aquifer. Those are the people that are doing it. And that is why we need to continue, to think about that local control. But, we've been talking about this and talking about this and talking about this. And I think it's time that we do instead of talk. And that's where I think we need to go with this. So I'm done.
I appreciate how serious everyone is taking this. I know it's getting into the evening here, but I did promise you in that opening letter, we were going to make you work. So you're welcome. But I do appreciate the conversation. We didn't have anybody sign up for public comments. Was there anybody in the audience who would like to address the committee. We'll also have time first thing tomorrow morning if you're coming back. Seeing nobody, I would note that you have this salmon orange thing out of Heller. That's public comments that were submitted in writing from John Jansen. So please review those, take into consideration. Just for housekeeping, our goal tomorrow, when we end with our public discussion, the bill requires us to identify the risks. So we need to take all the discussion we'll have at the end of these sort of first 4 meetings. What we need to do is put together a list. We can go back and change it, but to help research, get things on paper for that preliminary report, we need to give them sort of an idea of the main things we're concerned with, and they can then go in and fill out that report based on all the testimony we've had. So we'll need to kind of focusing all these thoughts into something that we can help Heather and staff put together. So that's kind of where we're headed as we take in more information. If you have your travel vouchers, please bring those up here before you leave. The co-chair and I need to sign off on those. Heather will take your hotel receipt in the morning. Please remember to bring her a printed copy. Is there any further question or discussion, Representative Bond?
Thank you. I really appreciate all the work that both put into our task force so far. I'm kind of wondering, could you give us a preview looking ahead? Like, I know we've had these 4 sessions approved. Are we hoping that we'll have some more this fall? What's kind of the plan beyond these preliminary recommendations?
So the first 2, the reason we did the WebEx meetings is they don't count as official meeting days. In the same way that we bring everyone out and have all of the travel for everybody. So we'll have 2 more meeting days available to us before the end of the year. As Chair and I have talked about, we plan to have another meeting in the fall. And if we leave here with risks identified, the idea would be to then start discussing about how do we want to go about as a state addressing those, right? And that's the big topic, is we can talk about what other states are doing, what our structures look like, and really the conversation opens up once we sort of move into that second phase.
We're gonna ask for more, for funding for more meeting days too.
Okay, great.
I think you guys have seen a lot of stuff in 3 days. Tomorrow we'll answer a few of the questions, but I think we could easily spend 6 or 8 hours just sitting here and having a discussion amongst ourselves about what they are, how to prioritize it. So we'll be able to do some of that.
Just a quick question, can we leave our stuff here, or all of it?
The door gets locked, I believe.
I mean, just
but
like our printouts.
I don't think they're gonna change the room, but we don't, so at your own risk, it's probably fine.
Okay, okay, thank you.
What's
Put it over there away from you.
Task force members are invited to a dinner hosted by Donnelly and Devine and Murray at 7 p.m. at Try on the 9, which is by Mariah Hills Golf Course. So we did invited to that and staff as well. Yeah, so at 9 a.m. tomorrow, same place, and we will have coffee and be involved with morning stuff.
Your motion to adjourn.
Motion. Yeah, you can turn it right now.
Second, all in favor, say aye.